Chapter 1: The Technology of Behavior. In attempting to solve the appalling problems that confront us in the present world, we naturally do what we do best. We apply what we are strong in. And our strength is science and technology. To curb the population explosion, we seek the best methods of birth control. Seeing the threat of nuclear war, we create nuclear deterrence and missile defense systems. We try to prevent the global threat of hunger through new agricultural crops and more efficient methods of cultivation. Improved sanitation and medicine, we hope, will conquer diseases. Improved housing and transportation will solve the problems of the ghettos, and new methods of waste minimization and disposal will halt environmental pollution. We can even point to considerable accomplishments in all these areas, and it is not surprising that we should strive for further advances. However, the situation becomes worse and worse, and it is disheartening to find that the very technologies we employ are increasingly responsible. Sanitation and medicine have made the problems of population growth more acute, war has become more terrible with the invention of nuclear weapons, and the consumer drive for well-being is largely responsible for environmental pollution. As Darlington said, every new source of power from which man has drawn on the earth has been used in such a way that prospects for the next generation have been diminished. All his progress has been made at the expense of damage to the environment which he cannot repair and has not been able to foresee, whether or not the damage could have been foreseen. Man must repair it or lose everything. And he can do so only if he understands the nature of the problem. The application of physical and biological sciences will not solve our problems, because the solutions lie in quite a different realm. The best contraceptives will curb population growth only if people use them. New weapons systems will overcome new defenses and vice versa. But the nuclear catastrophe will be prevented only when conditions under which states wage war are abolished. New agricultural and medical methods will not help if they are not put into practice, and the housing problem is not just a matter of construction and city planning, but of people's way of life. Overcrowding will be eliminated only by encouraging people not to live crowded together, and the environment will deteriorate until people cease activities that pollute it. In short, we must make enormous changes in human behavior, and we cannot do this by physics or biology alone, no matter how hard we try. There are other problems, of course, such as the crisis in our educational system and the discontent and rebellion of youth, to which physical and biological technologies obviously have no relevance and have never been tried. It is not enough to use technologies with a deeper understanding of human problems, or put technology in the service of human spiritual needs, or urge technologists to address the problems of humanity. From such expressions, it follows that where human behavior begins, technology ends. And there we must continue as it has been done before. Relying on what we know from personal experience, or on the repository of human experience known as history, or on the concentrates of human experience that can be found in folk wisdom and empirical rules. All this has been available for many centuries, and all that can be shown as a result is the current state of affairs in the world. What we lack is the technology of behavior. We could solve our problems very quickly if we could regulate the world's population growth with the same precision as we adjust the orbit of a spacecraft, or improve the state of agriculture and industry with at least a fraction of the confidence with which we accelerate elementary particles to high energies, or move towards world peace with something resembling the steady progress with which we approach absolute zero temperature. However, we do not have the technology to control behavior that is as powerful and precise as the technology of physics and biology. Moreover, those who do not consider the very possibility of this technology ridiculous are more horrified than encouraged by it. This is how far we are still from understanding human problems in the sense that physics and biology understand problems in their own sphere, and how far we are from the ability to prevent the catastrophe towards which the world seems inexorably moving. It can be said that 2,500 years ago, humans understood themselves to the same extent as any part of the surrounding world. Today, they are capable of understanding themselves worse than anything else. Physics and biology have made great progress, but there has been no comparable development in something like the science of human behavior. Ancient Greek physics and biology are now of only historical interest, but Plato's dialogues are still taught to students and quoted as if they shed light on human behavior. Aristotle would not be able to understand a single page of today's physics or biology textbook, but Socrates and his friends would have only minimal difficulty understanding the latest scholarly discussions on humanitarian issues. And as for technology, we have made tremendous strides in managing physical and biological processes, but the progress of our practical activities in the areas of government, education, and most of the economy, even though adapted to the most diverse conditions, is not particularly great. We can hardly explain this by saying that the ancient Greeks knew everything there was to know about human behavior. Of course, they knew more about it than they knew about the physical world, but it was truly meager knowledge. Moreover, their way of thinking about human behavior was obviously fatally flawed. While ancient Greek physics and biology, despite all their primitiveness, ultimately led to modern science, ancient Greek theories of human behavior led us nowhere. And if they still dominate us today, it's not because they contained some eternal truth, but because they didn't contain the seeds of anything better. Of course, anyone can claim that human behavior is a particularly complex matter. It is indeed so, and we tend to think so precisely because we are so incompetent in it. However, modern physics and biology successfully deal with subjects that are no less challenging than many aspects of human behavior. The difference is that the tools and methods they use are commensurate with the complexity of the tasks at hand. But the fact that tools and methods of equivalent power are not available in the study of human behavior is not the complete explanation, but only a part of it. Is it really easier to accomplish a human's flight to the moon than to improve the quality of education in our schools? Or to build better housing, worthy of human beings, for everyone? Or to provide everyone with useful, well-paying jobs and, as a result, give them a higher standard of living? The question here is not about choosing priorities, because no one would dare say that reaching the moon is more important than all of that. No, the thrilling essence of the moon landing is that it became achievable. Science and technology reached a level where this could be done with a giant leap forward. But when it comes to problems related to human behavior, there is no such enthusiasm at all. We still have a long way to go to solve them. It is easy to conclude that there must be something in human behavior that renders scientific analysis and, therefore, effective technology impossible. But we have by no means exhausted the possibilities for it. On the contrary, there is even a suspicion that scientific methods have hardly been applied in the study of human behavior. Yes, scientific tools were used. Calculations, measurements, and comparisons were made. However, something important for scientific practice is conspicuously absent in almost all modern discussions of human behavior. This directly relates to our understanding of the causes of behavior. Human beings' first acquaintance with causes probably comes from their own experience of behavior. Objects move when they are pushed. If other objects move, it is because someone is moving them, and if the mover is not visible, it is because they are invisible. Ancient Greek gods served as causes for physical phenomena in this role. They were usually outside the objects they moved, but sometimes they could inhabit them. making them possessed. Physics and biology soon abandoned explanations of this kind and turned to more useful types of causes, but this step was never taken in relation to human behavior. Reasonable people no longer believe that there is possession by demons, but human behavior is still usually attributed to some kind of active principle residing within them. For example, it is said that a juvenile delinquent suffers from personality defects. This would only make sense if personality was something distinct from the body that happened to be at stake. This distinction becomes clear when discussing how one body supposedly contains multiple personalities that control it differently at different times. Psychoanalysts postulated three such personalities: I, ego, superego, and id, and claim that the interactions between them are responsible for human behavior, in which they supposedly reside. Although physics later ceased to personify objects in this way, it continued for a long time, asserting that objects seemed to have will, impulses, feelings, intentions, and other private attributes of the mover residing in them. According to Butterfield, Aristotle claimed that a falling body accelerates because it increasingly delights, coming closer and closer to its goal, while later scholastic authorities believed that a impetus moves the core, which was sometimes called impetuosity. In the end, all of this was eventually abandoned, and rightly so. However, behavioral sciences still explain it with similar internal essences. It comes as no surprise when it is said that a person delivering good news walks faster because they feel delight, or acts recklessly due to their impulsiveness, or persistently sticks to the same course of action due to their willpower. Careless teleological statements about purposes can still be found in physics and biology, but the standard practice has moved away from them. Conversely, nearly all human behavior is ascribed to intentions, plans, goals, and tasks. If there is still a question of whether a machine can have a goal of activity, that question implies, can it be similar to a human in this regard? Physics and biology have moved away from personified causes when they began attributing the behavior of things to entities, qualities, or their nature. For a medieval alchemist, for example, some properties of matter could be associated with a mercurial essence, and substances were compared according to what could be called chemistry of individual differences. Newton complained about his contemporaries' habit. When we are told that every species of things is endowed with a secret specific quality by which it acts and produces manifest effects, we are to understand nothing. Secret qualities are an example of hypotheses that Newton rejected, stating, "I do not fabricate hypotheses." Biology continued to refer to the nature of living beings for a long time and did not fully abandon the concept of vital force until the 20th century. However, behavior is still attributed to human nature, and there is a verbose psychology of individual differences, in which people are compared and described in terms of character traits, abilities, and skills. Almost everyone dealing with human affairs, political scientists, philosophers, writers, economists, psychologists, linguists, sociologists, theologians, anthropologists, educators, and psychotherapists, continues to speak about human behavior in this pre-scientific way. Every issue of daily newspapers, magazines, professional journals, and any book related to human behavior will provide us with an abundance of examples. We are told that to control the world's population, we must change our attitude towards children, overcome the pride of having a large family or sexual potency, develop a certain sense of responsibility towards offspring, and reduce the role that large families play in overcoming the concerns of old age. Supposedly, while striving for the cause of peace, we deal with the will to power or the paranoid delusions of rulers, and allegedly, we must remember that wars begin in people's minds. that there is something suicidal in human nature, perhaps, an instinct for death that leads to wars, and that humans are inherently aggressive. To solve the problems of the poor, we supposedly must instill self-respect in them, encourage initiative, and reduce a sense of hopelessness. To overcome the discontent of the youth, we must give them a sense of purpose in life and reduce their feelings of alienation or despair. Understanding that we have no effective means to achieve any of this, we ourselves may experience a crisis of faith or lose faith in ourselves, which supposedly can only be restored by returning to faith in inner strength of character. All of this is being fed to us daily, and almost no one questions it. However, there is nothing of this sort in modern physics or most of biology, and this fact can well explain why the science and technology of behavior have lagged so far behind. Usually, it is assumed that behaviorist objections to ideas, emotions, character traits, will, and so on, relate to the material they are supposedly made of. Some cursed questions about the nature of consciousness, of course, have been debated for over 2,500 years and remain unanswered to this day. For example, how can consciousness move the body? This continues to the present day. In 1965, Karl Popper could pose the question as follows. We want to understand how such immaterial things as goals, reflections, plans, decisions, theories, doubts, and values can play their role in bringing about material changes in the material world. And of course, we also want to know where these immaterial things come from. The ancient Greeks had a simple answer to this question, from the gods. As Dodd noted, the ancient Greeks believed that if a person behaved foolishly, it was because a hostile god had instilled in his heart. And a friendly god could give a warrior an extra measure of, with which he would fight brilliantly. Aristotle believed that there was something divine in thought, and Zeno believed that reason itself was God. We cannot continue in the same spirit today, so the most common alternative is to refer to preceding material phenomena. Universal qualities, this product of the evolution of humankind, as they claim, explain part of the workings of its consciousness, while the rest is the story of its personal experience. For example, due to competition during evolution, humans now possess a sense of aggressiveness that leads to acts of hostility, or punishment that a young child receives when caught engaging in sexual play produces a sense of fear that inhibits their sexual behavior in adulthood. This immaterial, non-physical stage obviously extends over long periods of time. Aggression has roots that go back millions of years in evolutionary history, and fear experienced in childhood continues to weigh on individuals even into old age. The problem of transitioning from one type of phenomenon to another could be avoided if all of them were either mental or physical, and both possibilities had their proponents. Some philosophers tried to stay in the realm of the soul, claiming that only immediate experience is real, and experimental psychology began as an attempt to discover the mental laws that regulate the interactions between mental phenomena. Modern intrapsychic theories of psychotherapy speculate on how one feeling leads to another, how emotions interact, and how repressed feelings find their way back into consciousness. The opposing position, asserting that the mental stage is actually physical, was taken by Freud, who believed that physiology would ultimately explain the workings of the psyche. In a similar vein, many physiologists-psychologists continue to speculate freely about states of consciousness, emotions, and so on, hoping that it's only a matter of time until we understand their physical nature. The dimensions of the world of consciousness and the transitions from one realm to another cannot fail to pose daunting problems, but they are usually ignored. And this seems to be a successful strategy, because the most significant objection to mentalism is of an entirely different nature. The world of consciousness overshadows everything else. Behavior is not recognized as a subject of independent study. In psychotherapy, for example, abnormalities that a person does or says are almost always considered mere symptoms. And compared to the captivating dramas supposedly unfolding in the depths of the psyche, behavior itself appears to be nothing more than a superficial phenomenon. In linguistics and literary studies, what a person says is almost always regarded as an expression of ideas and emotions. In political science, theology, and economics, behavior is typically viewed as material from which conclusions are drawn about relationships, intentions, needs, and so on. For over 2.5 millennia, the life of the soul has received the most intense attention. But only recently have attempts been made to investigate human behavior as something more than just a byproduct. The conditions on which behavior depends are also neglected. The mental explanation cuts off any curiosity. We see this effect in everyday conversation. If we ask someone, "Why did you go to the theater?" and they answer, "Because I felt like it," we tend to accept such an answer as a kind of explanation. It would be much more accurate to find out what was happening when they went to the theater in the past, or what they heard or read about the play they went to see, or what other phenomena in their past or present life might prompt them to go to the theater. But we settle for this "because I felt like it" as a kind of summary of all that, and we're not inclined to inquire further. Professional psychologists often stop at the same point. Many years ago, William James corrected the common misconception about the connection between feelings and actions, stating, for example, that we don't run away because we're afraid, but rather we're afraid because we run away. In other words, what we feel when we feel fear is our behavior, the same behavior that according to the traditional point of view expresses and is explained by that feeling. But how many people who have considered James's argument have noticed that there is actually no preceding event indicated? Nor is the "because" to be taken seriously at all. And it doesn't explain why we run and feel fear. If we believe that we explain feelings or say that feelings are the cause of behavior, then we pay too little attention to preceding circumstances. A psychotherapist learns about a patient's early years of life almost exclusively from their memories, which, as we know, are not trustworthy. And they may even claim that what matters is not what actually happened, but what the patient remembers. In psychoanalytic literature, perhaps for every case of an actual punishment that can be traced back to the feeling of fear, there are at least 100 mentions of cases where fear was merely felt. They even seem to prefer reporting on such past episodes that are now clearly irrelevant. Currently, there is a tremendous interest, for example, in speculations about what supposedly must have happened during the evolution of the human species to explain people's current behavior. And this is said with special confidence only because we can only guess what actually happened. Unable to understand how and why the person we see behaves in one way and not another, we attribute their behavior to a personality we do not see and whose behavior we also cannot explain, but about which we are not inclined to ask questions. We have probably internalized this strategy not so much out of lack of interest or persistence, but because of the long-standing belief that there are no corresponding episodes in the past for most human behavior. The function of the inner man is to provide explanations that in turn do not require explanation. All explanations stop at it. Therefore, it is not a mediator between past experiences and current behavior, but the center from which behavior originates. It is the initiator who begins and creates, and in doing so, it remains as it was for the ancient Greeks, divine. We are told that it is autonomous, and from the perspective of the science of behavior, this means that it is a miracle, a mystery. This position is certainly vulnerable. The autonomous soul serves only to explain phenomena that we are not yet able to explain in other ways. Its existence depends on our ignorance, and it naturally loses its status when we manage to learn more about behavior. The task of scientific analysis is to explain how human behavior as a physical system is related to the conditions in which the evolution of the human species took place and the conditions in which the individual lives. Excluding the possibility of some supernatural or creative intervention, these events must be interconnected, and no intervention is needed. The circumstances of species survival, responsible for the genetic inheritance of humans, will generate a tendency to act aggressively, not aggressive feelings. Punishment of sexual behavior changes the behavior itself, and any feelings that may arise as a result are at best a side effect. Our age is not plagued by fear, but by terrifying events, crimes, wars, and other dangerous and painful things to which people are often subjected. Youth drops out of school, refuses to work, and only socializes with peers not because they feel alienated, but due to the socially pathological environment at home, school, in the workplace, and everywhere else. It's time for us to embark on the path taken by physics and biology and turn directly to the relationship between behavior and the environment. Disregarding hypothetical intermediation of states of consciousness. Physics did not progress by contemplating the jubilation of a falling body, and biology did not contemplate the nature of vital spirits. And we do not need revelations about the true nature of personality, states of mind, feelings, character traits, plans, goals, intentions, or other attributes of the autonomous human in order to conduct a scientific analysis of behavior. Of course, there are reasons why it took us so long to come to this point. Objects studied by physics and biology do not behave like humans, and in the end, it is quite comical to speak of the jubilation of a falling body or the scriving of an atomic nucleus. But humans behave like humans, and the external person whose behavior needs to be explained can very well resemble the inner person whose behavior is supposedly explained by the external person. The inner person was created in the image and likeness of the external person. A more important reason is that sometimes it seems that the inner person can be observed directly. We must imagine the jubilation of a falling body, but don't we feel our own jubilation? We actually feel what is happening under our own skin, but we don't feel the things that were invented to explain behavior. An obsessed person does not feel the demon that has possessed them and most likely denies its existence. A juvenile delinquent does not feel their defective personality. An intelligent person does not feel their intelligence, and an unsociable person does not feel their introversion. A speaking person does not feel the grammatical rules that, as we are told, they apply when forming sentences, and people spoke grammatically correctly thousands of years before someone discovered the existence of such rules. A respondent filling out a questionnaire does not feel any relationships or opinions that supposedly prompt them to mark the boxes in a certain way. We feel certain states of our bodies associated with behavior, but as Freud pointed out, we behave in the same way when we do not feel them. They are side effects and should not be mistakenly considered causes of behavior. But there is an even more important reason why we hesitated to reject mentalist explanations. It was difficult to find an alternative. Suppose we should look for them in the external world, but the role of the environment is still far from clear. The history of evolutionary theories illustrates this problem. Until the 19th century, the environment was simply conceived as a passive stage on which many different species of organisms originated, reproduced, and went extinct. No one suspected that it was the environment itself that was responsible for the existence of multiple species. The trouble is that the environment acts in an imperceptible way. It doesn't push or pull, it selects. Throughout the millennia of human thought, the process of natural selection remained unnoticed despite its tremendous importance. When it was eventually discovered, it became a key aspect of evolutionary theory. The influence of the environment on behavior remained even more elusive. It's easy to see how organisms interact with the world around them, how they take what they need from it and avoid existing dangers, but it's much harder to see how the world influences them. Descartes was the first to suggest that the environment could play an active role in determining behavior, and he seemingly could do so only because he received a clear hint. He knew that in the royal gardens of France, there were several automatons operated by hidden hydraulic valves. Descartes wrote that people entering the gardens inevitably step on certain tiles of paved paths that are arranged in such a way that when they approach the bathing Diana, they cause her to hide behind the rose bushes, and if they try to follow her, they cause Neptune to emerge with his trident threatening them. These statues were amusing precisely because they behaved like humans. And thus it turned out that something very similar to human behavior could be explained purely mechanically. Descartes understood this hint as follows: living organisms can be moved by similar causes. The action of the environment initiating behavior was called a stimulus, from the Latin word for whip, the organism's action a response, and their combination was called a reflex. Reflexes were first demonstrated in small decapitated animals such as salamanders. And it is important that this principle was fiercely opposed throughout the 19th century, because it seemed to deny the existence of some autonomous acting entity, the so-called spinal cord soul, which was attributed responsibility for the movements of a decapitated animal body. When Pavlov demonstrated how new reflexes could be developed through conditioning, an entire psychology of stimulus response was born, in which all behavior was explained as reactions to stimuli. One writer put it this way: throughout our lives, we are pushed or whipped forward. The stimulus response model was never very convincing, and it did not solve the fundamental problem, because it had to invent something like an inner man to transform stimuli into responses. The theory of information encountered the same problem when it had to invent an internal processor for transforming input into output. But the action of a discriminative stimulus is relatively easy to observe, which is why Descartes' hypothesis held a dominant position in the theory of behavior for a long time. However, this was a false path from which the scientific analysis of behavior is only now recovering. The environment not only pushes or drives, it selects behavior. Its role is analogous to its role in natural selection, albeit on a completely different timescale, and it went unnoticed for the same reason. Now it has become clear that we must take into account not only what the environment does to the organism before it reacts, but also what it does afterward. Behavioral acts are formed and maintained by the consequences they produce. Once this fact was realized, we were able to formulate the interaction between the organism and the environment in a much more comprehensive way. As a result, we arrive at two important conclusions. One of them pertains to fundamental analysis. Behavior that affects the surrounding world and produces consequences can be studied by constructing an environment in which specific consequences depend on it. The studied consequential relationships became increasingly complex, and gradually it became evident that they explain all the functions that were previously attributed to personality: states of consciousness, emotions, character traits, goals, and intentions. The second conclusion has practical significance. The environment can be used to manipulate behavior. While the genetic heredity of a person can only be changed very slowly, changes in the surrounding world can have rapid and dramatic consequences on personality. Operant behavior technology, as we will see, is already quite well developed, and it may be up to the task of solving our current problems. However, This possibility gives rise to another problem that must be addressed if we want to make use of our advantages. We have taken a progressive step by debunking the notion of an autonomous personality, but it has not disappeared from the world. It engages in a sort of rearguard battle for which, unfortunately, it has gained the strongest support. It remains an important figure in politics, jurisprudence, religion, economics, anthropology, sociology, psychotherapy, philosophy, ethics, history, education, child rearing, linguistics, architecture, urban planning, and family life. These fields have their specialists, and each specialist has their own theory, and in almost every theory, the autonomy of personality is considered unquestionable. The inner self is not afraid of data obtained through random observations or investigations of behavior structure, and many of these fields deal only with groups of people, where statistical or survey data have limited impact on the individual. The result is a significant imbalance of traditional knowledge, which needs to be corrected or replaced with the results of scientific analysis. Two characteristics of autonomous personality are particularly dangerous. From a traditional point of view, a person is free. They are autonomous in the sense that their behavior has no causes. Therefore, they are responsible for what they do, and it is fair to punish them for their wrongdoings. This perspective, along with all its associated practical consequences, needs to be reconsidered after scientific analysis revealed unexpected control relationships between behavior and the environment. Of course, a certain degree of external control was allowed. Theologians acknowledged the fact that humans must be predetermined to do what an all-knowing God knows they will do, and ancient Greek playwrights often explored the theme of an inescapable fate. Prophets and astrologers frequently claimed that they could predict what people would do, and their services were always in demand. Biographers and historians sought influences in the lives of individuals and nations. Folk wisdom and insights from essayists like Montaigne and Bacon point to a certain predictability of human behavior, which is also supported by statistical and survey data from sociological studies. The autonomous personality survives despite all this because it is a happy exception. Theologians reconciled predestination with free will, and ancient Greek spectators, moved by the depiction of an inevitable fate, left the theater as free individuals. The course of history changes with the death of a leader or a storm at sea, and the path of life is altered by the influence of a teacher or love. But such things happen to very few individuals and do not affect everyone in the same way. Some historians have turned the unpredictability of history into a virtue. Statistical data is easy to ignore. We read that hundreds of people will be killed in traffic accidents over a holiday weekend and still embark on our journey as if it doesn't personally concern us. The science of behavior makes too little effort to resurrect the ghost of predictable man. On the contrary, many anthropologists, sociologists, and psychologists use their specialized knowledge to argue that humans are free, purposeful, and responsible. Freud was a determinist, based on faith rather than factual data. But many Freudians assure their patients without hesitation that they can freely choose between various courses of action and are the creators of their own destiny in the long run. This escape route gradually closes as new evidence of the predictability of human behavior is discovered. Personal freedom from complete determinism evaporates as scientific analysis progresses, especially in explaining individual behavior. Joseph Woodcrutch acknowledges statistical facts while still insisting on personal freedom. We can predict with great accuracy how many people will come to the seaside when the temperature reaches a certain point, and even how many people will jump off a bridge, although neither you nor I see any need to do either. But he can hardly deny that those who go to the beach have a compelling reason to do so. just as the circumstances of a suicide have a certain influence on their decision to jump off a bridge. The distinction he makes seems reasonable only insofar as words like necessity hint at a particularly overt coercion in behavior management. And scientific analysis naturally moves in the direction of elucidating all kinds of relationships governing behavior. By questioning the control of behavior supposedly carried out by an autonomous individual and demonstrating the control exerted by the environment, behavioral science seems to call into question human dignity and honor. The individual is responsible for their behavior, not only in the sense that they can be justly accused or punished if they behave poorly, but also in the sense that their achievements require recognition and admiration. And scientific analysis shifts both merits and blame onto the environment, rendering the traditional attitude towards them unjustified. These are radical changes, and those devoted to traditional theories and practices naturally resist them. There is also a third source of trouble. When the cause is attributed to the environment, the individual seems to be exposed to an entirely new danger. Who should control behavior through the environment, and for what purpose? An autonomous individual seems to self-govern according to an internal set of values. They only do what they consider good. But what will this hypothetical manipulator of others' behavior deem good, and will it be good for those they control? Answers to such questions, as they say, clearly involve value judgments. Freedom, dignity, and values are crucial themes, and unfortunately, they acquire increasingly critical significance as the power of behavioral technology becomes commensurate with the problems it must solve. The very change that brought us some hope for a solution is responsible for the growing opposition to the proposed method of resolution. This conflict itself is a problem of human behavior, and the approach can only be appropriate. Behavioral science is by no means as well developed as physics or biology, but its advantage lies in its ability to shed light on its own difficulties. Science is human behavior, just as opposition to science is. What has transpired in the struggle for human freedom and dignity, and what problems arise when scientific knowledge begins to play a role in this struggle? Answers to these questions can help clear the path for the behavioral technology we so desperately need. Furthermore, these questions are discussed from a scientific point of view, but that does not mean the reader needs to know the details of scientific behavior analysis. A simplified interpretation is sufficient for them. However, the essence of such an interpretation is easily understood. We often talk about how we cannot observe or measure with the precision required for scientific analysis, and yet it is very useful to use terms and principles that have been developed under more precise conditions. The sea shimmers with a strange light at twilight, frost on the window pane creates unusual patterns, and soup does not solidify on the kitchen stove, and specialists explain to us why. Of course, we can argue with them that they have no facts and that what they say cannot be proven, but they are most likely right, not those who lack an experimental knowledge base, and therefore, only they can tell us how to proceed with further detailed research if it seems necessary. Experimental analysis of behavior offers similar advantages. When we observe behavioral processes in controlled conditions, we can easily identify them in everyday life. We can identify significant features of behavior and the environment and, therefore, can disregard insignificant details, no matter how fascinating they may be. We can reject traditional explanations if they have been proven false by experimental analysis and then move forward in our research with unstoppable curiosity. The examples of behavior presented here are not imposed as proof of our interpretation. The actual evidence can be found in fundamental analysis. But the principles used to interpret the examples possess a validity that principles derived from random observations lack. The language in which the book is written may often seem inconsistent. English, like all other languages, is full of pre-scientific words that are commonly used in everyday speech. No one would mock an astronomer for saying that the sun rises or that stars appear at night, because it would be ridiculous to demand that they always say the sun appears as a result of the Earth's rotation, previously hidden behind the horizon, or that stars become visible at night, while they are not visible during the day due to the scattering of sunlight by the atmosphere. If necessary, they can provide a more precise formulation. The English language contains many more everyday expressions related to human behavior than to other phenomena of reality, and specialized terminology is unfamiliar to the general public. Therefore, the use of colloquial expressions is highly debatable. It may seem illogical if I ask the reader to keep a point in mind while I write that consciousness is a scholastic fiction, or to consider the idea of freedom even though the idea is merely an imaginary predecessor to the act of behavior, or if I write to reassure those who fear a science of behavior while I only mean to change their behavior towards this science. The book could have been written for a specialist reader without such expressions, but all these questions are important for non-specialists, and therefore, they must be presented in ordinary, non-technical language. Undoubtedly, many of the mentalist expressions deeply rooted in the English language cannot be translated as clearly into scientific language as the expression sunrise. However, sufficiently acceptable translations are entirely possible. Almost all of our major problems are related to human behavior and cannot be solved solely through physical and biological technology. What we need is a technology of behavior, but the development of a science that could generate such a technology has been painfully slow. One of the difficulties is that nearly everything considered as behavioral science continues to adhere to a tradition that reasons not about behavior, but about states of consciousness, feelings, personality traits, human nature, and so on. Physics and biology once engaged in similar scholasticism and only advanced when they rejected it. Behavioral sciences have been slow in this regard partly because it often appears that scholastic abstractions can be directly observed, and partly because alternative explanations were hard to find. The environment undoubtedly played an important role, but its function remained unclear. It does not push or pull, but it selects, and this function was difficult to detect and analyze. The role of natural selection in evolution was formulated just over 100 years ago, and the selective role of the environment in shaping and maintaining individual behavior is only beginning to gain recognition and be studied. However, as the understanding of interactions between organisms and the environment grew, the dependence of functions previously attributed to states of consciousness, feelings, and personality traits on parameters conditions became apparent, and thus the path to a technology of behavior was opened. However, it will not solve our problems until it replaces the entrenched pre-scientific views. Freedom and dignity illustrate this difficulty. They are attributes of the autonomous person in traditional theory and have significant importance for practice, where individuals are held responsible for their actions and achievements require recognition. Scientific analysis transfers both responsibility and credit to the environment. It also raises questions about values. Furthermore, who will use this technology and for what purposes? Until these questions are answered, the technology of behavior will continue to be rejected, and along with it, possibly, the only means of solving our problems. Chapter 2: Freedom. Almost all living creatures actively act to free themselves from the influence of something harmful. Some freedom is achieved through relatively simple forms of behavior called reflexes. A person sneezes, thereby freeing their respiratory passages from something irritating. By vomiting, They free their stomach from indigestible or poisonous food. They jerk their hand backward to remove it from contact with a sharp or hot object. But even more complex forms of behavior act in the same way. If someone tries to bind a person, they will struggle desperately and try to break free. When faced with danger, people flee or attack its source. This behavior seems to have evolved due to its survival value. It is as much an obligatory part of what we call the genetic heritage of the human species as breathing, sweating, and digestion. Through conditioning, such behavior can be developed towards entirely new objects that did not play any role in evolution. These are, of course, only insignificant specific instances of the struggle for freedom, but they hold great significance. We cannot attribute them to some imaginary love of freedom. They are simply forms of behavior that have proven useful in reducing various dangers for individuals and, consequently, for the entire biological species during the process of evolution. Much more important is the behavior that mitigates harmful stimuli in a completely different way. It is acquired not as conditional reflexes, but as a product of another process called operant conditioning. If a behavior has a positive consequence, the probability of that behavior occurring again increases. The consequence that has this effect on behavior is called reinforcement. For example, food is reinforcement for a hungry organism. Any specific action performed by the organism that is accompanied by food is likely to be repeated again and again as long as the organism is hungry. Some stimuli are referred to as negative reinforcement. Any behavior that reduces the intensity of such a stimulus is likely to be performed upon the repetition of that stimulus. For instance, if a person finds themselves under scorching sun, they seek shade, and it is likely that they will seek shade again if they find themselves under the blazing sun. The reduction in temperature reinforces the behavior it is conditioned upon, that is, the behavior that results from it. Operant conditioning is also observed when a person simply avoids the scorching sun, that is, when they, roughly speaking, avoid the threat of the blazing sun. Negative reinforcers are also called aversive in the sense that they are repulsive to the organism. This term refers to spatial distancing, whether it be by repelling or fleeing from the reinforcer, but the temporal relationship is crucial here. In the standard apparatus used to study this process in the laboratory, a voluntarily selected behavior weakens the aversive stimulus or terminates it. Most of material culture is the result of this peculiar struggle for liberation. Throughout the centuries, people have created a world in which they have become relatively free from many types of dangers and harmful influences, extreme temperatures, sources of infection, hard labor, hazards, and even those minor negative reinforcers called discomfort. Flight and avoidance play a much more significant role in the struggle for freedom when the harmful influences are caused by other people. Other people can be repulsive, so to speak, unintentionally. They can be rude, aggressive, annoying, or simply sources of infection, and individuals flee from them or simply avoid them accordingly. But they can also be deliberately repulsive, that is, they can disgustingly treat other people because of the consequences of such an attitude. For example, an overseer forces a slave to work by whipping him when he interrupts his work. Resuming work, the slave avoids the flogging. Parents scold a child until he fulfills what they demand. Having fulfilled the requirements, the child avoids further scolding. A blackmailer threatens exposure if the victim does not pay him. By paying, the victim gets rid of the blackmail threat. A teacher threatens physical punishment and unsatisfactory grades until the students show respectful attention. The students' respectful attention allows them to avoid the threat of punishment. In one form or another, behavior management through intentional negative reinforcement is the essence of most social relationships, in ethics, religion, government, economy, education, psychotherapy, and family life. A person avoids or eliminates punishing behavior towards oneself by acting in a way that provides reinforcement to those who pursue punishment until they achieve what they desire. But there are other ways to avoid this. For example, a person can simply run away and become inaccessible. They can escape from slavery, emigrate, or hide from government officials, desert the army, become an apostate, a truant, leave home, or step out of the bounds of normality, like a wanderer, a hermit, or a hippie. Such behavior is as predictable a result of punitive behavior as the behavior that was intended to be achieved through punishment. The latter can then only be achieved through stricter requirements or the use of more potent aversive stimuli. Another anomalous way to avoid negative stimuli is to fight against those who create a situation of negative reinforcement in order to weaken or destroy them. We can fight those who oppress or annoy us as we fight weeds in a garden, and again. The struggle for freedom is primarily directed against those who deliberately manipulate others, against those who use negative reinforcement against others to make them behave in a certain way. For example, a child may rebel against parents, citizens may overthrow the government, a heretic may reform religion, a student may attack a teacher or engage in vandalism at school, and antisocial elements may engage in the destruction of social norms. It is quite possible that this type of struggle for freedom is genetically embedded in humans. Subjected to the action of negative reinforcers, people tend to act aggressively and receive positive reinforcement when they see harm caused by their aggression. Both tendencies obviously provide evolutionary advantages, and this can be easily demonstrated through experimentation. If two organisms that coexist peacefully are given painful electric shocks, they immediately engage in characteristic aggressive actions towards each other. Aggressive behavior does not necessarily have to be directed at the actual source of negative stimuli. It can be transferred to any other suitable object or person. Vandalism and rebellion often represent forms of aggression that are not directed or misdirected. An organism that experiences pain will also, if possible, act to gain access to another organism on which it can aggress. The extent to which human aggression is a manifestation of innate tendencies is unclear, and many of the ways in which people attack intentional manipulators to weaken or eliminate their influence are clearly the result of learning. What can be called the literature of freedom is written to encourage people to fight against those who try to control them using negative reinforcers in order to get rid of them. The content of this literature is the philosophy of freedom, but philosophy is one of those internal causes that must be critically analyzed. We say that a person behaves in a certain way because they have such a philosophy, but we make guesses about this philosophy based on their behavior, and therefore we should not use it as a satisfactory explanation, at least until it is explained itself. But on the other hand, the literature of freedom has a simple objective. It consists of books, brochures, proclamations, speeches, and other literary works aimed at motivating people to act in order to free themselves from various forms of coercion. It does not teach the philosophy of freedom, but rather urges people to take action. This literature often points out the repulsive conditions of coercion in which people live, possibly contrasting them with conditions in a freer world. Thus, it makes existing conditions more unbearable, multiplies the suffering of those it seeks to save. It also identifies those from whom one must flee and whose power must be weakened through resistance. Typical villains in this literature include dictators, priests, generals, capitalists, sadistic teachers, and authoritarian parents. This literature also prescribes a course of action. It pays little attention to escape, perhaps because such advice is unnecessary. Instead, it focuses on how to weaken or destroy oppressive power. Dictators must be overthrown, expelled, or killed. The legitimacy of the government is called into question. The ability of churches and sects to serve as intermediaries with supernatural forces is contested. Strikes and boycotts must be organized to weaken the economic power of capitalists, which supports an order based on oppression. The argument is reinforced by calling people to action, describing possible outcomes, and providing successful examples, following the pattern of testimonies in advertisements, and so on. Oppressors, of course, do not remain inactive. Governments make escape impossible by prohibiting travel abroad or punishing or even imprisoning fugitives. They prevent weapons and other instruments of power from falling into the hands of revolutionaries. They destroy literature of freedom in written form and imprison or kill those who disseminate it orally. To be successful, the struggle for freedom must intensify. There is little doubt about the importance of the literature of freedom. Without its help or support, people resign themselves to conditions of negative reinforcement in the most incredible ways. This is true even in cases where such conditions are partly caused by natural circumstances. Darwin, for example, found that the Fijians apparently made no effort to protect themselves from the cold. Their clothing was very minimal, and they hardly used it to shield themselves from inclement weather. And the most striking fact about the struggle for freedom from coercion is how often it was absent altogether. Many people over the centuries have submitted to the most obvious religious, political, and economic oppression, and outbreaks of the fight for freedom, if they occurred at all, were only episodic. The literature of freedom has made a significant contribution to the elimination of many practices in society based on negative reinforcement, in politics, religion, education, family life, and also in commodity production. However, the contribution of the literature of freedom is usually not discussed from this perspective. While it can be said about some traditional theories that they define freedom as the absence of control through negative reinforcers, the emphasis has always been on how people experience this state. Other traditional theories arguably define freedom as a state in which one's actions are governed only by non-coercive reinforcement. But the focus is on the state of consciousness associated with doing what one desires. As John Stuart Mill put it, freedom consists in doing what one desires. The literature of freedom has played an important role in changing social practice. But it has always defined its task as changing states of consciousness and feelings. Freedom is supposedly about ownership. A person escapes or removes the power of the oppressor in order to feel free, and once they feel free and can do what they want, no further action is recommended, and the literature of freedom prescribes nothing more except, perhaps, constant vigilance. Otherwise, oppression will be resumed. This sense of freedom becomes an unreliable guide to action when oppressors resort to non-coercive measures, which they are likely to do to avoid problems that arise when the victim escapes or attacks them. Non-coercive measures are not as obvious as coercive ones, and their effects may be slower, but they have obvious advantages that facilitate their application. For example, productive labor was once the result of punishment. A slave worked to avoid the consequences, punishment for not working. But wages are an example of a completely different principle. A person is paid when they behave as required, so they continue to behave that way. Although it has long been recognized that rewards have beneficial effects, systems of wage labor developed slowly. In the 19th century, it was believed that industry needed a hungry workforce and that wages would be effective only when a hungry worker could use them to buy food. But by making work less repugnant, for example, by reducing the working day and improving working conditions, it became possible to motivate people to work for less compensation. Until very recently, Education was almost entirely based on negative reinforcement. A student studied to avoid punishment as a consequence of idleness, but even here non-coercive methods were gradually discovered and put into practice. Skilled parents learned to reward children for good behavior instead of punishing them for bad behavior. Religious institutions replaced the threat of hellfire with sermons about divine love, and governments replaced a series of coercive sanctions with various forms of rewards, which we will return to later in the book. What lay people call rewards is actually positive reinforcement, the effects of which have been exhaustively studied in the experimental analysis of operant behavior. The action of reward is not as easily recognizable as the action of negative consequences because it tends to have a delayed effect, and therefore its implementation has been slower. However, equally powerful methods, similar to the old methods of negative reinforcement, have become available for it now. Defenders of freedom face challenges when behavior caused by positive reinforcement has delayed negative consequences. This is especially likely when the process is used for deliberate manipulation, where the manipulator's benefit usually means a loss for the manipulated. So-called conditioned positive reinforcers often have delayed negative outcomes. Take money, for example. It acts as a reinforcer only after it is used to pay for a reinforcing commodity, but it can still be used as a reinforcer even when it cannot be used to pay for the commodity. Counterfeit money, a bad check, a blocked check, or promises that will not be fulfilled are conditional reinforcers, although their negative consequences are usually quickly detected. A classic example is a gold bar that is only gold-plated on the outside. This immediately elicits counteraction. We flee or attack those who so blatantly abuse conditional reinforcement. However, the abuse of many social reinforcers often goes unnoticed. Personal attention, approval, and love usually act as reinforcers only if there was some connection to existing reinforcers. But they can still be used even when that connection is absent. The imitation of approval and love, often employed by parents and teachers to encourage behavior change, is insincere and false. The same applies to flattery, friendly approaches, and many other ways of winning friends. However, genuine reinforcers can also be used in ways that have negative consequences. Governments can prevent the loss of popular support by making people's lives more interesting, with free bread and circuses, supporting athletes, gambling, the consumption of alcohol and other drugs, as well as various forms of sexual satisfaction, the purpose of which is to keep people within reach of negative sanctions. The Goncourt brothers noted the spread of pornography in their contemporary France. Pornographic literature, they wrote, serves the Buzz Empire. People are tamed just like lions, through masturbation. Genuine positive reinforcement can also be abused simply because the amount of reinforcement is not proportional to its impact on behavior. Reinforcement is typically given only periodically, and the reinforcement schedule has a greater influence on behavior than the quantity of reinforcement received. Some reinforcement schedules generate a large number of behavioral acts in exchange for a very small amount of reinforcement, and this opportunity has naturally not escaped the attention of interested potential manipulators. Two types of reinforcement schedules can be identified that can easily be abused to the detriment of those receiving reinforcement. In a system of material stimulation known as piece rate payment, a worker receives a specific amount for each unit of work performed. This system seems to guarantee a balance between the production of goods and wages. This scheme is attractive to employers who exploit the workforce, as they can calculate the costs of labor in advance, and it is also tempting for workers who can decide how much they will earn. However, this so-called fixed ratio schedule of reinforcement can be used to obtain a large number of behavioral acts in exchange for very little reinforcement. It encourages the worker to work intensively, and this ratio can be gradually stretched, meaning that the employer can reduce the payment per unit of production without much risk of the worker stopping work. For the worker, the final outcome in this scheme, a huge amount of work for very low pay, can be very negative. Another type of reinforcement schedule, a variable ratio schedule of reinforcement, underlies all gambling systems. The owner of a gambling house pays customers for giving him money, meaning he pays them winnings based on their bets. However, he pays them according to a scheme that sustains their desire to place bets, although in the end, the total amount paid out as winnings is less than the total amount of bets placed. Initially, the average ratio may be favorable for the gambler. By placing bets, they win. But this ratio can be gradually changed so that they continue to gamble even when they start losing. This change can be either random or intentionally manipulated by those controlling the chances of winning. In the long run, the utility of the game turns out to be negative. The player loses everything. It is difficult to effectively combat delayed negative consequences because they do not occur when escape or attack is still possible. When, for example, a manipulative fraudster can be identified or is within reach. As long as immediate reinforcement remains positive, there are no objections. The problem that those who value freedom must solve here is the creation of immediate negative consequences. A classic problem is self-control. A person eats too much and becomes ill from it, but once recovered, they overeat again. Tasty food or the behavior it triggers must be made unpleasant enough for the person to escape from overeating. One might think that the consequences of overeating can only be avoided before eating, but the ancient Romans avoided them afterwards. They used vomitoriums. Immediate negative stimuli can be conditioned. Something similar is done when overeating is called gluttony or sinful indulgence. Other types of behavior that need to be suppressed can be declared illegal and, accordingly, punishable. The more distant the negative consequences are in time, the more problematic they become. It took a lot of effort with the technology to ensure that the fatal consequences of smoking cigarettes could have the necessary impact on behavior. Engaging hobbies, sports activities, love affairs, or big earnings can successfully overshadow serious activities that would bring much more positive reinforcement in the long run. But the required time is too extensive to trigger behavioral management resistance. That's why not everyone opposes behavioral management, only those who suffer from negative consequences and don't receive positive reinforcement. Laws are enacted against gambling, labor unions oppose piece rate payment, and no one is allowed to exploit child labor or purchase immoral sexual services. But those very people whom these measures are intended to protect can strongly oppose them. A gambler is dissatisfied with laws against gambling, an alcoholic with restrictions on alcohol sales, and a child or a prostitute may willingly work for those who pay them. The literature of freedom has never objected to manipulative management methods that do not provoke escape or counterattacks because it viewed the problem of freedom from the perspective of states of consciousness and feelings. In his book titled Sovereignty, Bertrand de Jouvenel quotes two important authorities of this literature. According to Leibniz, freedom consists in the ability to do what one wants, and according to Voltaire, when I can do what I want, that's freedom for me. However, both writers added a concluding phrase, Leibniz, or in the power to wish for what is attainable, and Voltaire, more frankly, but I cannot change my desires. Jouvenel removed this phrase in a footnote, stating that the power to wish is a problem of lower freedom that supposedly goes beyond the gambit of freedom. A person desires something only if they act to obtain it when the opportunity rises. A person who says, I want to eat something, will probably eat if they find some food. If they say, "I want to warm up," they will probably go to a warm place if it is available. In the past, reinforcement for these acts of behavior was precisely what was desired. But what a person feels when they feel that they want something depends on the circumstances. For example, food serves as a reinforcer only in a state of hunger, and a person who wants to eat may feel symptoms of this state, for example, when salivating. A person who wants to warm up probably feels cold. States associated with a high probability of performing the corresponding behavior can also be felt together with aspects of the current situation that are similar to those of previous situations in which this behavior was reinforced. However, neither desire is a feeling nor is a feeling the cause of a person acting to obtain what they desire. Certain factors simply increase the likelihood of performing the behavior and at the same time create conditions that can be felt by the person. Therefore, freedom is a question of reinforcement factors, not the feelings that these factors evoke. Distinguishing this is particularly important in cases where these factors do not provoke escape or counterattacks. The uncertainty surrounding resistance to non-coercive measures can be easily illustrated. In the 1930s, it was deemed necessary to reduce agricultural production. The corresponding decree, the Agricultural Adjustment Act, authorized the Secretary of Agriculture to pay rents and subsidies to farmers who agreed to reduce production, essentially paying farmers for the volume of agricultural products they agreed not to produce. Forcing them to reduce production would contradict the Constitution, and the government claimed that it was simply assisting them in doing so. However, the Supreme Court acknowledged that positive incentives can be as irresistible as coercive measures and ruled that the power to give or withhold unlimited subsidies is the power to coerce or destroy. However, this decision was later overturned when the court ruled that the position asserting that stimulus or temptation is equivalent to coercion will plunge the law into endless difficulties. Let's consider some of these difficulties. The same problem arises when the government organizes a lottery to increase revenue while reducing taxes. In both cases, the government takes the same amount of money from its citizens, although not necessarily from the same individuals. By exploiting the lottery, it avoids certain undesirable consequences, as people avoid heavy taxation by hiding income or resorting to aggression without re-electing the government that introduced new taxes. A lottery that uses sparse reinforcement schedules with varying ratios does not elicit any of these negative reactions. The only resistance comes from those who fundamentally oppose gambling establishments, etc., and who themselves rarely engage in gambling. The third example is the practice of enticing prisoners to voluntarily participate in potentially dangerous experiments, such as testing new medications, in exchange for improved conditions of confinement and reduced sentence. If prisoners were forced to participate, it would cause widespread protests. But are they truly free when they receive positive reinforcement, especially considering that the improved conditions of confinement and reduced sentence were imposed on them by the state? This question often arises in more subtle forms. For instance, the argument has been made that uncontrolled pregnancy prevention services and abortions do not provide unlimited freedom to produce or not to produce offspring, because they cost time and money. Compensation should be provided to poor members of society so they can have real freedom of choice. If fair compensation accurately offsets the time and money costs required for practical birth control implementation, then people will truly be free from the coercion caused by the expenditure of time and money. However, whether they will have children or not will still depend on other conditions that are not taken into account. If a country provides generous positive reinforcement to the practice of pregnancy prevention and abortions, To what extent do its citizens have the freedom to choose to have or not have children? Uncertainty regarding behavior management through positive reinforcement is evident in two remarks that are often encountered in the literature of freedom. Firstly, it is argued that although behavior is fully determined, it is better for a person to feel free or consider themselves free. If it means that it is better if our behavior is controlled in ways that have no negative consequences, then that can be agreed upon. But if it means that it is better if our behavior is controlled by methods that no one rebels against, then it does not take into account the possibility of deferred negative consequences. The second remark seems more relevant. It is better to be a conscious slave than a happy slave. The word slave accurately characterizes the ultimate essence of the consequences. It is exploitative and therefore negative. All the slave needs to realize is the wretched condition, and a system of slavery that is so well organized that rebellion against it is impossible poses the most real threat. The literature of freedom requires people to realize coercive behavior management, but its choice of methods is unable to save happy slaves. One of the major figures in the literature of freedom, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, was not afraid of the power of positive reinforcement. In his remarkable book Émile, he gave the following advice to teachers: let believe that he is always independent, although in reality, you always control him. There is no obedience more perfect than that which maintains the appearance of freedom, because by this method, you captivate his will itself. The poor child who knows nothing and cannot do anything, is he not entirely under your power? Do you not arrange everything in the world that surrounds him? Can you not influence him as you wish? And his occupations, his games, his joys, and his sufferings, are they not all in your hands, without his knowledge? Undoubtedly, he must do only what he himself wants, but he must want to do only what you want him to do. He must not take a step that you have not anticipated. When he opens his mouth, he must say only what you already know he will say. Rousseau could write such things only because he had unlimited faith in the benevolence of teachers, who ought to use their absolute power only for the good of their students. But, as we will see later, benevolence provides no guarantee against the abuse of power, and very few in the history of the struggle for freedom have demonstrated the tranquility inherent in Rousseau. On the contrary, they took the opposite position, considering any power harmful. In doing so, they provided a vivid example of a behavioral process called generalization. Many forms of power are extremely negative, whether in their nature or their consequences, and the conclusion is drawn that all of them should be avoided. The Puritans went even further in generalization, claiming that the majority of positive reinforcement is harmful, regardless of whether it is intentional or accidental, simply because people sometimes get into trouble because of it. The literature of freedom calls for fleeing from all authorities or fighting against them. It does so by declaring any manifestation of power as coercion. It is argued that anyone who manipulates the behavior of others is a scoundrel with a mandatory tendency towards exploitation. Power, they say, is the direct opposite of freedom, and if freedom is good, then power must be evil. In doing so, they overlook such power that never leads to negative consequences. Many social institutions necessary for the prosperity of our species involve human governance, and no one who values the advancement of humanity can prohibit it. We will see later in the book that in order to defend the position that all authority is evil, it was necessary to distort or silence the essence of beneficial social institutions and prefer powerless social institutions precisely because they can be disguised or hidden, which is truly the most absurd result. To continue using coercive measures. The problem lies in freeing people, not from power itself, but only from certain forms of power, and this can only be achieved when our analysis takes into account all the consequences. What people think about power, both before and after the literature of freedom influences their opinions, makes no useful difference. If it were not for unwarranted generalization that all authority is evil, we would have the same simple approach to the social environment as we do to the non-social natural environment. And although technological progress has freed humans from some negative aspects of the surrounding environment, it has not freed them from the environment itself. We acknowledge the fact that we are dependent on the world around us. We simply change the nature of this dependency. Similarly, to make the social environment as free as possible from negative stimuli, we need to transform it rather than destroy or flee from it. The reason for human struggle for freedom is not a desire to be free, but certain behavioral processes characteristic of the human organism, the main result of which is the prevention or avoidance of so-called aversive features of the environment. Physical and biological technologies have primarily dealt with natural negative stimuli. The struggle for freedom deals with stimuli deliberately created by other people. The literature of freedom has identified these other people and proposed methods of escaping them or weakening or destroying their power. It has been successful in reducing the number of coercive stimuli used in intentional behavior control. But it made a mistake by defining freedom in terms of states of consciousness or feelings, and therefore was unable to effectively combat methods of control that do not elicit escape or rebellion but still have negative consequences. It was forced to declare any authority as evil and distort many of the advantages provided by the social environment. It is not prepared for the next step, which involves not freeing people from power, but analyzing and changing the methods of behavior control to which they are subjected. Chapter 3, Honor. It is believed that any evidence that a person's behavior can be conditioned by external circumstances threatens their honor or dignity. We are not inclined to recognize as a person's merit achievements that are actually the result of forces over which they have no control. We can only agree with evidence whose significance is limited, just as we are not particularly concerned about evidence that a person is not free. No one is outraged when it turns out that important details in works of art and literature, political careers, and scientific discoveries are influenced by the corresponding influences in the lives of artists, writers, government officials, and scientists. But as behavior analysis adds more and more evidence, the achievements for which credit should be given to the individual themselves seem to approach zero. That is why now these very pieces of evidence and the science that generates them are being criticized. If freedom is a problem caused by the negative consequences of behavior, then the problem of honor and merit is related to positive reinforcement. When someone does something pleasant for us, we encourage them to do it again and again, praising or rewarding them. We applaud the performer precisely to encourage them to repeat their performance, as evidenced by such exclamations as encore, more, and bravo. We show appreciation to the person by patting them on the back or saying great job, or well done, or by showing them signs of our respect, such as awards, honors, or rewards. Some of these things themselves serve as reinforcers. Patting on the back is a form of caress, and rewards can be either unconditional reinforcers or conditional ones. Praise and approval generally function as reinforcers because anyone who praises a person or approves of what they do is inclined to provide reinforcement in other ways as well. Reinforcement can even be the cessation of threats. For example, agreement with a resolution often simply consists of ceasing objections to it. There is a natural tendency to provide reinforcement to those who provide us with reinforcement, as well as a tendency to attack those who attack us, but such behavior is generated by various social factors. We approve of those who act in our best interest because we receive reinforcement if they continue to do so. When we praise someone for something specific, we are also highlighting the very factor of reinforcement. Praising a person for winning a game emphasizes the fact that the victory depended on their actions, and this can then become a stronger reinforcer for them. The amount of gratitude a person receives is curiously tied to the obscurity of the reasons for their behavior. We refrain from expressing gratitude when these reasons are obvious. For example, we usually do not praise people for their reflex reactions. We do not praise those who cough, sneeze, or vomit, even though the result of these actions may be beneficial. For the same reason, we do not particularly praise behavior that is clearly under the control of negative reinforcement, even though it may be useful. As Montaigne noted, anything that is done on command is more to the credit of the one who commands than the one who performs. We do not approve of sycophancy, even if it serves an important function. And we do not thank for behavior that is clearly caused by obvious positive reinforcement. We share Iago's contempt for the duteous and knee-crooking knave that, doting on his own obsequious bondage, wears out his time, much like his master's ass, for naught but provender. About those who are easily manipulated through positive reinforcement with sex, they are called fools, and this word was immortalized by Kipling in two famous lines. A fool there was and he made his prayer to a rag, a bone, and a hank of hair. Members of the noble classes in the past lost their honor if they succumbed to the temptation of positive reinforcement from engaging in trade. However, among those who receive money as reinforcement, dignity generally suffers in proportion to the obvious dependence on reinforcement. It is less honorable to work for a weekly wage than for a monthly salary, even though the total amount would be the same for both. This loss of honor can be explained by the fact that most professions only slowly transitioned to dependence on monetary reinforcement. For a long time, teachers did not receive payment from their students, apparently because receiving payment would undermine their dignity. And lending money at interest was criticized and even persecuted as usury for many centuries. We do not respect a writer for a blatantly commissioned work, or an artist for a painting that is obviously created for sale and caters to vulgar taste. And above all, we do not respect those who clearly seek praise. We do not hesitate to give praise when there are no obvious reasons for the behavior that elicits it. Love is much more commendable when it is unrequited, and art, music, and literature are more admirable when they are not recognized. We praise the most when there are compelling reasons to behave completely differently, such as when a lover is cruelly mistreated or when art, music, or literature are persecuted. If we approve of someone who prioritizes duties over love, it is because the control over behavior that love can exert is very strong. Traditionally, it was customary to praise those who lived monastically, distributed their wealth, or remained faithful to their cause despite persecution, because there were weighty reasons to behave otherwise. The degree of praiseworthiness depends on the strength of opposing factors. We admire loyalty in proportion to the intensity of persecution, generosity in proportion to the sacrifices made, and celibacy in proportion to a person's inclination to engage in sexual activity. As Lauro Kefaucald remarked, no one deserves praise for goodness if they lack the strength of character to be wicked. All other kindness is usually nothing more than laziness or weakness of will. The inverse proportionality between praiseworthiness and the obviousness of the reasons for behavior is particularly pronounced in cases where behavior is unmistakably under the control of a stimulus. The extent to which we are inclined to praise someone for using complex equipment depends on the circumstances. If it is obvious that they are simply imitating the actions of another worker, meaning someone is showing them what to do visually, we do not consider it a great merit, and at best, we praise them for being able to imitate and perform the necessary actions. If they act based on oral instructions, meaning someone is telling them what to do, we consider it a slightly greater merit, at least for having a good enough understanding of the terminology to follow the instructions. If they act according to written operating instructions, we consider it an additional merit of being able to read. However, we attribute to them the skill of working with the equipment only if they can do so without any hints, even though they may have achieved it through imitation or with the help of oral or written instructions. And they receive the maximum praise if it turns out that they can use the equipment without any external assistance, as they are no longer obligated to follow any instructions. Their behavior is now fully shaped by inconspicuous reinforcement factors inherent to the equipment itself, which have become a thing of the past. Similar examples can be found in speech behavior. We provide positive reinforcement for people's speech activities. We pay them for reading aloud, delivering lectures, performing roles in movies and theaters, but in doing so, we give praise reinforcement for what is being voiced, not for the act of speaking itself. Suppose someone makes an important statement. We consider their merit minimal if they simply repeat what another speaker just said. If they read from a paper, we appreciate their merits a little more, particularly their knowledge of how to read. If they speak from memory, meaning there is no observable stimulus during the speech, we attribute to them the merit of knowing the essence of the statement. However, if it turns out that the content of the statement is their original creation, with nothing borrowed from anyone else's speech behavior, that is considered the maximum possible merit. We praise an executive child more than one who needs reminders of their responsibilities, because reminders are the most obvious characteristic of temporal reinforcement factors. We respect someone who can perform calculations in their head, more than someone who does the same calculations on paper, because the stimuli that govern the sequential steps of arithmetic operations are evident on paper. A theoretical physicist is held in higher regard than an experimental physicist, since the latter's activities undoubtedly depend on laboratory observations and experiments. We praise those who behave well without supervision more than those who require it, as well as those who speak a foreign language fluently more than those who need to consult grammar and dictionaries. We acknowledge this curious dependence of the praiseworthiness of actions on the inconspicuousness of the controlling conditions behind them, concealing this control to avoid disrespect or claiming respect that we do not truly deserve. A general does everything possible to maintain their dignity when traveling in a jeep through rough terrain, and a flutist continues playing despite a fly crawling on their face. We fear sneezing or laughing in solemn occasions, and after making a foolish mistake, we try to act as if we did not make it. We endure pain without flinching, we eat politely even when hungry, we calmly take money from the table won in cards, risking getting burned as we slowly swallow hot food. Dr. Johnson rebelled against this. Spitting out a mouthful of hot potatoes, he shouted to his astonished companions, "Only a fool would swallow this." In other words, we avoid situations that threaten our dignity. We try to make a good impression by masking or hiding the factors that govern our behavior. The TV announcer reads from a script behind the camera, and the teacher secretly glances at their notes. It seems to us that both are speaking from memory or improvising, when in reality they are reading cheat sheets. We strive to create a favorable impression by inventing less compelling reasons for our behavior. We try to save face by attributing our behavior to false, less obvious, or less compelling reasons, pretending, for example, that otherwise nothing bad would happen to us. Following the example of the Saint Jerome, we turn necessity into virtue, doing what we are forced to do but pretending as if we are free not to do it. We hide coercion by doing more than required. If someone forces you to go 1 mile, go with them too. We try to avoid shame for blameworthy behavior by claiming that it was caused by irresistible reasons. As Chodorlos de Laclos noted in the novel Dangerous Liaisons, a woman must have an excuse for giving herself to a man. What could be better in this situation than pretending to yield to a stronger person? We strengthen our reputation by putting ourselves in situations where people usually behave unworthily but refrain from doing so. We seek conditions where certain behavior receives positive reinforcement and then choose not to behave that way. We toy with temptations like an ascetic in the desert who maximizes the virtue of their mortification of the flesh by arranging for beautiful women and delicious food to be nearby. We continue to chastise ourselves, resembling flagellants when we could easily stop or choose the fate of a martyr when we could avoid it. When we try to spare the honor of others, we attempt to obscure the obvious reasons for their behavior. We resort to gentle persuasion rather than punishment, because conditional positive reinforcement is less obvious than unconditional reinforcement, and evasion is more commendable than flight. Knowing that a hint will be enough, we give the student their opportunity instead of providing them with the ready-made answer that wouldn't count. We merely suggest or advise, rather than command. We give permission to those who are determined to behave inappropriately against all odds, like the bishop who, as the host of a formal dinner, exclaimed, "Those who want to smoke, let them smoke." We help people save face by agreeing with their explanations of their behavior, no matter how unlikely they may be. And we test people's integrity by giving them a chance to behave dishonestly. In Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, patient Griselda proved her faithfulness to her husband by resisting the incredible opportunities he gave her to betray him. Of course, praising in proportion to the weight of the reasons governing behavior may simply be the result of good manners. We calculate our opportunities carefully. There is no point in approving of someone for doing what they intend to do anyway, and we assess the likelihood of that based on the information available to us. And we will certainly praise someone if we know there is no other way to achieve what we want from them and that they have no other reasons to behave differently. We will not praise knowing that praise will change nothing. We do not waste praise on reflexes, because it is very difficult, and often impossible, to reinforce them with operant conditioning. We also refrain from expressing gratitude for something that was done accidentally. We also refrain from gratitude if someone else expresses it. For example, we do not thank people for giving alms if they have already boasted about it in advance, because they have already received their reward. The rational use of resources is often more evident in relation to punishments. Usually, punishments are not given when they will not cause any changes in behavior, such as when an offense is committed accidentally or by someone who is mentally disabled or a psychopath. Good upbringing can also explain why we do not praise people who obviously work diligently only for the sake of praise. An action deserves praise only if it is more than just praiseworthy. If those who work diligently for praise do not do anything useful beyond that, then praising them is entirely in vain. Such praise can even undermine the effectiveness of other reinforcement factors. An athlete who strives to win applause or play to the crowd is less responsive to the reinforcement factors inherent in the game itself. Clearly, we are interested in the reasonable application of calling rewards and punishments deserved or undeserved and fair or unfair. It matters to us that a person truly deserves something or, as dictionaries explain it, is worthy of it by a right or by justice, entitled to it by a right for deeds or qualities shown. Excessive rewards are more than necessary to maintain desirable behavior. Particularly unfair is the case when nothing has been done to deserve the reward, or when what has actually been done deserves punishment. Excessive punishment is also unjust, especially when a person has done nothing to deserve it or has behaved well. Disproportionate consequences of actions are harmful and can lead to problems. For example, luck often makes people lazy, while misfortune often ruins the diligent. In this case, positive reinforcement is not necessarily given by other people. Luck and misfortune create problems when they are objectively undeserved. We strive to correct wrong reinforcement factors when we say that a person should be grateful for their luck. This implies that they should continue to act in the same way, because they have already received enough reinforcement for it. Indeed, it is commonly believed that a person can only appreciate things when they have truly earned them. The etymology of the word appreciate is very important. To appreciate someone's behavior means to determine its value. Appreciate and respect are closely related in meaning. We appreciate behavior in terms of evaluating the appropriateness of providing reinforcement to it. We respect it simply by paying attention to it. Thus, we respect a worthy opponent in the sense that their strength deserves attention. Person gains respect by capturing attention, and we do not respect those who are unworthy of our attention. Undoubtedly, we pay special attention to things we respect and value. But we don't necessarily determine their worth. However, there is something greater than manners or appropriate reinforcement in our attitude towards dignity and worth. We not only praise, thank, approve, or applaud a person, but we also admire them, which is closely related to astonish or marvel. We revere the inexplicable. So it is not surprising that we tend to admire behavior more strongly when we understand it less. And, of course, what we do not understand, we attribute to a free personality. A medieval troubadour singing his poem had to appear possessed. Just as a modern actor speaking his lines from memory appears possessed by the character he portrays. God spoke through the mouths of oracles and priests who recited sacred texts. Ideas emerge mysteriously in the minds of intuitive mathematicians through unconscious thought processes, and they are admired more for this than mathematicians whose activity consists of logically reasoned steps. The creative genius of an artist, composer, or writer seems supernatural. We feel that we have encountered a miracle when we admire such behavior, because we do not see any other way to reinforce it. We can compel soldiers to risk their lives or generously reward them for it, but in neither case can we admire them. However, when we motivate someone to risk their life when they are not obliged to, and when there is no obvious reward for it, admiration is appropriate. The difference between expressing admiration and gratitude is clear. We admire behavior that not even admiration can influence. We may call scientific discoveries, works of art, music, or books admirable, but only at such a time or in such a way that we cannot influence the scientist, artist, composer, or writer. Although we should also express gratitude and offer alternative rewards if possible. We admire the gifts of heredity, physical beauty, dexterity, or the valor of a people, a family, or an individual, without intending to change them. What can be called the defense of honor has many similarities to the struggle for freedom. The cessation of positive reinforcement has a negative effect, and when people are deprived of gratitude or admiration, or even the opportunity for gratitude or admiration, they respond accordingly. They either flee from those who deprive them of these or attack them to weaken their effectiveness. Literature of honor exposes those who harm human dignity. It describes the techniques they use and recommends the necessary countermeasures. Like literature of freedom, it pays little attention to simply avoiding them, apparently because it is unnecessary to teach this. Instead, it focuses on weakening those who harm the dignity of others. These measures are rarely as violent as those recommended in literature of freedom, probably because the loss of honor is usually less unpleasant than pain or death. They often amount to verbal protest. We react to those who deprive us of due respect by protesting, resisting, or condemning them and their actions. The feeling inherent in a person when protesting is usually called offense, the sense of which is defined as an expression of indignant dissatisfaction. But we protest not because we feel offended. We protest and feel offended simultaneously because we have been deprived of the opportunity to be an object of admiration or gratitude. The majority of literature on dignity deals with questions of justice and proportionality in rewards and punishments. Both freedom and honor remain under threat as long as punishment is considered expedient. The economy introduced the principle of determining a fair price or fair retribution into this literature. The first protest of a child, "This is unfair," usually refers to the size of the reward or punishment. Here we are dealing with the part of the literature of dignity that protests against encroachments on personal dignity. An individual protests when they are excessively oppressed, schemed against, harassed, made to work with faulty tools, ridiculed through supposedly innocent jokes, or forced to behave in a demeaning manner, for example, in prison or a concentration camp. They protest and feel indignant when the authorities invent any unnecessary management measure. We offend them by offering to pay for services they have provided selflessly because we insinuate that they have much less generosity or magnanimity. A student protests if we give them an answer they already know because we destroy their chance of receiving a good grade for knowing it. By providing irrefutable evidence of the existence of God, we undermine their claim to unconditional faith. Mystics despise the orthodox, as enthusiasts of antinomies believe that behaving well by following commandments is by no means true virtue. Civil rights are not easily defended in the face of the police. Demanding that a citizen take an oath of loyalty means destroying a certain part of their loyalty that they could otherwise take pride in, as any loyal behavior can later be attributed to taking the oath. An artist protests when they are told that they paint pictures that sell well, and a writer, that they write on demand, or a politician, that they support a legislative initiative to attract voters. We tend to object when we are told that we imitate someone we admire or merely repeat what we have heard or read somewhere in books. We protest against any assumption that the negative consequences, contrary to which we behave honorably, are insignificant. Accordingly, we object when we are told that the mountain we are about to climb is actually trivial, that the enemy we are about to attack is not strong, that the work we do is actually easy, or, as Lauro Kefaucult wrote, that we behave well because we lack the strength of character to behave badly. When P.V. Bridgman claimed that scientists are particularly inclined to recognize and correct their mistakes, because in science any mistake will soon be discovered by someone else, he was told that he challenges the virtue of scientists. From time to time, it seemed that progress in applied physics and biology threatened the values or dignity of people. That's when they reduced opportunities to receive gratitude or inspire reverence. Medical science has reduced the need to silently endure pain and the possibility of evoking admiration through it. For buildings constructed according to fire safety standards, courageous firefighters are not needed. For safe ships, brave sailors are not required. And for safe airplanes, daring pilots are unnecessary. Modern animal husbandry does not require the services of Hercules. When exhausting and dangerous work is no longer necessary, hardworking and brave individuals begin to appear foolish. In this matter, the literature of dignity conflicts with the literature of freedom, which advocates for reducing negative factors in everyday life to make behavior less difficult, dangerous, or painful. However, The concern for personal dignity sometimes triumphs over liberation from negative stimuli. An example of this is when pain relief during childbirth, independent of the medical aspect, is not as readily accepted as pain relief during dental treatment. Military expert J.F.C. Fuller wrote, "The highest military honors are given for bravery, not intelligence. And any new type of weapon that is stronger than individual courage encounters resistance. Some labor-saving devices are still rejected on the basis that they diminish the value of the products." It is said that manual sawyers opposed the introduction of sawmills and destroyed them because their jobs were at risk, but more importantly, the sawmills reduced the value of their labor by lowering the prices of sawn boards. However, in this conflict, freedom generally prevails over dignity. People admire those who subject themselves to danger, hard work, and suffering, but almost everyone is willing to forego such honors. However, behavior technology is much more difficult than technologies created by physics and biology, because it threatens too many mysterious properties of the soul. The alphabet was a great invention that allowed people to preserve and transmit records of speech behavior and learn easily what was previously difficult, that is, learning from books rather than from direct and possibly dangerous encounters with the real world. But before people recognized the extraordinary advantages of learning from the experiences of others, nullifying personal experience was considered undesirable. In Plato's dialogue Phaedrus, the Egyptian king Thamus argued that those who learn from books possess only the appearance of wisdom, not wisdom itself. Simply reading something written is far less praiseworthy than expressing the same thing by intuition. A person who reads a book may seem knowledgeable, but according to Thamus, they know nothing. And when text is used to aid memory, Thamus claimed that memory would deteriorate from disuse. Reading is less praiseworthy than reciting from memory. Behavior technology has many other methods that, by reducing the need for exhausting, tortuous, and dangerous work, diminish the opportunities to be objects of admiration. Logarithmic scales, calculators, and computers are adversaries of mental arithmetic. Yet, even here, the advantages of liberation from negative stimuli can compensate for the loss of admiration. It may seem that, except for technical applications, there are no benefits that outweigh the diminishing of dignity or honor due to fundamental scientific analysis. However, the essence of scientific progress is such that the functions of an autonomous individual diminish one by one as a better understanding of the role of the environment is gained. The scientific concept seems to demean individuality because in the end, there will be nothing left that can be attributed to autonomous personality. As for awe in the sense of amazement, the behavior we admire is the behavior we cannot yet explain. Science naturally strives for the most complete explanation of such behavior. Its goal is to debunk all kinds of miracles. Defenders of dignity may protest, but they only delay achievements for which, under traditional conditions, a person would receive the greatest gratitude and maximum admiration. We acknowledge the worth and honor of a person when we praise them for what they have done. The amount of praise they receive is inversely proportional to the obviousness of the reasons for their behavior. If we don't know why a person acts in a certain way, we attribute the cause of their behavior to themselves. We ourselves seek additional praise for ourselves by hiding the reasons why we behave the way we do or by claiming to act due to less weighty reasons. We avoid damaging the dignity of others by subtly manipulating them. We admire people to the extent that we cannot explain the reasons for their behavior. And the word admiration is close in meaning to the word amazement. What can be called the literature of worth is concerned with providing proper retribution. It may protest against achievements in the field of technology, including behavioral technology, because they diminish the opportunities for being objects of admiration. as well as against the fundamental analysis of behavior, as it offers an alternative explanation for behavior that was previously attributed to individuals. This literature thus stands as an obstacle to further achievements of humanity. Chapter 4. Punishment freedom is sometimes explained as the absence of resistance or constraints. A wheel spins freely if there is minimal friction on the axle. A horse is freed from the reins to which it was tied. A person is freed from the branches that caught them when they climbed a tree. Physical deprivation of freedom is a tangible state that seems particularly useful for defining what freedom is, but when considering important issues, it turns out to be merely a metaphor and not a very successful one. People can indeed be subdued by chains, handcuffs, straitjackets, prison walls, and concentration camps. But what is called behavior management, the subduing accomplished through factors reinforcement, is a different matter altogether. Apart from situations of physical deprivation of freedom, a person has the least freedom and dignity when under the threat of punishment, which unfortunately often falls upon the majority of people. Punishment is a very common phenomenon that teaches us many things. A child stumbles while running, falls, and it hurts. They touch a bee, and it stings them. They take a bone from a dog, and it bites them. As a result, they learn not to do those things again. People have created a more comfortable and less dangerous world primarily to avoid various forms of punishment that exist in nature. The word punishment is usually used to denote the factors of influence intentionally created by other people, which result in positive reinforcement for them. Punitive acts of influence should not be confused with behavior management through negative reinforcement, where people are encouraged to behave in a certain way. Punishment is an attempt to motivate people not to behave in a certain way. A person resorts to punishment when criticizing, mocking, accusing, or physically attacking another person in an effort to suppress undesirable behavior. The state is often seen as an organ of punitive power, and some religions teach that sinful behavior will result in eternal and terrible punishment. It can be assumed that literature advocating freedom and honor should oppose punitive measures and strive for fewer or even no punishments in the world, and to some extent, this is true. However, punitive sanctions are still widespread. People still try to control each other mostly through condemnation and accusation rather than approval and praise. The army and police remain the most powerful instruments of state power. Believers are sometimes reminded of the fiery hell, and teachers have abandoned corporal punishment only to replace it with more sophisticated forms of punishment. And what is most curious is that defenders of freedom and honor are not only not opposed to punishments, but are largely responsible for their continued use. This strange situation can be understood only by examining how organisms react to punitive factors. The goal of punishment is to eliminate unpleasant, dangerous, or otherwise undesirable behavior from the behavioral repertoire, assuming that a person who has been punished will be less inclined to engage in such behavior in the future. Unfortunately, it is not that simple. Rewards and punishments differ not only in the direction of the intended changes in behavior. A child who has been severely punished for sexual play may not necessarily be less inclined to engage in it in the future, and a person imprisoned for a violent attack may not necessarily be less inclined to violence. The behavior that prompted punishment tends to reappear after the punitive measures cease. The appearance of achieving desired results can often be explained quite differently. For example, punishment can cause incompatible emotions. In a boy who has been severely punished for sexual play, the desire to engage in it may, so to speak, disappear, and escaping from the punisher is incompatible with fighting against him. Therefore, future situations involving sexual play or fighting may evoke behavior that is incompatible with these situations, developed through conditioning. and how a person will perceive the result of this conditioning, as a sense of shame, guilt, or sin, depends on who punished them, parents, peers, institutions, or the church, respectively. This unpleasant state caused by punishment has a much more significant effect. Literally, a person's behavior can only be directed to avoid punishment. They can certainly avoid it by behaving in an unpunishable manner, but there are other ways as well. Some of them are destructive for him with inadequate neurotic reactions, which are already carefully studied for this reason. These so-called dynamics of Freud, so to speak, are channels through which repressed desires evade prohibitions and find an opportunity for expression. But they can simply be interpreted as tricks through which people avoid punishment. Accordingly, a person's behavior can become such that it becomes impossible to punish him because it will not be visible, as in the case of fantasizing and daydreaming. He may resort to sublimation, indulging in behavior that achieves similar reinforcement effects but is not punishable. He may resort to a substitute for punishable behavior, directing it towards objects that cannot punish him, for example, being aggressive towards inanimate objects, children, or small animals. He may observe others who engage in punishable behavior or read about them, identifying himself with them or interpreting others' behavior as punishable, projecting his own tendencies onto them. He may rationalize his behavior by inventing reasons for himself or others that make it unpunishable, asserting, for example, that he is hitting a child for their own good. There are even more effective ways to avoid punishment. One can avoid situations in which acts of punishable behavior are possible. A person who has been punished for drinking may stay away from places that tempt him, where he has the opportunity to get drunk. And a student who has been punished for skipping school may try to avoid situations that distract him from completing assignments. There is another strategy that involves changing the surrounding world so that punishment for specific behavior is less likely. We reduce natural punishing factors when we repair a broken staircase to reduce the likelihood of falling from it. And we weaken the punishing factors of the social environment by only associating with the most docile friends. Yet another strategy is to reduce the probability of committing acts of punishable behavior. A person who is often punished for immediately becoming enraged may start counting to 10 before acting. He avoids punishment if during that time his inclination to act aggressively decreases to an acceptable level. Or he may make punishable behavior less likely by altering his physiological state that governs aggressiveness, for example, by taking calming medications. In the past, men even resorted to surgical methods, for example, castrating themselves or, according to biblical injunction, cutting off the hand that causes sin. Punishing factors can also drive people to seek or create a situation in which they are most likely to engage in behavior that displaces punishable behavior. People avoid unpleasantness by being occupied with unpunishable matters, such as obsessively engaging in something else. A person may even take measures that enhance the effect of punishing factors in order to protect themselves from punishable behavior. For example, they may take medication that causes strong negative consequences, such as vomiting, when smoking or drinking alcohol. Alternatively, they may subject themselves to external harsh punitive sanctions, ethical, religious, or governmental. These measures can be taken by individuals themselves to reduce the chances of punishment, but they can also be imposed by others. The material technology of civilization has reduced the frequency of natural negative factors from the surrounding environment affecting humans, and the social environment has been altered to decrease the likelihood of punishment from others. Some well-known strategies can be noted here. Punishable behavior can be minimized by creating circumstances in which it is less likely to occur. A classic behavioral pattern illustrating this is a monastery. In an environment where only simple food is available in scarce quantities, no one is subjected to natural negative consequences of overeating or to social disapproval or religious punishment for indulgence as a forgivable sin. Normal sexual behavior is impossible when genders are segregated, and ersatz sexual behavior facilitated by pornography is impossible in the absence of pornographic materials. Prohibition was an attempt to cease alcohol consumption by removing it from the surrounding environment. It is still practiced in some states and almost universally in the sense that alcohol cannot be sold to minors or anyone else at certain times of the day or on specific days of the week. Treatment for alcoholism in closed institutions typically involves restricting access to alcohol. The fight against the consumption of other drugs continues in a similar manner. Aggressive behavior that cannot be controlled by other means is suppressed by placing the individual in solitary confinement, where there is simply no one to attack. Combating theft involves locking everything that can be stolen. Another possibility is to disrupt the positive reinforcement factors of punishable acts. The hysterical tantrums of a child often stop when they are no longer given attention. Aggressive behavior is weakened by cutting off opportunities for positive reinforcement through it. And overeating is combated by making dishes less appetizing. Another technique is to create circumstances in which the acts of behavior become unpunishable. The Apostle Paul recommended marriage as a means to avoid undesirable forms of sexual behavior, and now pornography is recommended for the same reason. Literature and art provide people with the opportunity to sublimate and engage in other forms of undesirable behavior. Punishable behavior can also be suppressed by strongly reinforcing any other behavior that can replace it. Organized sports activities are encouraged partly on the basis that they create an environment in which young people will be too occupied to engage in mischief. If all else fails, the likelihood of punishable behavior can be reduced by altering physiological conditions. Hormones, surgery, or tranquilizers can be used to modify sexual behavior and suppress aggression, while depressants can be used to diminish appetite and combat overeating. Such measures undoubtedly often contradict each other and can have extremely negative consequences. It should be noted that it has proven impossible to curb alcohol consumption under dry laws, and gender segregation can result in undesirable deviations such as homosexuality. Excessive suppression of behavior that would otherwise receive strong reinforcement can lead to fleeing from the punishing group of individuals. However, these problems can be solved in principle, and there is a possibility to change the world in such a way that acts of punishable behavior never occur or are extremely rare. We are currently striving to create such a world for those who cannot solve the problem of punishment themselves, for example, for children, mentally disabled individuals, or psychopaths. And if we manage to do this for all of us, humanity will save a lot of human time and energy that is currently wasted. Thomas Huxley saw nothing wrong with this. If some great power would agree to make me always think what is true and do what is right, on condition of being turned into a kind of clock and wound up every morning before I got out of bed, I should instantly close with the offer. However, defenders of freedom and honor object to such a solution to the problem of punishment. After all, such a world only creates automatic virtue. A certain Joseph Woodcrutch called it hardly a trustworthy position of proto-modernity and shares T.'s Eliot's contempt for systems so perfect that no one will need to behave well. However, the problem is that when we punish a person for bad behavior, we expect them to independently find a way to behave well, and then their good behavior will be their merit. But if they behave well for the reasons we just discussed, it will be the merit of their surrounding environment. The problem lies in the attributes of the autonomous individual. People are supposedly supposed to behave well only because they are virtuous. And in the conditions of a perfect system, Virtue is not needed by anyone. Of course, there are good reasons to think disdainfully of people who simply behave well automatically because they lack greatness. In a world where a person does not need to work hard, they will not get used to hard work. In a world where medical science relieves pain, they will not learn to endure painful stimuli. In a world that creates virtue automatically, they will not agree with the necessity of punishment for bad behavior. To prepare people for a world where they can be automatically virtuous, they need appropriate education, but this does not mean a constantly punishing environment. And there is no point in putting obstacles to progress towards a world where people can automatically behave well. The problem is not to make people be virtuous, but to make them behave well. The question once again lies in the obviousness of behavior control. When it becomes harder to see the environmental factors controlling behavior, the mirage of a virtuous autonomous individual begins to seem more real. And there are several reasons why behavior control through punishment becomes less noticeable. An easy way to avoid punishment is to avoid the punisher. Sexual play becomes secretive, and a cruel person only attacks when there is no police around. However, those who punish can compensate for this by hiding themselves. Parents often spy on their children, and police officers dress in civilian clothing. Then evasion of punishment becomes more sophisticated. If drivers obey speed limits only when police officers are visible, then speed control is enforced through radar. But then the driver can install an electronic device that warns them when the radar is active. A state that turns all its citizens into spies, or a religion that posits an all-seeing God, makes evading punishment nearly impossible, and punitive factors become maximally effective. People begin to behave well even in the absence of visible surveillance. But the absence of a supervisor is simply a misunderstanding. It is commonly said that behavior control is internalized, supposedly becoming internal, which is just another way of saying that it transitions from the environment to the self, making control less noticeable. An example of behavior control that is said to be internalized is the Judeo-Christian concept of conscience and the Freudian concept of the superego. These embedded control factors speak in a quiet, gentle voice, instructing individuals on what to do and especially what not to do. All their words, of course, are derived from society. Conscience and the superego are surrogates for the power of society, and even theologians and psychoanalysts acknowledge their external origin. If the primitive Adam or the id speaks of personal benefit rooted in human genetic inheritance, then conscience or the superego speaks of what is good for society. Conscience or the superego does not simply arise as an invisible punisher. They represent a range of auxiliary techniques that make punitive sanctions more effective. We help individuals avoid punishment by informing them about factors that lead to punishment. We warn them not to behave in ways that are likely to result in punishment, and we advise them to behave in a manner that avoids punishment. Many religious commandments and state laws have this effect. They describe circumstances in which certain forms of behavior are punishable and others are not. Proverbs, sayings, and other forms of folk wisdom often represent useful rules of behavior. Look before you leap is a prescription derived from analyzing certain risk factors. It is more likely that you will suffer consequences for leaping without looking than if you look first and then decide not to leap or leap cautiously. Do not steal is a prohibition that stems from social relations. People punish thieves. By following rules that others have derived from analyzing dangerous factors in the natural and social environment, individuals can often evade or avoid punishment. Both the rules themselves and the factors that determine behavior according to these rules may be obvious, but they still need to be learned and then remembered, after which this process occurs invisibly. The individual speaks to themselves, telling themselves what they should and should not do, and it is easy to overlook the fact that they learned this from society through verbal communication. When a person creates their own rules of behavior based on an analysis of punishing factors, we are particularly inclined to credit them for their subsequent good behavior, although the visible stages of this process are simply lost in the backstory. When punishing factors are simply part of the physical environment, it becomes quite clear what is happening. We do not allow a person to learn to drive a car by exposing them to serious dangers. We do not send them onto a busy street unprepared and hold them responsible for everything that happens. We first teach them safe and skillful driving. We teach them the rules of the road. We allow them to drive in a simulator where the dangers are minimal or non-existent. Then we release them onto a relatively safe street. If this goes successfully, we can turn them into cautious and skillful drivers without resorting to punishment, even though the conditions in which they will drive for the rest of their lives will still be very dangerous. We will probably say that they have acquired the knowledge necessary to drive safely or that they are now a good driver, rather than someone who has the behavioral skills of a good driver. However, when these factors are social, particularly when they are established by religious institutions, it is much more likely that we will talk about inner awareness of good or internal virtue. Virtue, ascribed to good behavior, is part of a person's dignity or honor and is inversely related to the obviousness of behavior control. We consider those people most virtuous who have never behaved badly and, therefore, have never been punished, those who behave well without knowledge of the rules of conduct. Jesus Christ is usually portrayed as such an ideal person. We consider those less virtuous who behave well only because they have been punished. A repentant sinner may appear as a born saint, but the fact that they have been influenced by punishing factors indicates a certain limitation of their natural virtue. Close to the repentant sinner, we can place those who have analyzed the punishing factors of the surrounding reality and derived rules from them that they follow to avoid punishment. Even less virtuous are those who follow rules formulated by others, and even less so if the rules and the factors that support compliance with the rules are obvious. We do not consider those who behave well only under constant surveillance by punishing authorities such as the police to be virtuous at all. Virtue, like other aspects of honor or dignity, increases when visible behavior control weakens, and parallel to this, of course, freedom increases. Therefore, there is a tendency to link virtue and freedom together. John Stuart Mill believed that the only virtue worthy of the name is manifested by a person who behaves well even when they have the opportunity to behave badly, and that only such a person is free. Mill was not a proponent of closing brothels. He believed that they should remain so that men could achieve freedom and honor through self-control. However, this argument is persuasive only if we ignore the reasons why people behave well when they seemingly have the opportunity to behave badly. It is one thing to prohibit gambling and the sale of alcohol, and to close brothels. But it is entirely different to make all these things unattractive and repulsive, for example, by punishing corresponding behavior, calling it temptations invented by the devil, portraying the tragic fate of drunkards, or describing venereal diseases that can be contracted from prostitutes. The result may be the same: people will not gamble, drink, or visit prostitutes. However, the fact that they cannot do these things in one set of conditions and do not do them in another is a consequence of methods of behavior control, not virtue or freedom. In the first case, the reasons for good behavior are obvious. In the second case, they can easily be overlooked and forgotten. Sometimes it is said that children are not ready for freedom and independence until they reach adulthood, and until then, they need to be either protected in safe conditions or punished. If punishment can be avoided until they become adults, then it can be completely abolished. But this simply means that safe conditions and punishment are the only available means until the child is affected by the factors of the surrounding world that give them other compelling reasons to behave well. The relevant factors often do not affect primitive individuals. And the same confusion between the obviousness of behavior control and internal self-control occurs when it is said that primitive people are not ready to exercise freedom. But in reality, if they are not ready for anything, it is for the type of behavior control that requires specific experiential exposure to the relevant factors. Many questions about punitive behavior control arise from the concept of responsibility, an attribute said to distinguish humans from other animals. Personal responsibility is supposedly the dignity of the individual. We respect it when it behaves well so that it continues to do so, but we are more likely to use the term responsibility when it deserves punishment. We consider the individual responsible for their behavior in the sense that they can be justly and honestly punished. This, again, is a question of good upbringing and rational use of reinforcements if punishment fits the crime is necessary. Excessive punishment will be costly and may suppress desirable behavior, while too little punishment is wasteful if it does not have any effect at all. The legal definition of responsibility is partly concerned with establishing facts. Did the person behave in such a way? Were the circumstances such that such behavior is punishable by law? If so, what law should be applied, and what punishment is prescribed? However, other questions clearly concern the inner self. Was the act intentional or deliberate? Was it committed in the heat of anger? Does the person understand the difference between what is just and unjust? Did they realize the potential consequences of their actions? All these questions about goals, emotions, awareness, and so on can be formulated differently, in terms of the environment's influence on the person. What a person intends to do depends on what they have done in the past and what has resulted from it. A person does not act because they feel anger. They act and feel anger for a general reason that is not specified. And whether they deserve punishment when all these conditions are taken into account is a question of the probable outcome. Will they behave differently if they are punished when similar circumstances arise again? There is now a tendency to replace responsibility with manageability. But manageability is likely not to be considered an attribute of a free individual, as it clearly indicates external factors. The statement that only a free person can be responsible for their behavior has two meanings depending on whether we are interested in freedom or responsibility. If we want to say that people are responsible, we should not do anything that would restrict their freedom, because if they cannot act freely, they cannot be held responsible. If we want to say that they are free, we must hold them responsible for their behavior using punitive factors, because if they behaved the same way under obvious non-punitive factors, it would be clear that they were not free. Any step towards an environment in which people automatically behave well is a threat to responsibility. For example, in the fight against alcoholism, the traditional practice is punitive. Alcoholism is called evil, and the alcoholic's relatives impose ethical sanctions against it. Or it is classified as a violation of the law for which legal sanctions are imposed. Or it is considered a sin and punished by religious institutions. Such a practice has not brought significant success, and therefore, alternative measures of control have been sought. Apparently, medical data is promising. People differ in their alcohol tolerance and propensity for alcohol dependence. After a person becomes an alcoholic, they may drink to alleviate the severe symptoms of alcohol withdrawal, which is not always taken into account by those who have never experienced them. Medical aspects raise the question of responsibility. How fair is it to punish an alcoholic? From an educational perspective, can we expect punishment to be effective against opposing positive reinforcement factors? Or should we treat alcoholism as a disease? With reduced responsibility, punishment is weakened. Another example is juvenile delinquency. From a traditional point of view, youth are responsible for obeying laws and can be justly punished for their violation, but it is difficult to establish effective means of punishment for them. So alternative forms of intervention have been sought. Data showing that crime is more prevalent in certain areas among the impoverished have proven to be significant. A person is more inclined to theft if they have little or no property, if their education has not prepared them to obtain and hold a job to afford what they need, if there are no chances of getting employment, if they have not been trained to obey laws, and if they frequently witness other lawbreakers going unpunished. In such conditions, criminal behavior receives strong positive reinforcement and is unlikely to be suppressed by legal sanctions. Therefore, the influencing factors weaken, the offender may simply be warned or the execution of the sentence may be postponed. Responsibility and punishment decrease in parallel. In reality, the problem lies in the effectiveness of behavior management methods. We will not solve the problems of alcoholism and juvenile delinquency by trying to increase the sense of responsibility. After all, the social environment is responsible for condemnatory behavior, and it is this environment that needs to be changed, not some attributes of personality. We acknowledge this when we talk about punitive factors in the natural environment. Attempts to break through a wall with one's head are punished with blows to the skull, but we do not consider the person guilty if they try to break through the wall with their head, and we do not say that nature has made them responsible for it. Nature simply punishes them when they hit the wall with their head. When we make the world less dangerous or teach people how to avoid punishments from nature and offer them specific rules to follow, we do not damage responsibility or pose a threat to any other occult qualities of personality. We simply make the world safer. The concept of responsibility becomes particularly weak when the cause of behavior can be traced to genetic determinants. We can admire beauty, grace, and sensitivity, but we cannot blame a person for being ugly, epileptic, or colorblind. Even less noticeable forms of genetic differences can cause trouble. It is believed that there are individual differences, like species variants, in how aggressively people react or receive reinforcement when causing aggressive harm to others, or in the extent to which they exhibit sexual behavior or receive strong reinforcement from sex. Therefore, the question is whether they are equally responsible for self-control over their aggressive or sexual behavior, and whether it is fair to punish them on the same scale. If we do not punish a person for being clumsy, should we punish them for quickly getting angry or being highly sensitive to sexual reinforcement? These questions have recently been raised because it is possible that many criminals have anomalies in their chromosomes. The concept of responsibility is of little help here. The problem lies in behavior management. We cannot change genetic defects through punishment. We cannot act on genetic changes that operate on a much longer time scale. We need to change not the responsibility of the autonomous individual, but the environmental and genetic factors that determine human behavior. Although people deny it when scientific analysis traces the causes of their behavior to external circumstances, thus depriving them of merit and respect, they rarely object when the same analysis absolves them of guilt. The primitive teachings of the 18th–19th centuries about the influence of the environment were quickly adapted for the purpose of justification and exemption from responsibility. George Eliot mocked this in her Adam Bede. Well, of course, it is not so convenient for a person to steal money if the money is not within reach. But he cannot make us believe that he is an honest person if he complains that the money has caused him distress. The alcoholic declares himself sick. And the juvenile delinquent claims to be a victim of a harsh social environment. After all, if they are not responsible, they cannot be justly punished. Freedom from responsibility is, in fact, a form of responsibility. Those who take on the task of changing human behavior, regardless of the reason, become part of the very environment on which responsibility is shifted. In the traditional understanding, responsibility lay with the underachieving student, the spoiled child, the citizen who broke the law, and the poor who are poor because they do not work. But nowadays, it is often said that there are no dumb students, only incompetent teachers. There are no bad children, only bad parents. There are no criminals except within the police force, and there are no lazy people, only flawed incentive systems. Then, of course, we must ask why teachers, parents, police officers, and capitalists are considered bad. The mistake, as we will see later, is to place all responsibility on someone, assuming that there is a causal chain starting there. Raymond Bauer wrote that Communist Russia provides an interesting example of the relationship between advocates of environmental influence and personal responsibility. Immediately after the revolution, the government claimed that if many Russians were uneducated, lazy, ill-mannered, and unhappy, it was because the environment made them that way. The new government set out to change the social environment using Ivan Pavlov's work on conditioned reflexes, and all would be well. But by the beginning of the 1930s, the government realized that the chance was missed, and many Russians did not become more educated, hardworking, polite, or happy. The official line changed, and Pavlov fell out of favor. He was replaced by voluntaristic psychology, according to which the Russian citizen himself should strive for knowledge, work productively, behave well, and be happy. The task of the educator became to convince people that they should take on this responsibility, rather than developing conditioned reflexes in them. However, the victory in World War II restored confidence in the correctness of the previous principles, as the government ultimately achieved success. Perhaps the results were not yet optimal, but the direction was correct, and Pavlov regained popularity. On the other hand, absolving those in power of responsibility is rarely documented with the same ease. However, something of this sort is probably always at the heart of the continued use of punitive methods. Attacks on the possibility of automatic virtue testify to the cult of the independent individual, although practical reinforcement factors are much more convincing. The literature of freedom and honor declared the management of human behavior a criminal offense, primarily holding those who manage the behavior of others responsible for negative outcomes. A manipulator can evade responsibility if he can convince everyone that each person manages their own behavior. A teacher who attributes good academic performance to the student can also hold them responsible for not studying. A parent who praises a child for achievements can also scold them for mistakes, and neither the teacher nor the parent will acknowledge their own responsibility for this. It is very convenient to absolve oneself of responsibility by referring to the genetic roots of human behavior. If some races supposedly have less intelligence than others, how can we blame the teacher for not educating them well? If some people are supposedly born criminals, then laws will always be violated, no matter how perfect law enforcement agencies are. If people supposedly fight because they are inherently aggressive, then we have nothing to be ashamed of in our inability to maintain peace. The desire to avoid responsibility is evident in the fact that we are more inclined to attribute negative phenomena to genetics than positive achievements. Those who are currently interested in improving human behavior are not entitled to credit or responsibility for the consequences that can be attributed to genetics. If they are responsible for anything, it is for the future of the human race. The practice that attributes behavior to genetic inheritance, whether of a species as a whole or some part of it, such as race or lineage, can influence the practice of procreation and, in the long run, other ways of altering inheritance, and modern humans may, in a sense, bear responsibility for the consequences, whether of their actions or inaction. But these will be distant consequences that will give rise to entirely different problems, which we may discuss further. Those who enforce punishments always seem confident. Everyone approves the pursuit of wrongdoing, except the wrongdoer. If those who have been punished do not subsequently improve, it is not the fault of those who administer punishment. But their absolution from responsibility is not complete. Even those who act rightly may spend much time figuring out what they should do and may never do it well. They spend time grappling with extraneous facts, struggling with the devil, and engaging in an inefficient search for the right path through trial and error. Moreover, punishment inflicts pain, and no one remains untouched by suffering, even if the pain was caused by someone else. Therefore, those who administer punishment cannot entirely avoid criticism and may justify their actions by citing the consequences of punishment, which allegedly compensate for its abhorrent aspects. It would be absurd to classify the works of Joseph de Maistre as literature of freedom and honor, since he was an uncompromising opponent of its fundamental principles, especially those advocated by Enlightenment writers. Nevertheless, by opposing effective alternatives to punishment on the grounds that only punishment gives a person the freedom to choose to behave well, this literature created the need for a peculiar justification, in which de Maistre was adept. Here is his justification, perhaps the most horrifying of all punishers, the master of torture and executioner. A sinister signal resounds. The lowly servant of justice comes to knock on his door and inform him that he is needed. He emerges. He arrives at the town square, which is filled with an impatient and excited crowd. They hand him a prisoner, or a murderer, or a blasphemer. He seizes him, lays him down and stretches him on a horizontally placed cross. He raises his hand, and a dreadful silence ensues. Nothing is heard but cries, the cracking of bones being broken, and the wailing of the victim. Then he unties him and carries him to the wheel. He intertwines his shattered limbs between the spokes. His head hangs down. His hair stands on end. From his mouth, agape like a furnace, only words pleading for death occasionally emerge, mixed with blood. And the executioner has finished his work. His heart beats, filled with joy. He applauds himself, speaking proudly. No one can wield the rack better than I. He descends from the scaffold and extends his bloodied hand, and the law throws him a few gold coins from afar, which he takes with him through the double line of onlookers who recoil in horror. He sits at the table and eats. Then he lies down in bed and falls asleep. When he awakens the next day, he thinks of something completely different, not the work he did yesterday. All greatness, all power, all discipline are based on the executioner. He is the horror of human society and the bond that holds it together. Remove this unfathomable actor from the world, and at that very moment, order will turn into chaos. Thrones will crumble, and society will vanish. God, this source of all sovereignty, therefore, is also the source of punishment. Even if we no longer resort to torture in the so-called civilized world, we still widely employ punitive methods both domestically and internationally. Clearly, there are significant reasons for this. If not God, then nature has made humans in such a way that they can be controlled through violence. People quickly become skilled executioners, while learning alternative positive means of influence proves to be much more challenging. People feel that the necessity of punishment is justified even by history, and alternative methods threaten cherished values of freedom and honor. And thus, We continue to punish, and justify punishments. Present-day demasters may justify wars with similar words. All greatness, all power, all discipline are based on the soldier. He is the pride of human society and the bond that holds it together. Remove this unfathomable actor from the world, and at that very moment, order will turn into chaos, governments will collapse, and society will vanish. God, this source of all sovereignty, therefore, is also the source of war. Nevertheless, there are better ways to manage behavior, but the literature of freedom and honor remains silent about them. Except when a person is physically restrained, they have the least freedom and honor when under the threat of punishment. One might expect that the literature of freedom and honor would oppose punitive methods, but in reality, it contributes to their preservation. A person who has endured punishment is not necessarily less inclined to behave in the same way. At best, they learn how to avoid punishment. Some methods of avoidance are inadequate or neurotic, such as so-called Freudian dynamics. Other methods involve avoiding situations in which there is a high likelihood of behaving in a punishable manner or engaging in acts of behavior incompatible with punishment. Similar measures to reduce the likelihood of someone being punished could be taken by others, but the literature of freedom and honor opposes this because it would make them automatically virtuous. The action of punitive factors creates a false impression that a person is free to behave well and that when they do, it is their merit alone. Non-punitive factors lead to the same behavior, but then it cannot be said that a person is free to behave well and that it is their merit. After all, if there is too little or nothing left of an independent personality, then it cannot be held responsible for its actions or receive retribution for them. In that case, a person does not experience remorse and, therefore, has no chance of being a moral hero or claiming internal virtues. However, our task is not to ignite feelings of guilt or strengthen and display internal virtues. We need to make life less punitive and, as a result, free up time and energy that are currently spent on avoiding punishment. To some extent, literature on freedom and honor has played a role in the slow and inconsistent softening of negative factors in the social environment in which humans live, including punitive factors used in intentional behavior management. However, this literature has formulated its objectives in such a way that it cannot now agree with the fact that all factors governing behavior originate from the surrounding environment, and therefore, a better surrounding world needs to be created rather than a more perfect human being. Chapter 5: Alternatives to Punishment. Advocates of freedom and honor are certainly not limited to punitive measures. However, they apply alternatives to punishment hesitantly and inconsistently. Their cult of the autonomous individual allows them to resort only to ineffective measures, some of which we will now consider. Unrestraint. Absolute unrestraint has been seriously proposed as an alternative to punishment. In this case, there should be no attempts at control, thereby granting complete autonomy to the individual. If a person behaves well, it is allegedly because they are inherently virtuous or disciplined. Freedom and honor are guaranteed. The free and virtuous person supposedly does not need the state and, in such anarchy, can exercise their natural virtue and evoke admiration. They do not need the dogmas of religion. They are pious and behave virtuously not by obeying commandments but, perhaps, through some direct mystical enlightenment. They do not need any artificial economic incentives. They are naturally industrious and will exchange with others as part of what they possess, justly, in the natural conditions of supply and demand. They do not need teachers. They learn because they love to learn, and their natural curiosity dictates what they should know. If life becomes too difficult for them, or if their natural state of virtue is disrupted by misfortunes or interference from amateur managers, they may have personal problems. but they will find solutions without the help of a psychotherapist. The practice of permissiveness has many advantages. It saves the effort of supervisors and enforcers of punitive sanctions. It does not provoke retaliatory violence. Those who practice it cannot be accused of restricting anyone's freedom or depriving anyone of their honor. And they cannot be blamed for anything if things take a turn for the worse. If people behave poorly towards each other in conditions of permissiveness, it is due to the imperfections of human nature. If they fight when there is no authority maintaining order, it is because they have aggressive instincts. If a child becomes a criminal when their parents make no effort to control their behavior, it is because they associate with bad people or have criminal tendencies. However, permissiveness is not a line of behavior. It is a refusal to take any social position at all, and its apparent advantages are illusory. Giving up behavior control means transferring behavior control not to the individual themselves, but to some other factors in the social and natural environment. Behavior control as midwifery. The method of changing behavior without obvious control was described by Socrates in his metaphor of midwifery. One person only assists another in giving birth to behavior. Just as the midwife does not participate in conception but only helps with childbirth, the individual who gives birth to their behavior can consider it their own accomplishment. Socrates demonstrated the application of maieudex, or midwifery, in the realm of education. He believed that he had demonstrated the possibility for an uneducated slave boy to prove the Pythagorean theorem with the help of leading questions. The boy provided an affirmative answer at each stage of the proof, and Socrates claimed that he did so without prompting, in other words, that he knew the entire proof of the theorem in a sense. Socrates argued that even ordinary knowledge can be drawn out in the same way because the soul knows the truth and only needs to be shown that it knows it. This excerpt is often cited as purportedly having direct relevance to contemporary educational practice. This metaphor has also taken root in theories of psychotherapy. The idea is that the patient does not need to be taught more appropriate behavior or given advice on how to solve their problems. Supposedly, the solution already exists within them, and they only need to give birth to it with the help of the psychotherapist as a midwife. As one writer put it, Freud and Socrates have three principles in common: know thyself, virtue is knowledge, and the method of maieudex, or the art of midwifery, which, of course, is the process of psychoanalysis. This position in religion is associated with mysticism. Supposedly, a person does not need to follow dogmas established by orthodoxy. Rather, their internal sources will guide their behavior appropriately. Intellectual, psychotherapeutic, and moral midwifery is hardly easier than behavior control through punishment, because it requires highly skilled communication and close attention. But it has its advantages. It creates the impression that the practitioner possesses a mysterious power. Similar to Kabbalists who use illusions and hints, it achieves results that seem disproportionately large compared to the efforts expended. However, the merits of the patient are not diminished by this. They are credited entirely with supposedly already knowing everything inside before giving birth, and with having the seeds of good mental health within them and the ability to engage in direct communication with God. An important advantage is that the practitioner of such midwifery is freed from responsibility. Just as it is not the midwife's fault if a child is stillborn or deformed, it is not the teacher's fault for the student's lack of success, or the psychotherapist's fault when the patient cannot cope with their problems, or the mystic guru's fault when their followers behave reprehensibly. The method of maieudex has certain merits. This is a delicate question. How much assistance should a teacher provide to a student in order for them to master new behavioral patterns? The teacher should wait until the student gives an answer, rather than rushing to give them hints about what they should do or say. As Comenius said, the more the teacher teaches, the less the student learns. However, the benefit for the student is quite different. Generally speaking, we don't like it when we are told something we already know, nor do we appreciate things that we are unlikely to ever understand or assimilate well. We don't read a book if we already know its content well, or if its content is completely alien to us and likely to remain so. We read books that help us express what we are already almost capable of saying, but still can't say clearly without outside help. We understand the author, even though we couldn't have formulated what we understand until they expressed it in words. Psychotherapy provides assistance to the patient in a similar way. The method of maieutic is also useful because it exerts control over behavior much more than is commonly thought, which is valuable in certain cases. However, its merits are far less than those attributed to it. The slave boy with Socrates never learned anything, as there is no evidence that he would have been able to prove the theorem on his own later. Moreover, regarding both maieutic and permissiveness, it is true that their positive results are the result of behavior control by other, overlooked factors. If, for example, a patient overcomes their problems without the help of a psychotherapist, it means that they were influenced by beneficial factors in their environment. Management as guidance. The next metaphor describing weak control is borrowed from gardening. Behavior, which the individual gave birth to, grows, and its growth can be directed or shaped, similar to the growth of a plant. Behavior is supposedly capable of being guided. This metaphor is widespread in the field of education. Preschool is called a kindergarten, and a child's behavior develops until they reach maturity. The teacher can accelerate the process or slightly alter its direction. But they cannot teach. They can only help the student learn. The metaphor of guidance is also common in psychotherapy. Freud claimed that a person must go through several stages of development, and if a patient gets stuck at a certain stage, the psychotherapist must help them break free and continue moving forward. Governments also govern, for example, when they encourage development of the industry through tax incentives or create a climate that promotes improved interracial relations. Guiding is not as easy as permissiveness, but it is usually simpler than maieutic and has the same advantages. It is not easy to accuse someone who simply guides natural development of trying to control it. The growth itself remains an achievement of the individual, attesting to their freedom and value, to their hidden potential, and the one providing guidance, like a gardener, is not responsible for the final form of what is being cultivated, so failure is not the fault of the one merely providing guidance. However, guidance is effective only to the extent that it actually involves control. Such guidance either opens up new possibilities or hinders growth in specific directions. Creating the opportunity for something is not a particularly positive action, but it is still a form of control if it increases the likelihood of certain behavioral acts being performed. A teacher who simply selects the material that the student should learn, or a psychotherapist who simply suggests a change of job or social circle, is exerting control, although proving it may not be easy. Control becomes more apparent when it prevents growth or development. Censorship blocks access to information necessary for development in a specific direction. It closes off possibilities. Tocqueville observed this in America at the time. They do not break the will of man here. They weaken, oppress, and direct it. People are rarely compelled to act, but they are constantly held back from action. As Ralph Barton Perry put it, the one who determines what alternatives of action may be known to a person controls his range of choices. A person is deprived of freedom to the extent that he is denied access to any ideas or is given only a limited set of ideas rather than the whole range of relevant possibilities. Instead of deprived of freedom, we can insert manipulated. Undoubtedly, it would be good to create an environment in which people quickly acquire effective behavior and continue to behave effectively. In constructing such an environment, we can eliminate distracting and ambiguous possibilities, and this is the crucial point in the metaphor of guiding growth or development. However, the observed changes are the result of organized factors that we control, rather than the guided development of some supposedly innate pattern. Creating dependency on things. Jean-Jacques Rousseau feared the dangers of social manipulation and believed that they could be avoided by creating a dependency of the individual not on people, but on things. In the novel Émile, he explains how a child can acquire knowledge about things from the things themselves, rather than from books. The methods described by him are still widely used, mainly due to John Dewey's demand to bring real life into the school. One advantage of dependence on things rather than on other people is that it saves the time and energy of other people. A child who needs to be reminded to go to school depends on their parents, but a child who has learned to respond to clocks and other temporal factors in their environment depends on things, and they make fewer demands on their parents. During the process of learning to drive a car, a person depends on the instructor as long as they have to be told when to brake, when to signal a turn, when to shift gears, and so on. But when their behavior comes under the control of the natural consequences of driving a car, they can do without the instructor. The circle of things on which a person's behavior should become dependent includes other people when they do not act specifically to change their behavior. A child who has to be told what to say and how to behave towards other people depends on those who give them instructions. But a child who has learned to get along with others can do without instructions. Another important advantage of dependence on things is that the reinforcement factors associated with things are more unambiguous and shape more effective behavior than factors orchestrated by other people. Environmental temporal factors are more universal and more sensitive than any series of reminders. A person whose driving behavior is shaped by responding to the car handles it more skillfully than someone who follows instructions. Those whose relationships with people are the result of direct influence of social interactions are more skilled in communication than those who have always been told what to say and do. These are important advantages, and a world where all human behavior depends on things presents an appealing prospect. In such a world, everyone would behave well towards their fellow human beings because they have learned to do so as a result of their approval and disapproval. They would work productively and exchange things with other people based on their natural value. And they would learn things that naturally interest them and are naturally beneficial to them. All this would be much better than behaving well out of obedience to laws imposed by the police and working productively for the sake of artificial reinforcement called money, and studying to receive good grades. But managing things is not so simple. The procedures described by Rousseau were laborious and often did not work. Complex reinforcement factors involving things can, without auxiliary techniques, have very little influence on a person even throughout their life. This is a fact of great importance for reasons we will discuss later. We must also remember that management through things can be destructive. The world of things can be tyrannical. Natural reinforcement factors can drive a person to behave superstitiously, to take increasingly reckless risks, to work exhaustively to no avail, and so on. Opposition from the social environment alone provides no protection against such consequences. Dependence on things is not independence. A child who no longer needs to be reminded that it is time to go to school has come under the control of more subtle and more useful stimuli. A child who has learned what to say and how to behave in social interactions has come under the control of social reinforcement factors. The behavior of people who get along well with each other under the influence of soft factors of approval and disapproval is managed just as effectively than subjects in a police state. Orthodox religion governs people through dogmas, but mysticism is no freer, because the factors that shape mystical behavior are more personal and idiosyncratic. Those who work productively due to the reinforcement of the value of their produced goods are under careful and strict control of the outcome of their labor. Those who learn in a natural environment experience a more powerful form of control than any control exerted by teachers. A person is never truly independent. Even if they effectively handle things, they inevitably depend on those who taught them. It is they who chose the things on which they now depend and established the nature and degree of this dependence. The alteration of consciousness is astonishing in that the most vehement opponents of behavior manipulation inconsistently exert the most energetic efforts to manipulate consciousness. Apparently, the threat to freedom and honor only arises when behavior is changed by altering the material environment. They see no threat when they alter states of consciousness, which, they claim, are responsible for behavior. Perhaps this is because the autonomous individual possesses some magical power that allows them to either yield or resist. The happiness of those who oppose behavior manipulation is that they have no objection to the manipulation of consciousness. Otherwise, they would have to remain silent altogether. However, directly changing consciousness is impossible. Manipulating material factors in the surrounding environment produces changes that, they claim, indicate a change in consciousness, but if there is any effect, it is only on behavior. Such control is subtle and not very effective, and therefore it seems that partly this control is carried out by the individual whose consciousness is altered. Let's consider several characteristic ways of altering consciousness. We can induce a person to perform a certain act of behavior by giving them a hint or advising them to act in a certain way, for example, when they do not know what to do. Hints, suggestions, and advice are all stimuli. They are usually verbal and have the important property of being only a participant in the control of behavior. No one will respond to a hint or suggestion if they do not have a tendency to behave in that way. When the factors that explain the prevailing tendency of behavior are implicit, the cause of the act of behavior can be partly attributed to consciousness. Internal control of behavior seems particularly persuasive when external control is not obvious, that is, when, for example, someone tells a seemingly unrelated story that nevertheless acts as a hint, suggestion, or persuasion. A demonstrative example applies control in a similar way, using the universal tendency towards imitative behavior. This is how advertising testimonials manipulate consciousness. We also feel that we are influencing consciousness when we urge or persuade someone to do something. Etymologically, the word urge means to press or push. For example, to present an action desired by us as more urgent, we insist that they act, as if pushing them. Such stimuli are generally non-coercive, but they are effective if they have been associated with more severe unpleasant consequences in the past. For example, we prod a person who tends to procrastinate with, "Look, it's already late." And we succeed in urging them to hurry if they have been punished for procrastination in the past. We put pressure on a person not to spend money by reminding them that there is too little money in their bank account, and we succeed if they have suffered from a lack of money in the past. On the other hand, we persuade people by pointing out stimuli associated with pleasant consequences. Etymologically, the word persuade means to sweeten. We persuade someone by presenting a situation more favorable for their behavior and portraying possible positive consequences. Here again, There is a clear disparity between the weakness of the stimuli we use and the power of their impact. So, insisting or persuading someone makes sense only when they already have a certain inclination to behave in a corresponding way. But their behavior can only be attributed to their inner personality by those for whom this tendency is unexplainable. Beliefs, inclinations, feelings, needs, intentions, and opinions are attributes of an autonomous individual that are said to change when consciousness changes. In reality, in any case, only the probability of certain behavioral acts changes. A person's belief that the floor will support them when they walk on it depends on their past experience. If they have walked on the floor many times without falling through, they will willingly continue to do so, and this behavior will not trigger any negative stimuli perceived as anxiety. They may say that they have a belief in the strength of the floor or confidence that it will support them, but everything that is perceived as belief or confidence is not states of consciousness. At best, they are byproducts of behavior in previous similar situations, and they do not explain why a person acts in a particular way. Our confidence grows when the probability of an action increases due to positive reinforcement received for that behavior. When we assure a person that the floor will support them, encouraging them to walk on it, we cannot say that we are changing their belief. However, we do it in the traditional sense when we provide them with verbal assurances of the floor's strength and demonstrate it by walking on it ourselves or describing its construction and properties. The difference lies only in the perceptiveness of these methods. The change that occurs as a person learns to trust the floor by walking on it is a characteristic result of reinforcement, and the change that occurs when they are told that the floor is strong, when they see someone else walking on it, or when they are persuaded with assurances that the floor will support them, depends on past experience, the contribution of which is no longer noticeable to others. For example, a person who walks on surfaces of varying strength quickly begins to distinguish surfaces that others walk on from those that no one walks on, or surfaces that are called safe from those that are called dangerous. They learn to walk casually on the former and cautiously on the latter. The sight of people walking on a surface or assurances that it is safe move it from the second category to the first. The history of how this distinction was formed may be forgotten, creating the impression that an internal process called consciousness change is involved in achieving the result. Changes in preferences, perceptions, needs, goals, views, opinions, and other attributes of consciousness can be analyzed in the same way. We change a person's views on specific things and what they see in them by looking at them and altering the factors. We do not change the fiction called perception. We can change the relative intensity of different reactions through differential reinforcement of alternative behavioral acts. But we cannot change something called preference. We change the probability of performing a behavioral act by changing states of deprivation or negative stimulation. But we do not change the so-called need. We provide reinforcement for specific behavioral acts, but we do not give a person goals or intentions. We change behavior towards something, not the attitude towards it. We learn through trial and error and modify speech behavior, but not opinions. Another way to alter consciousness is to indicate reasons why a person should behave in a certain way. And these reasons are almost always consequences that can be expected as a result of such behavior. For example, a child is using a knife in a dangerous way for themselves. We can avoid disaster by making the world around us safer, either by taking away the knife or giving the child a safer tool. But this won't prepare them for a world full of dangerous knives. When left alone, the child may learn proper knife usage by using it incorrectly and hurting themselves. We can help them by replacing the injuries with a less dangerous form of punishment, such as slapping them or simply shaming them whenever we see them using the knife in a dangerous manner. We can tell them that some instances of knife usage are bad, while others are good, using words like bad and good that have already been established as conditioned positive and negative reinforcers. However, let's assume that all these methods have undesirable side effects, such as changing their relationship with us, and we decide to appeal to their reason instead. We will then explain all the factors to them, demonstrating what can happen when using the knife in one way versus another. We can show them the rules that follow from these factors. As a result, we can encourage the child to use the knife correctly, and then we would probably say that we have instilled in them the knowledge of proper knife usage. But we had to apply a significant amount of preliminary conditioning to instructions, directions, and other verbal stimuli, which are easily forgotten and can be attributed to the autonomous individual. A more complex form of argumentation deals with the process of establishing new reasons based on old ones, the process of deduction that depends on a much longer history of verbal usage, and is particularly referred to as changes in consciousness. Methods of behavior change through consciousness change are rarely forgiven when they are obvious and effective, although it is still believed that it is the consciousness itself that is supposedly being changed. We do not forgive manipulation of consciousness when the participants in a debate are clearly unequal. It is considered unacceptable influence. We also do not forgive covert manipulation of consciousness. If a person cannot see how consciousness manipulators are influencing them, they cannot avoid it or resist it. They are subjected to propaganda. Those who otherwise tolerate changes in consciousness simply because behavioral control is evident seek to prohibit brainwashing. A widespread method of brainwashing involves creating unbearable conditions, such as starving or depriving people of sleep, and then providing concessions used as reinforcements for any acts of behavior that demonstrate positive attitude toward the torturer's political or religious system. Conformist opinions are simply created by positive reinforcement of loyalty statements. This procedure may be subtle to those against whom it is applied, but it is too obvious for outsiders to agree that it is an acceptable way to change consciousness. Chapter 6, Values. The perspective that can be called pre-scientific considers human behavior to be at least to some extent his own achievement. Supposedly, humans are free to reason, decide, and act, perhaps even in an original way, and it is to him that credit should be given for his commendable and reprehensible actions. From a scientific perspective, human behavior is determined by 1. His genetic inheritance, the result of selection during the evolutionary history of humans as a biological species, and 2. The conditions of the environment in which he lives. The correctness of either perspective cannot be proven, but that is the essence of scientific research, that their results inevitably favor the second perspective. The more we learn about the influence of the environment, the less basis we have for attributing any part of human behavior to the action of autonomous control. The second perspective offers significant advantages when we begin to influence behavior. It is not easy to change an autonomous individual since, in fact, to the extent that it is autonomous, it is impossible to change it by definition. However, the surrounding world can be changed, and we learn to change it. The tools used for this are physical and biological technologies, and we use them in a specific way to influence behavior. In this transition from internal to external control, something is clearly missing. It can be assumed that behavior is internally controlled not only by the autonomous individual, but also in their interests. But then, in whose interests will powerful technology of behavior control be used? Who will use it? And for what purposes? If we assumed that the results of one approach are better than the other, on what basis? And what is good if, in comparison with it, something else is considered even better? Can we define a good life, or at least progressive movement towards a good life? What is progress really? In short, what is the meaning of life, both as individuals and as the entire human race? Questions of this kind are clearly directed towards the future and concern not the origin of humans but their destiny. And they certainly include so-called value judgments, directed not at determining facts, but at what people think about the facts, and not at what a person can do, but at what he should do. It is usually implied that the answers to these questions are outside the sphere of scientific activity. Physicists and biologists often agree with this, and quite reasonably so, since their sciences indeed do not provide answers to these questions. Physics can give us an answer to the question of how to create a nuclear bomb, but not to the question of whether it should be created. Biology can give us an answer to the question of how to prevent pregnancy and delay death, but not to the question of whether it should be done. It creates the impression that making decisions about the use of scientific achievements requires a kind of wisdom that, for some strange reason, scientists are supposedly lacking. And if they are allowed to make value judgments at all, it is only on the general grounds of the wisdom they share with all other people. But for a scientist studying behavior, agreeing with this would be a mistake. How people perceive facts, or what perception actually means, is a question that behavioral science must answer. Undoubtedly, a fact differs from how a person perceives it, but perception itself is also a fact. Here, as everywhere, the confusion arises from the interest in what people perceive. A more useful formulation of the question is: if scientific analysis can teach us how to change behavior, can it also teach us what specific changes in behavior need to be made? This is a question about the behavior of those who actually propose and implement changes. People act to improve the world and progress towards better living conditions for weighty reasons, and part of these reasons are the specific consequences of their behavior. And part of these consequences are the objects that people value and call good. We can start with a couple of simple examples. There are objects that almost everyone calls good. Some objects are good in taste, touch, or sight. We speak of this as simply as when we say they are sweet to taste, rough to touch, or red to sight. But is there any physical property that is common to all good objects? Surely not. There are not even common properties shared by all sweet, rough, or red objects. A gray surface will appear reddish if we have previously been looking at a blue-green background. Ordinary paper feels smooth if we have previously touched sandpaper, or rough if we have previously touched window glass. And tap water tastes sweet if we have previously eaten artichokes. Therefore, what we call red, rough, or sweet must depend partly on the eye of the beholder, the hand of the toucher, or the tongue of the taster. What we attribute to an object when we call it red, rough, or sweet is partly a state of our own organism resulting from recent stimulation in this example. But the state of the organism is much more important when we call something good. Good objects are positive reinforcers. Tasty food provides us with reinforcement when we taste it. Objects that give the sensation of good provide us with reinforcement when we perceive them. Objects that look good provide us with reinforcement when we look at them. When we say that we desire such objects, we are referring to the behavior that often brings reinforcement from them. Objects that we call bad also do not have common properties. They are all negative reinforcers, and we receive reinforcement when we avoid or escape them. When we say that an evaluative judgment is a statement of how someone feels about a fact, we are simply distinguishing between the object and its action as a reinforcer. Objects themselves are studied by physics and biology, usually without evaluation, but the action of objects as reinforcers belongs to the field of behavioral science, which, by dealing with operant reinforcement, is a science of values. Objects are good or bad because of factors of survival, under the influence of which the biological species has evolved. There is obvious survival value in the fact that certain types of food provide positive reinforcement. It means that people learn faster to find, grow, or catch it. Susceptibility to negative reinforcement is no less important. Those who received the most reinforcement when they avoided or escaped potentially dangerous conditions gained obvious advantages. As a result, reinforcement from specific phenomena has become part of the genetic inheritance called human nature. Part of this inheritance is also the fact that new stimuli become reinforcing through conditioning. For example, the sight of fruits becomes reinforcing if we bite them and discover their good taste. The possibility of conditioned conditioning does not change the fact that all reinforcers ultimately acquired their strength through evolutionary selection. Making an evaluative judgment by calling something good or bad means classifying that object according to its properties as a reinforcer. Classification is important, as we see when those around us start using reinforcement. But all objects were reinforcers long before they were called good or bad. Moreover, they are reinforcers for animals that do not call them good or bad, and for children and other people who are unable to name them as such. The main thing is the effect of reinforcement, but is it not what is meant when we say, how people feel about objects? Aren't objects reinforcers, because they evoke good or bad sensations? There is an opinion that sensations are part of the toolkit of an autonomous personality, so further explanations are needed here. A person has sensations both inside and outside the body. He feels that his muscle has gone numb, just as he feels a slap. He feels depressed just as he feels the cold wind. But because of this difference, two important distinctions arise. First, a person can actively perceive external objects. They can explore the surface by running their fingers over it to receive more intense stimulation. But even with existing ways to heighten awareness of what is happening inside the body, they cannot actively explore their sensations. The more significant difference lies in how a person learns by perceiving objects. A child learns to distinguish different colors, tones, smells, tastes, temperatures, etc., only when they are associated with reinforcing factors. If red candies have a pleasant, that is, reinforcing taste, while green candies do not, the child will only choose and eat the red candies. Some important reinforcing factors are verbal. Parents teach a child to name colors by providing reinforcement for correct answers. If the child says blue, and the object in front of them is blue, the parent says, good, or correct. If the object is red, the parent says wrong. However, such a process is entirely impossible when a child learns to respond to internal phenomena rather than external ones. A person who teaches a child to differentiate feelings is akin to a colorblind person teaching a child to name colors. They cannot be sure whether the condition that determines whether reinforcement should be given for a particular response is met or not. Linguistic communication, in principle, cannot establish the subtle nuances of reinforcing factors necessary to teach the finest distinctions between stimuli that are inexpressible to them. It must, therefore, rely on visual cues of the presence or absence of the internal state. A parent can teach a child to say "I'm hungry" not because they feel exactly how the child feels, but because they observe that the child is eating eagerly or behaving in a way associated with deprivation of food, where food serves as a reinforcer. These cues can be correctly interpreted, and then the child learns to describe their feelings with a certain accuracy. However, this is not always the case, because many feelings have subtle behavioral manifestations. As a result, a language that describes emotions is imprecise. We usually describe our emotions using words that were originally metaphors. We can teach a child to label objects as good by providing reinforcement based on our own taste, sight, or touch, but not everyone considers the same object as good, and we can make mistakes. The only guide here is the child's behavior. If we give the child a new food, and they start eating it actively, then its taste was clearly a reinforcer from the beginning. And we then tell the child that the food is good and agree with them when they call it good. But the child receives different information. They have other sensations, and later they will label other objects as good if they evoke the same sensations, even if active eating is not among them. There is no strong cause-effect relationship between the reinforcing effect of stimuli and the feelings they evoke. It is tempting to state, following William James's interpretation of emotions, that it is not the stimulus that provides reinforcement because it makes us feel good, but that we feel good because it provides reinforcement. But this expression "because" again is misleading. Stimuli provide reinforcement and elicit states that are perceived as good for the same reason rooted in our evolutionary history as a biological species. The key here is that the main focus is not the sensation itself, but the perceived object. It is the surface of the glass that is perceived as smooth, not some feeling of smoothness. Similarly, reinforcement is experienced as good, not as a feeling of goodness. People generalize the sensations from good objects and label them as pleasure, and the sensations from bad objects as pain. But we don't give people pleasure or pain, we give them objects that elicit pleasant or painful sensations. People work not to obtain the maximum pleasure and minimum pain. No, they work to obtain pleasant things and avoid painful ones. Epicurus was not entirely correct in stating that pleasure is absolute good and pain is absolute evil. No, everything good is positive reinforcement, and everything bad is negative reinforcement. What ultimately matters, what is maximized or minimized, is the objects themselves, not the sensations, and people work to obtain or avoid them not because of their sensations, but because they are positive or negative reinforcers. When we call something pleasing, we may be referring to our sensation, but the sensation is a side effect of the fact that the pleasant object is literally a reinforcing object. We speak of sensory gratification as if the essence were in the sensation, but to gratify is to give reinforcement, and gratitude implies mutual reinforcement. We label a reinforcing object as satisfying, as if we were talking about the sensation, but the word literally means the process of satiation. That is what makes the object a reinforcer. To be satisfied means to be satiated. Some simple goods that serve as reinforcement come from others. People warm up or feel safer by snuggling close to each other. They provide each other with reinforcement through sex, and they share, borrow, or steal things from each other. Reinforcement from another person does not necessarily have to be intentional. One person learned to clap to get another person's attention, but the other person turns around not to prompt them to clap again. A mother learned to calm a frightened child by caressing them, but the child falls silent not to urge her to continue caressing. A person learned to ward off an enemy by striking them, but the enemy runs away not to prompt them to strike again. In each of these cases, we call the reinforcing action unintentional. But it becomes intentional if the result provides reinforcement. As we have demonstrated, a person acts intentionally not in the sense of having an intention that they subsequently execute, but in the sense that their behavior receives reinforcement from its consequences. A child who cried until comforted by caresses begins to cry intentionally. A boxing coach may teach a student the proper technique of delivering blows in sparring while pretending to be in pain. One person may not pay attention to another person in order to prompt them to clap, but they may do it intentionally if this method of getting attention is less unpleasant than other alternatives. When those around intentionally create and maintain the action of reinforcement factors, the person undergoing the influence of these factors is said to have behavior that is for the benefit of others. Presumably, the initial and still most common reinforcers that elicit such behavior were negative. Anyone with sufficient power can act negatively towards others until they respond in ways that provide positive reinforcement. Methods using positive reinforcement are more difficult to master and are less likely to be employed, as their results are usually delayed. However, they have the advantage of not provoking retaliatory aggression. The method used often depends on the available reinforcers. The strong threaten physical harm, the unattractive intimidate, the physically attractive reinforce with sex, and the wealthy pay. Verbal reinforcements derive their power from specific reinforcements with which they are used, and since they are used periodically with various reinforcements, their effect can be generalized. We provide positive reinforcement to a person by saying, good, or right, or negative reinforcement by saying, bad, or wrong. These verbal stimuli work because they are accompanied by other reinforcements. A distinction can be made between two pairs of antonyms. Behavior is called good or bad, and the ethical coloration here is not accidental, depending on the reinforcement it receives from others. Behavior is usually called right or wrong depending on other reinforcement factors. There is a right and wrong way to do something. A specific action in driving a car is right, not just good, while another is wrong, not just bad. A similar distinction can be made between praise and blame on one hand and recognition of merit and accusation on the other. We usually praise or scold people when their behavior provides us with positive or negative reinforcement, regardless of the cumulative result of their behavior. But when we acknowledge a person's achievements or blame them for troubles, we point out the good or bad results of their actions and emphasize that they are indeed consequences of their behavior. However, we use the words right and good as almost interchangeable, and the distinction between praise and recognition of merit may not always be appropriate. Reinforcement effects that cannot be explained by their value for survival during evolution, for example, the exhilarating effect of heroin, are presumed to be anomalous. Conditional reinforcers may indicate other forms of perception, but their effect is based on a person's previous life experience. According to Dodds, the ancient Greeks of Homer's time fought unconditionally to achieve the respect of their comrades, not happiness. Happiness can be considered personal positive reinforcements that are important for survival, while respect is certain conditional reinforcements used to motivate a person to act for the benefit of others. However, all conditional reinforcements derive their power from personal reinforcements and, therefore, from the evolutionary history of humanity. What an individual feels when acting for the benefit of others depends on the reinforcements used in the process. Emotions are side effects of reinforcement factors and do not contribute to distinguishing between the public and the personal. We do not claim that simple biological reinforcements are effective due to self-interest, and we should not attribute actions for the benefit of others to some love for others. When working for the benefit of others, a person may feel love or fear, loyalty or coercion, or any other state induced by the reinforcement factors that drive their behavior. Person does not act for the benefit of others due to a sense of solidarity or refuses to do so due to a sense of alienation. Their behavior depends on the influence exerted by the social environment. When one person is prompted to act for the benefit of others, we can question whether the outcome is fair or not. Are the benefits obtained by both sides commensurate? When one person controls another through negative reinforcement, the benefits are clearly disproportionate. However, Positive reinforcement can also be used in such a way that the benefits are far from equal. Nothing in behavioral processes guarantees fairness in relationships, since the amount of effort elicited by reinforcement depends on specific reinforcement factors in which it manifests. In an extreme case, an individual may receive reinforcement from others in a scheme that will cost them their life. For example, suppose a group of people is threatened by a predator. Someone with special strength or skills attacks the monster and kills or drives it away. The group, relieved of the threat, rewards the hero with reinforcement in the form of approval, praise, honors, adoration, celebrations, statues, triumphal arches, or engagement to a princess. This may be partly unintentional, but still serves as reinforcement for the hero. And partly it may be intentional, meaning that reinforcement is given to the hero precisely to prompt them to attack other monsters. An important aspect of such reinforcement factors is that the greater the danger, the greater the honors bestowed upon the hero for eliminating it. Therefore, the hero takes on increasingly dangerous tasks until they perish. Such reinforcement factors are not necessarily social. They can also be found in other hazardous activities, such as mountaineering, where eliminating danger provides more reinforcement the greater the risk. The fact that behavioral processes can thus go in the wrong direction and lead to death does not violate the principle of natural selection any more than the phototropic behavior of moths, which is beneficial for survival when it directs the moth toward sunlight, but becomes detrimental when it directs it into the flame of a candle. As we have seen, the problem of fairness or justice is often simply a question of good management. The question is whether reinforcement is used wisely. Two other words that have long been associated with evaluative judgments, but not as explicitly with the issue of good management, are should and ought. We use them to specify non-social reinforcement factors. To get to Boston, you should take Highway 1 simply means, if you receive reinforcement by getting to Boston, you will get it by taking Highway 1. The statement that taking Highway 1 is the right way to get to Boston is not an ethical or moral judgment but a statement about the highway system. Something akin to an evaluative judgment is implied in the statement, "You should read David Copperfield," which can be translated into the language of behaviorism as, "You will receive reinforcement if you read David Copperfield." This is an evaluative judgment by virtue of implying that this book is reinforcing. What is implied here can be stated directly by arguing, for example, if you enjoyed the novel Great Expectations, you should read David Copperfield. This evaluative judgment is correct if it is generally correct that those who receive reinforcement from Great Expectations also receive it from David Copperfield. Should and ought present us with more complex questions when we address the reinforcement factors that prompt people to act for the benefit of others. You should tell the truth is an evaluative judgment by virtue of implying the corresponding reinforcement factors. We could translate it as follows: if you receive reinforcement from the approval of others, you will receive it by telling the truth. Its value can be found in the social reinforcement factors that are cultivated for the purposes of management. This is an ethical or moral judgment in the sense that customs and norms govern the everyday way of life of the group. In this area, it is easy to lose sight of the guiding principles of reinforcement. A person drives a car well due to reinforcement factors that have been formed and that guide their actions. Behavior is traditionally explained by saying that the person possesses the knowledge and skills necessary for driving a car. But these knowledge and skills need to be traced back to the reinforcement factors that may have been used to explain their behavior. We do not say that a person does what they should do when driving a car due to some internal sense of what is right. However, we tend to refer to some internal virtue to explain why a person behaves well towards others, but they do so not because others endowed them with a sense of responsibility, duty, loyalty, and respect for others, but because they created effectively acting social reinforcement factors. The pattern of actions classified as good or bad, right or wrong, is determined not by virtue or vice, or good or bad character, or knowledge of good and evil, but by factors that generate a wide variety of reinforcements, including generalized verbal reinforcements of good or bad, and right or wrong. It is only necessary to identify the reinforcement factors that govern behavior, referred to as good or bad, and right or wrong, and then the distinction between facts and what people think about the facts becomes clear. What people think about the facts is an incidental phenomenon. What is important is what they do because of these facts, and what they do is a fact that becomes understandable when investigating the corresponding reinforcement factors. Karl Popper expressed the opposite traditional position as follows. In the face of the sociological fact that most people follow the norm of do not steal, there is still the possibility of deciding to follow this norm or its opposite. And there is still the possibility of encouraging those who have assimilated this norm and adhere to it, or demoralizing them by persuading them to follow its opposite. It is impossible to derive a normative or prescriptive proposition from a descriptive proposition. It is just another way of asserting that norms or prescriptions cannot be derived from facts. This conclusion is valid only if it is indeed possible to follow the norm or its opposite. Here, we are shown an autonomous individual playing their most impressive role. But whether a person follows the norm of do not steal or not depends on the reinforcing factors that support their behavior, which should not be overlooked. Here, we can refer to the relevant facts. Long before someone formulated this norm, people punished those who stole from them. At some point, theft came to be called a crime, and even those who were not directly stolen from punished it. Someone who gained experience from the impact of these reinforcement factors, perhaps on their own skin, could give others such advice: do not steal. And if they had enough authority or power, it would be unnecessary for them to describe the reinforcement factors as well. The more categorical formulation "do not steal," as one of the 10 commandments, implies supernatural sanctions. The corresponding social reinforcement factors are indicated by saying, "Stealing is not allowed," which can be interpreted as if you want to avoid punishment, avoid stealing, or stealing is a crime, and criminal behavior is punished. Such a statement is no more normative than this: if coffee keeps you awake after you go to bed, don't drink it. A rule or law contains mention of governing reinforcement factors, natural or social. A person may follow a rule or obey a law simply because of the reinforcement factors associated with that rule or law. But those who formulate rules and laws usually add additional reinforcement factors. A construction worker follows the rule of wearing a helmet. The natural reinforcement factors associated with protection against falling objects are not very effective, and therefore the rule has to be sanctioned. Those who do not wear helmets are dismissed. There is no inherent connection between wearing a helmet and retaining a job. This reinforcement factor is established to maintain the action of natural but less effective reinforcement factors associated with protection against falling objects. The same argumentation can be made for any rule that involves social reinforcement factors. In the long run, people's behavior is more effective if they are told the truth, but the benefit then becomes too distant for the truth teller, and additional reinforcement factors are needed to maintain such behavior. That is why truthfulness is called a virtue. This is how one should act, while lying is considered bad and wrong. So, a norm is simply a statement of reinforcement factors. Intentional behavior control for the good of others becomes stronger when it is carried out by religious, governmental, economic, and educational organizations. A social group maintains a certain order by punishing its members when they behave poorly, but when this function falls into the hands of the state, punishment is determined by specialists who have more powerful measures at their disposal, such as fines, imprisonment, or the death penalty. Good and bad are transformed into legal and illegal, and reinforcement factors are codified in laws that define behavior and corresponding punishments. Laws are useful for those who must adhere to them because they define behavior to be avoided, and they are useful for the servants of the law because they define behavior that should be punished. The social group is replaced by a much more clearly specialized entity, the state or the nation, whose authority or power to punish can be symbolized by ceremonies, flags, anthems, and stories about honorable law-abiding citizens and notorious criminals. A religious organization is a special form of power that turns good and bad into pious and sinful. It establishes positive and negative reinforcement factors, often in the most extreme way, such as commandments that are monitored by specialists, usually through ceremonies, rituals, and stories. Similarly, if members of an unorganized group exchange goods and services based on informal reinforcement factors, an economic organization or institution assigns special roles, such as employer, worker, buyer, and seller, and establishes special types of reinforcement, such as money and credit. Reinforcement factors are recorded in contracts and agreements, and so on. Similarly, members of an informal group learn from each other both through explicit teaching and without it. But only in an organized educational system do specialists called teachers work in specialized institutions called schools, using established specific reinforcement factors such as grades and diplomas. Good and bad in this context become right and wrong, and the behavior that is trained here is codified in schedules and tests. It should be noted that organizations encourage people to behave for the good of others more effectively, but they change how people feel about it. A person supports their government not because they are loyal, but because the government has established special reinforcement factors. We call them loyal and encourage them to call themselves loyal and talk about certain special feelings that they can call loyalty. A person adheres to religion not because they are devout. They adhere to it because of the reinforcement factors established by the religious organization. It recognizes them as devout and encourages them to call themselves devout and claim to feel a certain devotion. Therefore, conflicts between emotions, such as classic literary themes of conflicts between love and duty or patriotism and faith, are actually conflicts between reinforcement factors. As the factors that compel a person to act for the good of others become stronger, they push aside factors related to personal reinforcement. They are then challenged. Challenge is, of course, a metaphor that indicates competition or a duel. What people actually do in response to excessive or conflicting behavior control can be more candidly described as such. We saw an example of this in the struggle for freedom described in Chapter 2. An individual may betray the state by aligning with an informal power of a small group or withdraw into solitude like the writer Thoreau. They may become apostates from orthodox religion, adopting the ethics of an unofficial group or becoming hermits. They may reject organized economic power by engaging in barter or non-commercial means of livelihood. They may reject organized science and scientists in favor of personal experience. Another possibility is to weaken or destroy those who impose their control, possibly by creating a competing system of power. Such actions are often accompanied by speech behavior that supports nonverbal actions and encourages others to participate. It allows for questioning the value and effectiveness of the reinforcements used by opponents and formal institutions. Why should I seek admiration or avoid condemnation from others? What can my government, or any other government, do to me? Can the Church truly determine whether I receive eternal damnation or eternal bliss? What's so special about money? Do I need all the things that can be bought with it? Why should I study the subjects listed in the college curriculum? In short, why should I behave as others dictate? When individuals successfully avoid or destroy behavior control from others, they are left with only personal reinforcements. They surrender themselves to immediate gratification, possibly through sex or drugs. If there is little effort required to find food, shelter, and safety, their behavior will be insignificant. Such a state is referred to as suffering from a lack of values. As Maslow observed, the lack of values is described differently as anomie, amorality, anhedonia, rootlessness, emptiness, hopelessness, the absence of something to believe in and dedicate oneself to. All these words, obviously, refer to feelings or states of consciousness, but what is really lacking here is effective reinforcement of active behavior. Anomie and amorality are the absence of artificial reinforcements that prompt people to adhere to norms. Anhedonia, rootlessness, emptiness, and hopelessness indicate the absence of reinforcements of all kinds. Everything that can be believed in and dedicated to can be found among artificial factors that prompt people to behave for the good of others. The distinction between feelings and reinforcement factors is especially important when practical actions need to be taken. If an individual truly suffers from an internal state referred to as lack of values, then we can only solve the problem by changing that state, for example, through restoration of moral strength, moral inspiration, or strengthening the moral backbone or spiritual responsibility. However, in reality, it is necessary to change the reinforcing factors regardless of whether we consider them responsible for defective behavior or for the feelings that supposedly explain such behavior. The overall proposition is to strengthen previous controlling factors, resolve conflicts with stronger reinforcers, and focus on reinforcing factors. If people are not working, it is not because they are lazy or helpless, but because they are not being paid enough or because charity or wealth have made economic reinforcers less effective. It is necessary to make good things in life available only through productive work. If citizens are not law-abiding, it is not because they are anarchists or criminals, but because law enforcement agencies have weakened. The problem can be solved by refusing to make prison sentences conditional or reducing them, increasing the number of police officers, and introducing stricter laws. If students are idle, it is not because they lack interest, but because teaching standards have been lowered or because the subjects taught have ceased to be a gateway to a good life. Students will actively strive for education if the prestige of the taught knowledge and skills is restored. Such proposals for strengthening old methods of behavior management are rightly called reactionary. This strategy may bring success, but it will not eliminate the problem itself. Organized behavior management for the benefit of others will continue to compete with personal reinforcers, and different types of organized management will compete with each other. The ratio of benefits obtained by the controller and the controlled will remain unfair. If the problem is simply to correct this ratio, any measure that makes management more efficient is a step in the wrong direction. However, any step towards complete individualism or complete freedom from management is also a step in the wrong direction. The first step in solving this problem is to identify all the benefits received by an individual when their behavior is controlled for the benefit of others. Surroundings managed by manipulating personal reinforcers on which the human organism depends, along with conditional reinforcers such as praise or reprimand received from them. But there are other consequences that are often ignored because they do not manifest immediately. We have already discussed the problem of making delayed negative consequences effective. A similar problem arises when delayed consequences are positive reinforcers. This question is important enough to warrant further comment. Presumably, the process of operant conditioning emerged in evolution, because organisms that were more susceptible to the effects of their behavior could better adapt to the environment and survive. In this case, only immediate consequences can be effective. One reason for this is the ultimate cause. The act of behavior, of course, cannot be changed by everything that happens after it, but if the consequence is immediate, it can be temporally associated with the act of behavior. The second reason lies in the functional relationship between behavior and its consequences. Organism survival factors could not generate a conditioning process that took into account how behavior produces its consequences. The only useful relationship was temporal. A process could develop in which reinforcement strengthened any preceding behavior. But such a process was important only if it strengthened behavior that actually produced positive results. Hence the importance of the fact that any change that immediately follows the act of behavior is likely to have been caused by it. The third reason, related to the second but more practical in nature, is that the reinforcing effect of delayed consequences can be intercepted by intervening acts of behavior that receive reinforcement, even though they did not participate in creating the conditions that provide reinforcement. The process of operant conditioning deals with immediate consequences, but remote consequences can also be of significant value to the individual's well-being if they can be controlled by their behavior. The temporal gap can be bridged by a series of conditional reinforcements, one example of which we have already considered. A person who often avoids the rain by seeking shelter eventually avoids the rain by entering it before it starts. The stimuli that frequently precede rain have become negative reinforcements. They have a more negative effect when a person is outside of shelter, and by seeking shelter, they avoid both the signs and the rain itself. The effective consequence is not that they won't get wet when the rain finally starts, but that the conditional negative stimulus immediately weakens. Such mediation of remote consequences is easier to investigate when reinforcement is positive. Let's take, for example, a primitive behavior known as fire preservation. The practice of covering hot coals with ashes overnight so that they can be found as hot embers in the morning and used to start a fire again must have been very important at a time when there were no other easy ways to start a fire. How could they have learned this? Of course, we cannot explain the idea of fire preservation by saying that someone came up with the idea. We must proceed further and explain the origin of the idea itself. A smoldering coal found in the morning is unlikely to be a reinforcement for the act of gathering ashes in a pile in the evening. But the temporal gap can be bridged by a series of conditional reinforcements. It is easy to start a new fire from an old one that is not completely extinguished yet, and if it seems that the fire has been extinguished for some time, it is easy to learn to dig into the ashes to find a smoldering ember. A high pile of ashes would then become a conditional reinforcement, a guarantee that by digging into it, one can find an ember. Gathering ashes into a pile would automatically receive reinforcement. The time interval at first may have been very short. They covered the fire in the same condition as they found it soon after, but when fire preservation became a habit, the temporal aspect of reinforcement factors may have changed. Like all explanations of the origin of primitive behavior, the above is also speculative, but it can be used to draw the following conclusion. The circumstances under which people learned to preserve fire must have been extremely rare. However, for greater plausibility, we must also point out that the period during which they could occur is measured in hundreds of thousands of years. But once the act of behavior, fire preservation or any part of it, was mastered by one person, others could learn it much more easily, and from that point on, There was no further need for the chance occurrence of such circumstances. One of the advantages of social animals is that not everyone needs to discover everything on their own. A parent teaches a child, and a master teaches an apprentice, because they gain a useful assistant, and in this process, the child and the apprentice acquire useful acts of behavior that they probably would not acquire under the influence of non-social reinforcement factors alone. Perhaps no one plants seeds in the spring simply because they will yield a harvest in the fall. Planting would not be adaptive or rational if it had no connection to the harvest, but spring sowing is influenced by more immediate reinforcement factors, most of which are created by the social environment. The harvest, in the best case, has the effect of sustaining a whole series of conditional reinforcements. One of the most important repertoires of behavior that can only be acquired from others is language. Verbal behavior likely emerged as a result of factors associated with practical social interactions, and a person who becomes both a speaker and a listener gains access to a repertoire of behavior of unprecedented scope and power that they can use for themselves. Parts of this repertoire relate to self-awareness and self-management, which, as we will see in Chapter 9, are products of social life, even though they are often falsely interpreted as purely individual and personal matters. Another advantage is that the individual ultimately becomes one of the others who engage in behavior management for their own benefit. Social organization often finds justification by pointing to a set of universal values. An individual under the control of the government enjoys a certain degree of order and security. The economic system finds justification by pointing to the wealth it produces, and educational institutions find justification by pointing to skills and knowledge. Without the social environment, a person remains essentially undeveloped, like the children who are said to have been raised by wolves or those who manage to survive alone from an early age in a favorable climate. A person who lives in isolation from birth does not have verbal behavior, does not perceive themselves as individuals, does not acquire self-management methods, and has only the meager skills related to the surrounding world that can be acquired in a single short life through non-social reinforcement factors. In Dante's Hell, special torment awaits those who lived without blame and without praise, like the angels who were only for themselves. To live only for oneself means to be insignificant. The great individualists who are often quoted to prove the value of personal freedom owe their successes to their previous lives in the social environment. The unintentional individualism of Robinson Crusoe and the voluntary individualism of Henry David Thoreau testify to their obvious debt to society. If Crusoe had ended up on an uninhabited island as a child, and if Thoreau had grown up without education on the shores of Walden Pond, their lives would have been completely different. We all start life as helpless children, and no degree of self-determination, self-sufficiency, and independence makes us individuals in any other sense than as individual members of human society. Rousseau's famous principle that man is born free, but everywhere he is in chains is completely false, and the irony is that, while complaining that his book Émile is so little understood, Rousseau describes it as a treatise on the innate goodness of man, aiming to show how vices and errors, foreign to his nature, penetrate him from outside and imperceptibly change him. Because the book is actually one of the most significant practical guides on how to change human behavior. Even outstanding revolutionaries are largely products of the system they seek to overthrow. They speak the language, use logic and science, adhere to many ethical and legal principles, and apply practical skills and knowledge given to them by society. A small part of their behavior may represent an exception, and perhaps even a striking one, and we must look for exceptional reasons for their unique life positions. These are, therefore, some of the benefits we owe to the management carried out by others. in addition to the benefits used as a means of control. The more distant goods are of value in any assessment of fairness in the exchange between a person and their social environment. No reasonable balance can be achieved until distant goods are neglected for the sake of radical individualism or liberalism, or until the balance is sharply disrupted by the existence of an exploitative system. It can be assumed that there is an optimal state of equilibrium in which each individual receives maximum reinforcement. But to assert this means introducing values of a new kind. Why bother with questions of justice if they can be reduced to the skillful practice of reinforcement? The questions we started with obviously cannot be answered simply by pointing out what is good for oneself and what is good for others. There is another kind of value that we will now consider. The struggle for freedom and honor has been formulated as the defense of autonomous personality, rather than a revision of the reinforcement factors by which people live. We have gained access to a technology of behavior that could more successfully reduce the negative consequences of behavior, both immediate and distant, and maximize the achievements that the human organism is capable of, but defenders of freedom are against its application. The opposition may raise a series of questions regarding values. Who should decide what is good for a person? How will this more effective technology be used? By whom and for what purpose? In fact, these are questions about reinforcement. Some things have become good in the evolutionary history of the human species, and they can be used to motivate people to act for the benefit of others. When they are abused, they can provoke resistance, and a person may engage in activities that are only good for themselves. This can be counteracted by more intensive reinforcement factors that elicit behavior for the benefit of others, or by pointing out individual goods that individuals overlook, concepts of security, order, health, well-being, or wisdom. It is possible that society can indirectly control a person through certain distant consequences of their behavior, and the well-being of others turns into the well-being of that person. Here we will have to analyze another kind of good, which is the progress of mankind. Chapter 7. Cultural evolution consists of the progress of humanity. A child is born to become a member of the human species, with genetic inheritance and a multitude of peculiar characteristics, and immediately begins to acquire a repertoire of behavior under the influence of reinforcement factors encountered individually. Most of these reinforcement factors are created by other people. These factors are essentially what is called culture, although culture is usually characterized by other words. For example, two prominent anthropologists stated that the essential core of culture consists of traditional, that is, historically risen and selected ideas and especially the values associated with them. However, by observing culture, you will not see any ideas or values. You will see how people live, how they raise their children, how they gather or grow food for themselves, what kind of homes they live in, what they wear, what games they play, how they relate to each other, what their governance is like, and so on. And these are customs, or the habitual behavior of people. And to explain it, we must study the reinforcement factors that elicit it. Some reinforcing factors are part of the physical environment, but they typically operate in conjunction with social reinforcing factors, which are naturally emphasized by those studying culture. Social reinforcing factors or the behavior they elicit are the ideas of culture, and the reinforcements resulting from these reinforcing factors are its values. People are not only subject to the influence of reinforcing factors that constitute culture, but they also contribute to its preservation. As long as reinforcing factors prompt them to do so, culture will exist independently. Effective reinforcements can be observed through experience, and therefore their role is undeniable. What a specific group of people considers good is a fact. It is what serves as reinforcement for the members of that group due to their genetic heritage and natural and social reinforcing factors that act upon them. Each culture has its own set of goods, and what is considered good in one culture is not necessarily good in another. Recognizing this, we adopt a position of cultural relativism. What is good for the inhabitants of the Trobriand Islands is good for the inhabitants of the Trobriand Islands. And that's all there is to it. Anthropologists have often contrasted relativism as a tolerant alternative to the missionary zeal to transform all cultures into a standardized set of ethical, governmental, religious, and economic values. A specific set of values can explain why a particular culture functions tolerably, probably without significant changes over an extended period. However, no culture can constantly remain in equilibrium. Reinforcing factors inevitably change. The natural habitat also changes as people migrate, climate changes, natural resources are consumed, used differently, depleted, and so on. Social reinforcing factors also change as the size of the group or its contact with other groups changes, or as power structures become stronger or weaker or compete with each other, or as the influence of power on the population leads to resistance in the form of fleeing or rebellion. It is important to note that the reinforcing factors characteristic of a specific culture cannot be adequately transferred to another. So the tendency to seek reinforcement from a particular set of values is not preserved. The resilience of a culture in catastrophic situations may decrease or increase. In short, culture can become stronger or weaker, and there is the possibility to predict whether it will survive or perish. Therefore, the resilience of culture is an independent value that must be taken into account along with personal and societal goods. The fact that a particular culture can survive or perish suggests a kind of evolution, and therefore, of course, an analogy with the evolution of species has often been pointed out. This needs to be discussed in more detail. Thus, culture corresponds to species. We characterize it by listing its norms and customs, just as we characterize a species by listing its anatomical features. Two or more cultures may have a common custom, just as two or more species may have the same common anatomical feature. The carriers of cultural customs, like the characteristics of a species, are their members who transmit both to their offspring. In general, the greater the number of individuals, carriers of characteristic traits of a species or culture, the greater their chances of survival. Like a biological species, culture is the result of adaptation to the environment. Since it helps its carriers obtain what they need and avoid what is dangerous to them, culture helps them survive and pass themselves on to their offspring. These two types of evolution are closely interconnected. The same people transmit both culture and genetic inheritance, although in very different ways and for different aspects of their lives. The ability to change one's behavior, which enables culture, was acquired through the process of species evolution, and conversely, culture determines many of the biological characteristics passed on to offspring. For example, many current cultures allow individuals to survive and reproduce in ways that would be impossible without them. Not every custom in a culture, nor every trait of a biological species, is adaptive, as non-adaptive customs and traits can exist and be transmitted alongside adaptive ones. As a result, poorly adapted cultures and species can survive for a considerable period of time. New customs correspond to genetic mutations. A new custom can weaken culture, for example, leading to wasteful resource consumption or a decline in the health of its carriers, or strengthen it, for example, motivating carriers to use resources more efficiently or take care of their health. Just as changes in gene structure resulting from mutations are unrelated to the factors of evolutionary selection, which only affect the resulting phenotypic characteristic. The emergence of a new custom is not necessarily linked to its value for survival. A leader's allergy to a certain food can lead to changes in dietary commandments, sexual preferences can lead to changes in marriage rituals, and the topography of the land can lead to changes in military strategy. Moreover, these customs can be valuable to culture for entirely different reasons. Many cultural traits, of course, owe their origins to catastrophic events. Ancient Rome, located on a fertile plain and constantly under attack from tribes living in natural fortresses atop surrounding hills, developed laws of ownership that survived the initial challenge they faced. Ancient Egyptians, in reconstructing the boundaries of their land after the annual flooding of the Nile, developed geometry, which turned out to be valuable for many other reasons. The analogy between biological and cultural evolution limps at the point of transmission. In the transmission of cultural traits, there is nothing analogous to the genetic chromosomal mechanism. On the contrary, cultural evolution operates according to Lamarck in the sense that acquired traits are transmitted. Returning to the cliché example, a giraffe does not stretch its neck to reach food that would otherwise be inaccessible to it and then pass on the longer neck to its offspring. In reality, giraffes with a mutation that causes neck elongation have a better chance of reaching more food and thus surviving and passing on this mutation to their offspring. In contrast, a culture in which a custom emerges, enabling it to use previously inaccessible food sources, can transmit this skill not only to newborns but also to adults and even living representatives of the previous generation. What is more important is that a skill can be transmitted diffusely to other cultures, as if antelopes, noticing the usefulness of the giraffe's long necks, began to develop longer necks themselves. Biological species are isolated from each other by reproductive barriers that prevent the transmission of genetic traits, but there are no such barriers between cultures. Culture is a set of traits, but this set can easily mix with other sets. There is a tendency to associate culture with a specific group of people. It is easier to see people than their behavior, and behavior is easier to see than the reinforcing factors that cause it. In addition, conversational language and the objects used by culture bearers, such as tools, weapons, clothing, and ornaments, are easily noticeable and therefore often mentioned in the definition of culture. It is only because we identify culture with people whose behavior is shaped by it that we can speak of belonging to a culture, as it is impossible to belong to a multitude of reinforcing factors or a set of artifacts. Some forms of isolation can create a distinct culture due to the limitation of norms and customs transmission. When we talk about Samoan culture, both geographic isolation and racial characteristics come into play, which can hinder the exchange of customs with Polynesian culture. Dominant organizations or power systems can hold a set of customs together as a cohesive whole. For example, in a democratic culture, the social environment is characterized by a set of governmental traditions that receive support from compatible ethical, religious, economic, and educational norms. Christian, Muslim, or Buddhist cultures imply that religious norms dominate them, while in capitalist or socialist culture, a set of economic norms dominates. Each possibly associated with compatible customs and norms of another type. Culture characterized by governmental, religious, or economic systems does not require geographic or racial isolation. Although the analogy between biological and cultural evolution falters when it comes to transmission, the concept of cultural evolution remains useful. New customs and norms emerge, and they are typically transmitted if they contribute to the survival of those who practice them. We can even trace the evolution of culture more clearly than species evolution, because significant conditions can be observed, and they can often be directly manipulated. However, as we have seen, the role of the environment is only now being understood, as the social environment, which is culture, is often difficult to identify. It constantly changes, lacks materiality, and can be easily confused with the people whose behavior sustains its existence and is shaped by it. Since there is a tendency to equate culture with its bearer people, the principle of evolution has fallen victim to abuses in justifying conflicts between cultures under the banner of the so-called social Darwinism doctrine. Wars between states, religions, economic systems, races, and classes have been defended based on the argument that survival of the fittest is a law of nature, an ironclad teeth and claws nature. If humans emerged as the dominant species, why not look forward to the emergence of a dominant subspecies or master race? If cultural development is a similar process, why not have a dominant culture? It is true that people kill each other, often following norms that seem defining for their culture. One government or form of governance competes with another, and their primary means for this competition are determined by their military budgets. Religious and economic systems resort to the use of military force. The Nazi final solution was a competition not for survival but for death. And in such competition, it is evident that the strongest survives. But in reality, neither an individual nor any governmental, religious, or economic institution survives for a sufficiently long time. What evolves are norms and customs. In both biological and cultural evolution, competition with other species is not the sole important factor of selection. Both biological species and cultures compete primarily with their environment. The majority of a species' anatomy and physiology serve functions like breathing, nourishment, maintaining necessary temperature, avoiding dangers, fighting infections, reproduction, and so on. Only a small part of them deals with the struggle against other members of the same species or different species, and therefore, it is the result of successful survival in this struggle. Similarly, most customs and norms that make up a particular culture serve the functions of providing food and security, rather than competing with other cultures. And they have been selected through factors of survival in which successful competition played a secondary role. Culture is not a product of the creative consciousness of a group or an expression of collective will. No society began with a social contract. No economic system began with the idea of natural exchange or payment for labor, and no family structure began with the awareness of the benefits of living together. No, culture evolves when new norms and customs contribute to the survival of those who practice them. When it becomes apparent that a culture can survive or perish, some of its members may actively contribute to its survival. To the two values that, as we have seen, can influence those who are capable of applying behavior technology, personal goods that reinforce due to human genetic inheritance, and goods for others that result from interpersonal relationships, we must now add a third value, the good of culture. But what is its basis of action? Why do people in the late 20th century concern themselves with how people in the last third of the 21st century will look, what kind of government they will have, how and why they will work productively, what they will know, or what their books, photographs, or music will be like? After all, none of the current reinforcements can be conditioned by something so distant. So why do people consider the survival of their culture a good? Here, of course, it is pointless to say that a person acts because he or she feels concerned about the survival of their culture. Feelings about any institution depend on the reinforcements that the institution applies. What a person feels about the government can range from the most zealous patriotism to sheer fear, depending on the nature of the norms of governance. What a person feels about the economic system can range from enthusiastic support to bitter rejection, depending on how this system uses positive and negative reinforcements. So what a person feels about the survival of their culture will depend on the measures that culture takes to encourage its bearers to actively contribute to its survival. These measures explain their support, while their feelings are only byproducts. It is just as meaningless to say that someone suddenly comes up with an idea to make an effort for the survival of culture and shares it with others. The idea is at least as difficult to explain as the actions that are said to express it, and it is much less tangible. But how do we explain these actions? Much of what people do to contribute to the survival of culture is done unintentionally, in other words, not because it increases the value of its survival. Culture survives if its carriers survive, and this partly depends on their explicit genetic susceptibility to reinforcement, which shapes and sustains behavior that ensures survival in a given environment. Customs that motivate individuals to work for the benefit of others undoubtedly contribute to their survival and, consequently, to the survival of the culture of which they are a part. Institutions can receive effective reinforcement from events that occur only after the death of the individual. They act as intermediaries and distributors of security, justice, order, knowledge, material goods, healthcare, and so on, only a part of which this individual can benefit from. Whether it's a 5-year plan or a program of harsh austerity, people are motivated to work and give up a certain amount of positive reinforcement in exchange for the promise of reinforcement they will receive later. But many of them will not live long enough to enjoy the delayed positive consequences of their efforts. Rousseau mentioned this fact regarding education. Half of the children who were subjected to harsh methods of upbringing at that time did not live long enough to enjoy the promised benefits. Honors bestowed upon a living hero are perpetuated in the form of legends. Accumulated wealth is perpetuated by the accumulator, as well as accumulated knowledge. The wealthy establish charitable foundations in their name, and science and education preserve the names of their heroes. The Christian belief in the afterlife may have evolved as social reinforcement for those who suffer for their religion in life. Heaven is depicted as a catalogue of positive reinforcements, and hell as a catalogue of negative reinforcements, although obtaining one or the other depends on the individual's behavior before death. The individual itself, of course, does not directly receive anything from this. It only receives conditional reinforcements used by other carriers of its culture, who will survive it and receive the immediate results of its efforts. None of this can explain the phenomenon that can be called pure concern for the survival of culture, but in essence, we do not really need an explanation. Just as we do not need an explanation for the origin of genetic mutations to explain their influence on natural selection, we do not need an explanation for the origin of cultural norms to explain their contribution to the survival of culture. The simple fact is that a culture which, for whatever reason, motivates its carriers to exert efforts for its survival or for the survival of some of its norms, has a greater chance of surviving. Survival is the sole value on the basis of which any culture ultimately receives an evaluation, and any traditions and norms that contribute to its survival, by definition, have value for survival. If you are not satisfied with the statement that any culture which motivates its carriers to exert efforts for its survival for any reason whatsoever thereby has a greater likelihood of surviving and perpetuating its traditions, then it must be remembered that there is little here that actually requires explanation. Cultures rarely express concern for their own survival in a pure form, without the mixture of nationalism, racism, geographic boundaries, or state norms with which cultures tend to identify themselves. When the benefits of others are challenged, especially the benefits of organized society, it is not easy to respond by pointing to delayed advantages. For example, citizens challenge the government by refusing to pay taxes, serve in the armed forces, participate in elections, and so on. Then it can respond by either reinforcing the available reinforcements or by pointing out the negative impact of problematic behavior on deferred benefits. But how can it answer the question, why should I care that my government or this form of government exist long after my death? Similarly, a religious organization is challenged when its parishioners do not attend church, do not support it financially, do not show political activity in its interests, and so on. And it too will attempt to solve the problem by reinforcing its reinforcements or by pointing out deferred benefits. But what will be its answer to the question, why should I contribute to the long-term survival of my religion? People challenge the economic system by not working productively. And it can respond by sharpening its reinforcements or by pointing to deferred benefits. But what can be her answer to the question, why should I be concerned about the survival of this economic system? The only honest answer to such questions is obviously this. There are no compelling reasons for your concern, but if your culture has not convinced you that they really exist, then it is worse for your culture. It is even more difficult to explain the activity aimed at establishing a single culture for all of humanity. The ideas of Pax Romana Americana, a world where there are no threats to democracy, world communism, or the Catholic Church, are supported by powerful organizations. But the project of a pure world culture does not have it. Support for it is unlikely to develop due to intense competition between religious, state, and economic organizations. However, there are many reasons why people should now be interested in the welfare of all humanity. All acute global problems today are global. Overpopulation, resource depletion, environmental pollution, and the possibility of nuclear catastrophe are the not-so-distant consequences of current political courses. But simply pointing out the consequences is not enough. We must construct reinforcing factors through which these consequences will impact people. But what can the cultures of the world do to make these dreadful prospects influence human behavior? The process of cultural evolution will not end even if only one culture remains, and biological evolution will not end even if only one dominant biological species remains, presumably humans. Some important selection factors will change, and others will disappear, but mutations will still occur, selection will continue, and new customs and social norms will continue to develop. Then it will make no sense to speak of culture. It will be clear to everyone that we are dealing only with social norms, just as in the case of a single species, we can only talk about traits. The evolution of culture raises certain questions about so-called values that have not been given exhaustive answers. Is the evolution of culture progress? And what is its goal? Is its goal some consequence that is different from the consequences, whether real or imagined, that prompt people to contribute to the survival of their culture? It may seem that structural analysis allows us to avoid these questions. If we limit ourselves to considering just what people do, it seems that culture develops simply by passing through a sequence of stages. Although a particular culture may skip a stage, a general order can still be demonstrated. Structuralists seek explanations for why one stage follows another in a structured sequence. Technically speaking, they try to explain the dependent variable without linking it to any independent variable. The fact that evolution occurs over time, however, implies that time can be a useful independent variable. As Leslie White put it, evolution can be defined as a temporal sequence of form change, one form growing out of another, culture progressing from one stage to another. In this process, time is as integral a factor as form change. Directed change over time is often called development. Geologists trace the development of the Earth as a series of different epochs. And paleontologists trace the development of species. Psychologists trace development, for example, of psychosexual adaptation. The development of culture can be traced through its use of tools, its methods of obtaining food, its utilization of economic forces, and so on. Facts of this kind are useful, however, the change does not occur due to the passage of time, but because of what specifically happened during that time. The chalk period in geology does not appear at a certain stage of Earth's development due to some predetermined fixed sequence, but because the preceding state of Earth led to certain changes. The evolution of the horse's hoof did not happen because it was time, but because the results of certain mutations were selected through natural selection, thanks to the action of survival factors in the environment in which horses lived. The size of a child's vocabulary or the grammatical forms they use are not a function of their age, but rather the development of speech reinforcement factors that dominate the circle of individuals with whom they communicate. A child develops the concept of inertia at a certain age solely because of the social and non-social reinforcement factors that generate behavior indicative of the acquisition of this concept. Reinforcement factors evolve to the extent that they produce the behavior they elicit. If developmental stages follow one another in an unchanging order, it is because one stage creates the factors responsible for the next one. A child must be able to walk before they can run or jump. They must have a basic vocabulary before they can create grammatical structures from words. They must acquire simple acts of operant behavior before they can develop behavior indicative of the assimilation of complex concepts. The same issues arise regarding cultural development. The practice of gathering naturally precedes agriculture not due to some deep tendency, but because people must somehow ensure their survival, for example, by gathering edible items before acquiring agricultural skills. The necessary order in Karl Marx's historical determinism lies in reinforcement factors. Class struggle is a simplified way of representing how people govern one another. The rise of merchant power, the decline of feudalism, and later the beginning of the industrial era largely depend on changes in economic reinforcement factors. Purely structuralist psychology, content with schemes of sequential structural change, makes no attempt to explain behavior based on genetic and ecological background. It also does not attempt to change the order in which stages succeed one another or the speed at which this happens. In a standard environment, a child may acquire concepts in a standard order, but this order is determined by reinforcement factors that can be altered. Similarly, culture can evolve through a sequence of stages according to how reinforcement factors develop, but different systems of reinforcement factors can be devised. We cannot change the age of the Earth or a child, but in the case of a child, it is not necessary to wait for time to pass in order to modify the processes that occur over time. The concept of development becomes clouded with so-called values when directed change is regarded as growth. An apple's growth passes through a sequence of stages, and it is only at one stage that it is at its best. We do not like immature or rotten apples. Only ripe apples are good. Analogously, people reason about the maturity of an individual and the maturity of culture. The peasant works, striving to successfully bring the cultivated fruits to maturity, while parents, teachers, and doctors strive to raise a child into a mature individual. The change towards maturity is often assessed as development. If this change is interrupted, it is referred to as halted or blocked development, and efforts are made to correct it. When the change is slow, it is referred to as backwardness, and attempts are made to accelerate it. However, these desired values become unnecessary upon reaching maturity. No one aspires to become old. A mature person would be happy to stop or slow down their further development. From this point on, they have nothing against backwardness. It is a mistake to assume that any change or development is growth. The current state of the Earth's surface is neither mature nor immature. As far as we know, horses have not yet reached some final and, presumably, optimal stage of evolutionary development. If it seems that a child's language skills are growing like an embryo, it is only because the reinforcing factors that guide this process in the surrounding world are being ignored. Feral children do not acquire language not because their isolation hindered some growth process, but because they were not exposed to the reinforcing factors of speech communication with people. We have no grounds to consider any culture mature in the sense that its further growth is unlikely or that it will necessarily be degradation. We call some cultures underdeveloped or immature in contrast to others that we call highly developed, but to consider the presence of government, religion, or economic system as evidence of maturity is a crude form of chauvinism. The main objection to the metaphor of growth in relation to the development of personality or the evolution of culture is that it emphasizes a functional final state. It is said that an organism grows towards maturity or with the aim of reaching maturity. Maturity is turned into a goal, and progress is turned into movement towards that goal. The goal is literally the finish line, the end of something like a race. It has no significance for the race beyond being its end. This word is used in this relatively banal sense when it is said that the goal of life is death, or that the goal of evolution is to populate the earth with living beings. Death is undoubtedly the end of life, and a crowded world could be the end of evolution, but these terminal states have no significance for the processes by which they will be achieved. We do not live in order to die, and evolution does not occur in order to populate the earth. The finish at the end of the race is easily confused with victory, and therefore, with the reason for participating in the race or the goal of the runner. Early researchers of learning used mazes and other devices whose goal, in their opinion, was to demonstrate the relationship between behavior and reinforcement that resulted from it. That is, supposedly, the organism was moving towards a goal. However, temporal, not spatial, correlation is at work here. Reinforcement follows the act of behavior. The act of behavior does not chase the goal or outpace it. We explain the development of a biological species and the behavior of an individual by pointing to the selective action of survival factors and reinforcement factors. Both the species and the individual's behavior develop as they are formed and maintained in their interaction with the surrounding world. The role of the future is only in this. However, this does not mean that these processes have no direction. Many efforts have been made to characterize evolution as directed change, for example, as a continuous increase in the complexity of structure, sensitivity to stimulation, or efficiency of energy use. But in fact, there is a completely different potential factor that is important. Both types of evolution make organisms more sensitive to the consequences of their actions. Organisms that are more easily changed by specific consequences are presumed to have an adaptive advantage. And culture puts human behavior under the control of delayed consequences that would not play any role in their physical evolution as a biological species. Delayed personal well-being effectively influences human behavior when it is governed by the well-being of others, and culture, which prompts some of its bearers to act for its survival, does so in anticipation of even more distant consequences. The task of cultural designers is to accelerate the development of customs and norms that trigger such more distant consequences of behavior. Next, we will consider some of the problems they face. The social environment is what is called culture. It shapes and maintains patterns of behavior for those who live in it. A particular culture develops as new norms and customs emerge, which are then selected based on their contribution to the strengthening of culture in terms of its competition with the surrounding world and other cultures. An important step is the emergence of norms that motivate culture bearers to work for its survival. The origin of such norms is impossible if based on personal benefit, even when they act for the benefit of others, as the survival of culture after the death of an individual cannot serve as a source of conditioned reinforcement for them. Surrounding individuals who encourage the individual to act for their benefit can survive the individual, as the culture whose survival is the essence of the problem often identifies with them or their organizations. However, cultural evolution gives it an additional set of goods or values. Culture that, for whatever reason, motivates its bearers to contribute to its survival has a greater chance of surviving. The matter is about the well-being of the culture, not the well-being of the individual. The targeted design of culture contributes to this well-being by accelerating the process of its evolution. And since the science of behavior and the corresponding technology optimize this design, they are important mutations for the evolution of culture. If there is any goal or direction of cultural evolution, its essence lies in involving an increasing number of consequences of human behavior in the management of their behavior. Chapter 8: Culture Construction. In fact, many people are engaged in the construction and transformation of culture. They modify both the things they use and the methods of their use. They invent improved mouse traps and computers and discover more efficient ways of raising children, paying wages, collecting taxes, and generally helping others solve problems. There is no need to dwell on the word better for long, as it is simply the comparative degree of the word good, which in English means both good and benefit and commodity. Well-being and commodities are essentially reinforcements. When comparing two cameras, one is said to be better than the other based on the results achieved when using them. The manufacturing company encourages potential buyers to evaluate their camera in order to promise in advertisements that it will function well, citing what users have reported about its performance, and so on. Of course, it is much more difficult to evaluate one culture as a whole over another, particularly because it requires taking into account a much larger number of parameters. No one knows the best way to raise children, pay wages, maintain law and order, teach, or make people creative. But there is the opportunity to offer better methods than what we currently have and support them by predicting and ultimately demonstrating results that provide more reinforcement. In the past, this was done based on personal experience and folk wisdom, but it is clear that scientific analysis of human behavior is preferable. It helps us with its two-sided approach, determining what needs to be done and suggesting ways to do it. The recent article in a popular weekly magazine about what is wrong in the United States indicates the great need for this. The problem is described there as disrupted youth psyche, spiritual recession, mental depression, and spiritual crisis, the causes of which are attributed to anxiety, insecurity, illness, alienation, generalized despair, and several other moods and mental states, all of which allegedly interact with the universally recognized intrapsychic template. For example, it is claimed that a lack of social confidence leads to alienation, and hopelessness leads to aggression. Most readers probably think they understand the ramblings of this author and may have believed that he expressed something useful. But his speculations, which are not even original, suffer from two characteristic defects that explain our inability to adequately address cultural problems. The essence of problematic behavior is not actually described, and nothing is proposed to correct it. Let's consider a young man whose surrounding world suddenly changes. He graduates from college and goes to work or is drafted into the army. Most of the behavior he has learned before turns out to be useless, not adapted to this new environment. His current actual behavior can be easily described, and even this description can be translated. He lacks self-confidence or feels insecure or confused. He is disappointed or even desperate. He is frustrated. He feels awkward or afraid. He is unable to do what he wants or what he is good at. He feels helpless. His life feels meaningless. He lacks a sense of accomplishment. He feels guilt or shame. He is discouraged or even feels disgust toward himself. He falls into hypochondria or neurosis. And he suffers from an identity crisis. The italicized interpretations are too brief to be precise, but they indicate the possibility of an alternative interpretation, the only one that offers an effective course of action. For the young man himself, undoubtedly, the most important thing is the various states of well-being. They are the most important reinforcers, and he has learned to use them in a traditional way to explain his behavior to himself and others. What he tells us about his feelings can allow us to make informed assumptions about what is wrong with the reinforcement factors. But we need to address these factors directly if we want unambiguous results, and it is these factors that need to be changed in order to change his behavior. Feelings and states of consciousness continue to set the tone for discussions on human behavior for many reasons. On the one hand, they have long overshadowed alternatives that could replace them, making it difficult to understand behavior itself without attaching the myriad of things that supposedly express it. The selective influence on the environment remained incomprehensible in its essence. It took nothing less than experimental analysis of behavior to discover the significance of reinforcement factors, and these factors remain almost imperceptible through random observation. This is easy to demonstrate. The reinforcement factors that we set in experiments in the operant laboratory are often complex, but they are still simpler than many reinforcement factors at work in the larger world. However, for someone unfamiliar with the methodology of laboratory experiments, it will be difficult to understand the essence of what is happening in the experimental setup. They see that the organism performs several stereotypical acts of behavior in the presence of different stimuli that occasionally change, and they may occasionally witness an act of reinforcement, such as the appearance of a piece of food that the organism eats. All of this is obvious, but random observations alone rarely reveal reinforcement factors. Our observer will not be able to explain why the organism behaves this way and not another. And if they cannot understand what they see in simplified laboratory conditions, how can we expect them to comprehend the meaning of what is happening in everyday life? The experimenter, of course, has additional information. They know something about the genetics of the subject organism, at least because they have studied other representatives of the same pure line. They know something about the subject organism's history, the reinforcement factors that previously affected the organism, the schedule of deprivation to which the organism was subjected, and so on. But our casual observer did not grasp the essence of the experiment not because they did not know these additional facts. They did not understand it because they could not see the meaning of what was happening before their eyes. In the experiment with operant behavior, changes in the probability of behavioral acts are important data, usually observed as changes in frequency. And tracking changes in frequency through simple observation is difficult, if not impossible. We are not very well adapted to see changes in repetition frequency occurring over a fairly long period of time. And the experimenter can see these changes on the chart recorder. What appears to be a fairly random sequence of acts of behavior may turn out to be a stage of a lawful process. The experimenter is also aware of the dominant reinforcement factors. If our casual observer spends enough time, they may discover some of the reinforcement factors, but they can only do so if they know what to look for. Until laboratory experiments began to set reinforcement factors and study their effects, little effort was made to detect them in everyday life. In the same way as we have already noted in Chapter 1, experimental analysis allows for an effective interpretation of human behavior. It allows us to disregard insignificant details, no matter how dramatic they may be, and focus on the characteristics that could be easily ignored without such analysis, as trivial. The reader may have had a tendency to dismiss the frequent mention of reinforcement factors as a trendy term from technical jargon. But this is not one of those cases where old things are simply given new names. After all, reinforcement factors are a universal, ubiquitous phenomenon. They explain traditional questions of intentional and goal-directed behavior, but in a much more useful way, and they provide alternative formulations to the so-called processes of consciousness. Many specificities have never been considered before, and there are no traditional terms suitable for their discussion. The significance of this concept is undoubtedly far from being adequately recognized. Practical actions follow the interpretation. Reinforcement factors are available for manipulation, and as we come to understand the relationships between behavior and the surrounding world, we open up new ways to change behavior. The contours of this technology are already clear. The task is to develop or modify behavior, and then the corresponding reinforcement factors are organized. Programmed sequences of reinforcement factors may be necessary. This technology has been most successful where it is relatively easy to define the target behavior and specify the necessary reinforcement factors, for example, in child rearing, schools, and managing the behavior of intellectually disabled and hospitalized psychopaths. However, the same principles are also applied in the development of educational materials at all levels of education. In psychotherapy that goes beyond simple behavior management, in rehabilitation, in production management, in urban planning, and in many other areas of human behavior. There are many varieties of behavior modification and many different formulations, but they are united in one essential point: behavior can be changed by altering the conditions that govern it. This technology is ethically neutral. It can be used by villains and righteous individuals alike. Its methodology does not dictate the values that govern its application. However, we are not only dealing with practical techniques here, but with the creation of an entire culture, and then the survival of that culture becomes a special kind of value. A person may create a better method of child rearing primarily to avoid poorly behaving children. They may solve their problem, for example, through harsh tyranny. Or, conversely, their new method may contribute to the well-being of children and parents as a whole. This method may require time, effort, and personal sacrifices, but the individual will propose and use it if they have a strong enough motivation to work for the benefit of others. If they receive strong reinforcement from witnessing the joy of others, they will develop, for example, conditions in which children are happy. If their culture instills in them an interest in its survival, then they may study the contributions people make to their culture as a result of their early development. And then they can develop a better method of increasing those contributions. Those who embrace this method accept some reduction in personal reinforcement. The same three types of values can be found in the structure of other cultural practices. A school teacher can develop new teaching methods that make life easier for themselves, or that bring joy to their students, or that make it more likely for their students to make a maximum contribution to their culture. An entrepreneur can design a system of payment that increases their profits, or that benefits their employees, or that produces goods needed by society with minimal resource consumption and minimal environmental pollution. A ruling party can primarily act to maintain its power, or to provide reinforcement to those it governs, or serve the oligarchs by implementing a program of harsh austerity that may cost the party its power and the support of the people. The same three levels can also be found in the construction of culture as a whole. If the creator is an individualist, they will develop a world in which they have minimal control and consider their personal well-being the highest value. If they have been shaped by the corresponding social environment, they will develop a culture for the benefit of others, possibly at the expense of personal gain. If their primary concern is the value of cultural survival, they will develop it with a focus on efficient functioning. When a culture motivates some of its members to work for its survival, what do they need to do? They need to anticipate at least some of the difficulties the culture will face. And these difficulties are usually far in the future, with details not always clear. Apocalyptic visions have a long history, but only recently has much attention been paid to anticipating the future. We can predict some problems by extrapolating current trends. It is enough to observe the constant increase in the Earth's population, the size and spread of nuclear arsenals, and the pollution of the environment and depletion of natural resources. We can then change our behavior patterns to encourage people to have fewer children, spend less on nuclear weapons, stop environmental pollution, and consume resources less intensively. There is no need to predict the future to see how the power of culture depends on the behavior of its members. A culture that supports social order and protects itself from attacks frees its members from certain types of threats and clearly devotes more time and energy to other matters, especially if order and security are not maintained through violence. Culture needs various goods and resources for its survival, and its strength must partly depend on economic reinforcement factors that support entrepreneurial and productive work, the availability of means of production, and the exploration and conservation of natural resources. Culture will clearly be stronger if it motivates its members to maintain a safe and healthy social environment, provide medical care, and maintain a population density that corresponds to its resources and occupied space. Culture must be passed down from generation to generation, and its strength obviously depends on how much and what kind of knowledge the new generation acquires, both through informal learning factors and educational institutions. Culture needs the support of its members, and it must promote the pursuit and achievement of happiness to prevent their dissatisfaction or immigration. Culture must be stable enough, but it must also be capable of change, and it will be maximally strong if it can avoid excessive reverence for traditions and fear of novelty, as well as overly rapid changes. Ultimately, a culture will possess a special measure of survival value if it encourages its members to study existing norms and experiment with new ones. Culture is very much like an experimental setup used for analyzing behavior. Both are sets of reinforcement factors. A child is born into a culture of society, much like an organism is placed into an experimental setup. Designing culture is akin to planning an experiment. Reinforcement factors are established, and results are recorded. In an experiment, we are interested in its outcome, while in the construction of culture, we are concerned with whether it will function. That is the difference between science and technology. In utopian literature, one can find a whole collection of projects for the culture of society. Authors describe their visions of a good life and proposed ways to achieve them. Plato, in his dialogue The Republic, chose a political solution. St. Augustine, in The City of God, a religious one. Thomas More and Francis Bacon, being lawyers, relied on law and order, while 18th-century utopians, in the tradition of Rousseau, relied on the hypothetical natural goodness of humanity. The 19th century witnessed economic projects, and the 20th century saw the rise of what can be called psychological utopias, in which the full spectrum of social reinforcement factors was discussed. Utopian authors tried their best to simplify their task. A utopian community typically consists of a relatively small number of people living together in one place and in constant contact with each other. They may engage in informal governance of ethics and minimize the role of formal institutions. They may learn from each other rather than from specialists called teachers. They can deter harm towards each other through reprimand rather than specialized punishment from the justice system. They can produce and exchange material goods without indicating their value in monetary terms. They can assist the sick, disabled, mentally ill, or elderly with minimal assistance from the healthcare system. Harmful contacts with other cultures are avoided through geographical isolation, and entering a new culture is facilitated by a formalized break from the past, such as a ritual of rebirth. Utopias are often set in the distant future, so the necessary cultural evolution seems quite plausible. Utopia represents a monolithic social environment in which all parts work together. The domestic sphere does not conflict with the school or the street, and religion does not conflict with the state, and so on. However, the most important feature of designing utopias seems to be that the survival of the community matters to its members. Small size, isolation, and internal cohesion all contribute to the community's identity, which makes indifference to its successes or failures impossible. The fundamental question regarding all utopias is, will it really function? This literature is worth paying attention to because it emphasizes experimentation. It examined traditional culture and found its inadequacy, creating new models to be tested and modified according to the requirements of real circumstances. The simplifications of utopian literature, which are nothing more than simplifications typical of science, are rarely feasible in the world at large. And there are many other reasons why implementing a specific project is difficult. It is impossible to manage a large and changing population through informal social ethics alone because social reinforcers, such as praise and reprimand, cannot be exchanged for interpersonal reinforcers on which they are informally based. Why pay attention to praising or reprimanding someone you will never meet again? Ethical management of behavior is effective in small groups, but managing the behavior of a population as a whole should be entrusted to specialists, police officers, priests, owners, teachers, psychotherapists, etc., with their specialized reinforcers and formalized reinforcement factors. They are likely already in conflict with each other and almost certainly will conflict with any new set of reinforcement factors. While it is not difficult to change informal learning, it is almost impossible to change formal educational institutions. It is relatively easy to change marriage customs, divorce, and child rearing as their significance to culture changes. But it is almost impossible to change religious dogmas that dictate these customs. It is easy to change the extent to which different behaviors are perceived as normal, but difficult to change the laws of the state. The value of goods as reinforcers is more flexible than the prices set by the economic system. The letter of the law is more inflexible than the specific facts it interprets. It is not surprising that in the real world, the word utopian means unattainable. And it seems that history confirms this. For 2,500 years, various utopian projects have been proposed, and most attempts to implement them have been embarrassing failures. But the experience of history always speaks against anything new. That's exactly what is meant by history. However, the likelihood of scientific discoveries and inventions is low. That is the nature of discoveries and inventions. And if planned economies, humane dictatorships, ideal models of society, and other utopian endeavors have failed, we must remember that unplanned, non-dictatorial, and imperfect societies have also suffered. Failure is not always a mistake. It can simply be the limit of improvement that can be achieved under the given circumstances. The real mistake is to stop such attempts. Perhaps we cannot currently successfully construct an entire culture, but we can construct improvements to customs and norms in parts. Behavioral processes in the real world are the same as in utopian communities. and norms act in them in the same way for the same reasons. The same benefits can be obtained by following reinforcement factors rather than states of mind or feelings. For example, an undeniably serious problem is that students no longer respond to the education system in a traditional way. They skip school, sometimes for extended periods. They only attend subjects they like or those they believe will help solve their problems. They vandalize school property and attack teachers and administrators. But we will not solve this problem by cultivating in society the respect it has now lost for education as such and for the profession of scientist and educator. The atmosphere itself prevailing in the education system is wrong. We must develop reinforcement factors through which students will develop behavior patterns that are beneficial for themselves and society, factors that have no negative side effects and that promote behavior that demonstrates respect for education. It is easy to understand what is wrong with the majority of educational institutions. And much has already been done to develop educational materials that make the learning process as easy as possible and to construct reinforcement factors in the classroom and other places that provide students with powerful incentives for acquiring education. Another serious problem arises when young people refuse to serve in the armed forces and desert or flee to other countries. But we will not significantly change this by instilling them with more loyalty and patriotism. We need to change the reinforcement factors that drive young people to behave in this way towards their government. Government sanctions remain predominantly punitive, and their negative side effects are clearly expressed in the intensity of internal disorders and international protests. A serious problem is that we are almost continuously in a state of war with other nations. But we will not get far by blaming tension leading to war or by indulging in the spirit of militarism or changing people's minds. We need to change the factors that cause people and nations to start wars. Another cause for concern may be that many young people try to work as little as possible, or that workers are unproductive and frequently absent, or that goods are often of poor quality. But we will achieve little by trying to instill in them a sense of professional pride or pride in the results of their work, or a sense of self-worth as a worker, or by changing the deep emotional basis of caste superego, as some author put it. In reality, there is something wrong with the reinforcement factors that motivate people to work diligently and industriously. Walter Lippmann once said that the most important problem of humanity is how people will be able to save themselves from the impending catastrophe. But to solve it, we must do more than just find out how people can find the will and ability to save themselves. We must identify the reinforcement factors that motivate people to act in order to increase the chances of survival for their culture and society. We have the physical, biological, and behavioral technologies needed to save ourselves. The problem lies in motivating people to use them. Perhaps utopia is only enough to wish for, but what does that mean? What are the key characteristics of a culture and society that will survive because they motivate people to strive for their survival? Applying the science of behavior to the construction of culture is an ambitious project and is often considered utopian in a derogatory sense. So it is worth considering the reasons for such skepticism. For example, it is often claimed that there are fundamental differences between the real world and the laboratory where behavior is analyzed. They say that the experimental setting is artificial, while the real world is natural. The conditions of the experiment are simple, while the world is complex. And therefore, if the processes observed in the laboratory exhibit order and regularities, then behavior in other situations is inherently confused and complex. These are indeed real differences, but this situation changes as the science of behavior develops, and they should not be overstated even now. The difference between artificial and natural conditions is not fundamental. For a pigeon, It may be natural to rummage through leaves and find bits of food under some of them, in the sense that reinforcement factors are a standard component of the environment in which pigeons have evolved. And the reinforcement factors that cause a pigeon to peck at an illuminated disc on the wall, with food appearing in the feeder under that disc, are clearly artificial. But despite the fact that the programmed equipment in the laboratory is artificial, and the leaves and seeds lying on the ground beneath them are a natural occurrence, the reinforcement schedules by which such behavior is reinforced can be made the same. This natural situation is what is called a variable ratio reinforcement schedule in laboratory experiments, and we have no grounds to doubt that both these situations shape behavior in the same way. When the impact of this schedule is studied using programming equipment, we begin to understand the regularities of behavior observed in nature. And as more and more complex reinforcement factors are investigated in the laboratory, the role of reinforcement factors in nature becomes increasingly clear. The same is true for simplification. Any experimental science simplifies the conditions in which it works, especially in the early stages of research. The analysis of behavior naturally begins with the simple behavior of simple organisms in simple conditions. If a reliable regularity is discovered, the conditions of the experiment can be made more complex. We progress only as fast as our successes allow, and the progress of research often seems insufficiently rapid. But behavior is a bewildering area of research, because we are in very close contact with it. The fortune of early physicists, chemists, and biologists lay in a kind of natural protection from complex problems in their fields of study. They did not confront a vast mass of entangled facts. They could choose a couple of objects to study and ignore all the rest of nature as irrelevant or clearly beyond reach. If Hilbert, Faraday, or Maxwell had even a superficial view of what is now known about electricity, they would have had much more trouble finding starting positions and formulating principles that would not seem simplified to them. Fortunately for them, much of what is now known in their fields of research became known only as a result of further research and practical application in technology, and they did not have to deal with it until the principles were sufficiently well developed. A scientist studying behavior does not have such fortune. He is too well aware of his own behavior as part of the subject of investigation. Weak sensations, memory tricks, paradoxes of dreams, blatantly intuitive problem solutions, all of these and many other phenomena of human behavior insistently demand attention. In this situation, it is much more difficult to find starting positions and formulate principles that do not seem too simplified. Undoubtedly, the interpretation of the complex world of human relationships within the framework of experimental analysis is often simplified. Sometimes the results are exaggerated, and limitations are disregarded. But the truly enormous simplification lies in the traditional charms of states of consciousness, feelings, and other attributes of autonomous personality, which have been replaced by the analysis of behavior. The ease with which mentalistic explanations are concocted without much hesitation is perhaps the best evidence that they should not be taken into account. The same can be said about traditional methods. The technology born out of experimental analysis should only be evaluated in comparison to what is done by other methods. Ultimately, what can we present in comparison to unscientific or pre-scientific thinking, common sense, or insights gained from personal experience? The choice here is between science and empty rhetoric, and the only solution to the problem of simplification is to learn how to deal with complexities. The science of behavior is not yet ready to solve all our problems, but it is a progressive science in development, and it is too early to judge its ultimate adequacy. When critics claim that it cannot explain a particular aspect of human behavior, they usually imply that it will never be able to do so. However, The analysis of behavior continues to evolve and has actually advanced much further than critics typically assume. It is not as important to know how to solve a problem as it is to know how to search for its solution. Scientists who approached President Roosevelt with a proposal to build a bomb so powerful that it could end World War II within a few days could not say that they knew how to make it. All they could say is that they knew how to find out. The behavior problems that need to be solved in the modern world are undoubtedly more complex than the practical use of atomic fission, and fundamental science has not yet come so far. But we know where to start looking for these solutions. The proposal to construct culture through scientific analysis often evokes ominous prophecies of catastrophe. Some argue that social relations will not behave as planned, and unforeseen consequences can be catastrophic. Rarely are there proofs of this, perhaps because it seems that history speaks in favor of failure. Many plans have ended in failure simply because they were planned. The threat of constructing social relations, as Mr. Crutch stated, is that something unplanned can never illuminate us again. However, it is difficult to justify reliance on chance. It is true that almost all human achievements to this day are the result of fortunate accidents, and they will undoubtedly continue to contribute to human achievements. But chance itself is not a virtue. Even that which is unplanned can also fail. The idiosyncrasies of a power-hungry ruler who considers any disorder a crime may have accidental value for the survival of the state if law and order are observed. But the military endeavors of a paranoid leader, also originating from accidents, can have the opposite effect. Industry that develops in an unrestrained pursuit of consumer happiness may have accidental value for survival if suddenly military technology is needed. But it can also deplete natural resources and poison the environment. If a planned culture is bound to mean uniformity and regulation, it can actually become excessive and hinder its own progress. If people were very standardized, they would have less chance of discovering or developing something new. And a culture that seeks to dumb down people in one way may become trapped in standard patterns that cannot be escaped. Thus, it is possible to construct a culture that is not worth anything, but in the search for diversity, we should not rely on chance. Many accidentally emerged cultures also exhibit uniformity and regulation. The needs of administration and governmental, religious, and economic systems generate homogeneity, because it simplifies the task of management. Traditional educational institutions regulate what and at what age students should learn, and which exams to take to ensure that the required standards are met. Laws of states and religions are usually well defined and allow very few deviations or changes. Therefore, the only hope is planned diversity that recognizes the value of diversity. Plant and animal selection leads to their uniformity when uniformity of a variety or breed is required. But planned diversity is also necessary within it. Planning does not prevent the occurrence of happy accidents. For thousands of years, people have used fibers from sources that were random in the sense that they were products of survival factors in evolution, not closely related to the factors that made them useful to humans. On the other hand, synthetic fibers are the explicit result of technological developments that took into account their usefulness. However, the production of synthetic fibers does not make the evolutionary emergence of something new like cotton, wool, or silk less likely. Unexpected phenomena continue to occur, and even those who explore new possibilities contribute to them. It can be said that science increases the number of unexpected discoveries. A physicist in research is not limited to temperatures that are randomly observed in the everyday world, but conducts experiments over a wide range of temperature values. A scientist studying behavior is not limited to reinforcement patterns observed in nature, but constructs a wide variety of these patterns, some of which may never arise by chance. There is nothing positive in the random nature of unexpected phenomena. Culture evolves when new patterns of behavior emerge and undergo selection, and there is no need for them to arise only by chance. Another type of objection to constructing a new culture can be formulated as follows: I won't like it, or in translation, such a culture will be repulsive and will not provide reinforcement in the way I am accustomed to. The word reform has a bad odor because it is usually associated with the destruction of reinforcements. Religious reformers, Puritans, destroyed all folk amusements and made people forget about children's toys. However, in reality, constructing a new culture necessarily represents a kind of reform, and this almost always means replacing one set of reinforcements with another. For example, when a threat is eliminated, the tingling nerves of the sensation of escape are also eliminated. In an optimal world, no one will pluck flowers of safety. Among the nettles, dangers, the value of rest, entertainment, and leisure as reinforcements necessarily diminishes as the burden of work diminishes. A world in which there is no need for moral struggle will not provide reinforcement from its successful outcome. No believer can experience the relief that Cardinal Newman experienced when he was relieved of the burden of dreadful anxiety. Art and literature will no longer be based on such reinforcement factors. We will not only have no grounds to admire people who endure suffering, challenge danger, or agonize in the pursuit of becoming better, but it is also quite possible that we will have little interest even in movies or books about them. The art and literature of the new culture will be dedicated to other subjects. These are astonishing changes, and they need to be carefully weighed, of course. The problem lies in constructing a world that will be dear not to the people living in it now, but to those who will live in it. I won't like that is the complaint of an individualist who imposes their own susceptibility to reinforcement as a universal value. A world that will please present-day people will simply perpetuate the existing state of affairs. They will like it because they have been taught to love it, often for reasons that are unconscious. The best world will please those who will live in it because it will be constructed taking into account what gives or can give maximum reinforcement. A complete break from the past is impossible. The creator of a new culture will always be limited by the boundaries of their own culture, since they cannot completely free themselves from the biases instilled by the social environment in which they lived. To some extent, they will inevitably design a world that they themselves like. Furthermore, the new culture must please those who will become newcomers to it, and they are inevitably products of the old culture. However, within these practical constraints, it is necessary to minimize the influence of random characteristics dominant in the world's cultures and turn to the very source of things that people call goods. Their origin can be found in the evolution of the human species and the evolution of culture. It is sometimes said that scientific cultural engineering is impossible, because humans simply cannot accept the fact that they can be controlled. As Dostoevsky wrote, even if it can be proven that human behavior is entirely determined, a person will still do something out of perversity, cause destruction and chaos just to assert their own will. And if all of this, in turn, can be analyzed and prevented by predicting that everything will happen exactly like that, then a person will deliberately go mad to prove their point. It is implied here that in that case, they would go out of control as if madness were a special kind of freedom, or as if the behavior of a psychopath were unpredictable or uncontrollable. In a sense, Dostoevsky may be right. Literature of freedom can instill fanatical hostility towards behavior control, sufficient to provoke neurotic or even psychopathic reactions. Those who are strongly influenced by such literature show clear symptoms of emotional instability. We have no better evidence of the sorry state of mind of a traditional liberal than the bitterness with which they condemn the prospects of behavior science and technology and the possibility of their application for targeted cultural engineering. In doing so, they usually resort to attaching slanderous labels. Arthur Koestler referred to behaviorism as monumental triviality. According to him, behaviorism represents avoidance questions on a heroic scale and allegedly returned psychology to a modern version of the Dark Ages. Behaviorists supposedly use pedantic jargon, and reinforcement is supposedly a mongrel word. The equipment of an operant laboratory is supposedly a theatrical prop. Peter Gay, whose research on the 18th century as the century of enlightenment should have prepared him to understand the modern interest in cultural engineering, expounded on the innate naivety, intellectual bankruptcy, and semi-conscious cruelty of behaviorism. Another symptom is selective blindness to the current state of science. Koestler claimed that the most impressive experiment in predicting and controlling behavior is the training of pigeons by operant conditioning to strut pompously with their unnaturally high heads. He summarized theories of learning as follows: according to behaviorist doctrine, all learning takes place by the method of trial and error or trial and success. The correct response to a specific stimulus is accidentally hit upon, rewarded by reinforcing effect. If the reinforcement is strong enough or repeated often enough, the response is stamped in, and a stimulus-response bond is formed. These views became outdated about 70 years ago. Other common distortions include the claims that scientific analysis views any behavior as reactions to stimuli, or that it supposedly boils down to conditional reflexes, completely denying the contribution of genetic inheritance to behavior and ignoring consciousness. We will see in the next chapter that behaviorists actually initiated a vigorous discussion on the nature of what is called consciousness and its use. Such statements usually arise in the humanities, in an environment that was once respected for its scholarship. But future historians will find it very difficult to reconstruct contemporary science and the technology of behavior based on what critics have written about it. Another common tactic is to blame behaviorism for all our troubles. This tactic has a long history. Even the Romans accused Christians, and Christians accused Romans, as the cause of earthquakes and epidemics. Perhaps no one has gone as far as anonymous author in the London Times literary supplement. In the second half of this century, our various masters of thought conditioned us to view the world in quantitative and covert deterministic terms. Both philosophers and psychologists undermined all our old theses about free will and moral responsibility. They taught us to believe that the only reality is in the physical laws of material things. We do not act of our own volition. We react to a series of external stimuli. And only in recent years have we begun to see where these views have led us. To sinister events in Dallas and Los Angeles. In other words, he blames the scientific analysis of human behavior for the assassinations of John and Robert Kennedy. Such a grandiose absurdity seems to confirm Dostoevsky's predictions. But political assassinations have too long a history to be the work of the science of behavior. If any theory can be blamed for this, it is the universal theory of the free and virtuous autonomous individual. There are, of course, weighty reasons why the management of human behavior meets with resistance. The most common form of control is punitive power, and resistance is naturally expected in response to it. The subject can escape from reach or they can themselves attack it. And such events have become significant stages in the development of cultures. As a result, people have advanced the principle that violence and punishment should not be applied to those who fight against it, using all available means. Then states codified this principle and declared the use of violence unlawful, and religions declared it sinful. and together they constructed reinforcing factors to suppress it. And when they now resort to methods of control that are not punitive but have deferred negative consequences, additional principles emerge. For example, people deemed management through deception unfair, and in response, there were state and religious sanctions. We have already seen that the literature of freedom and honor has expanded these measures of resistance in an attempt to suppress all methods of control, even if they do not have punitive consequences or deferred negative reinforcement factors. The constructor of culture is subject to criticism, because construction inherently implies behavior control. This problem is often framed as the question, who can control? And the question usually insinuates that the answer will inevitably be threatening. However, to prevent the abuse of managerial power, we must focus not on the manager themselves but on the reinforcing factors under which they exercise control. People are misled by the differences in the apparentness of control measures. An Egyptian slave quarrying stones for a pyramid worked under the supervision of a soldier with a whip, who was paid by a treasurer, who, in turn, was paid by a pharaoh convinced of the necessity of having an invincible tomb by priests who convinced him of this to preserve their religious privileges and the power they gained from it, and so on. The whip is a more obvious instrument of control than wages, and wages are more apparent than religious privileges, and those privileges are more apparent than the prospect of eternal afterlife. There are corresponding differences in the outcomes. The slave will escape if they can, the soldier will desert, and the treasurer will resign if the economic reinforcing factors are too weak. While the pharaoh may dismiss the priests and establish a new religion if they excessively drain his treasury, and the priests may switch sides to a rival claimant to the throne. We tend to highlight obvious examples of control, making it seem that their unambiguousness and clear results have something initiating the activity. But the massive error is to ignore less apparent forms of control. The relationship between the controller and the controlled is reciprocal. A scientist in a laboratory, studying pigeon behavior, constructs reinforcing factors and observes their effects. Their experimental setup exercises overt control over the pigeon's behavior, but we must not overlook the control exerted by the pigeon itself. The behavior of the pigeon shaped the construction of the setup and the experimental designs in which it is used. Such mutual control is to some extent inherent in all sciences. In the words of Francis Bacon, to control nature, one must obey it. The actions of the scientist constructing a cyclotron control the properties of the elementary particles they are investigating. The behavior through which a parent controls their child, whether through punishment or positive reinforcement, is formed and sustained by the child's responsive actions. A psychotherapist modifies their patient's behavior through methods that were shaped and sustained by their successes in changing behavior. Governments or religions declare and enforce sanctions that are selected for their effectiveness in eliciting obedience from citizens or believers. A capitalist motivates their workers to perform high productivity and high-quality work using reinforcement schemes like wages, chosen for their impact on worker behavior. The behavior of a teacher in the classroom is shaped and sustained according to the effectiveness of their influence on student behavior. In the most literal sense, a slave controls the behavior of their overseer, a child controls the behavior of their parents. A patient controls the behavior of their doctor. A citizen controls the behavior of the government. A believer controls the behavior of the priest. A worker controls the behavior of the capitalist. And a student controls the behavior of the teacher. It is true that a physicist constructs a cyclotron to control the behavior of elementary particles. But particles do not behave in a specific way for the physicist to build a cyclotron. The overseer uses a whip to force the slave to work, but the slave does not work so that the overseer can whip him. Intentions or goals expressed by the phrase "in order to" are only real to the extent that their consequences are effective in changing behavior. And it is only in relation to this that they should be considered as an explanation for this change. Elementary particles are not affected by the consequences of their actions, and there is no basis to speak of their intentions or goals. However, the consequences of the slave's actions can influence him. Such mutual control is not necessarily intentional in both directions, but becomes so when the action of its consequences begins. A mother picks up a child to get him to stop crying, and she may become accustomed to doing so before the child learns to cry specifically to be picked up by her. For a while, only the mother's behavior is purposeful, but the child's behavior can also become purposeful. The classic example of control for the benefit of the controlled is the benevolent dictator. But this phenomenon should not be explained by saying that the dictator does good because he is humane or because he has humane feelings. And we naturally do not trust him until we discover the reinforcing factors that are the cause of his humane behavior. Feelings of philanthropy or compassion may accompany such behavior, but they may arise due to incidental circumstances that do not affect his behavior. Therefore, they cannot guarantee that a ruler will necessarily govern well towards himself and others simply because he feels compassion. It is said that Ramakrishna, while walking with a wealthy landowner friend, was struck by the poverty of the peasants. He called out to his friend, "Give these people a piece of cloth, feed them lunch, and give them some oil to apply to their heads." When his friend initially refused, Ramakrishna began to cry. "You are worthless," he exclaimed. "I will stay with these people. They have no one to take care of them. I will not leave them." Note that Ramakrishna was concerned not with the spiritual appearance of the peasants but with their clothing, food, and protection from the sun. But his feelings were not connected to effective action. Despite all his holiness, he could offer them nothing but compassion. Although people whose wisdom and compassion can serve as an indication of what they do or want to do can improve culture, the cause of actual improvement is the surrounding social environment that made them wise and compassionate. The great problem lies in how to create effective feedback and thus make the behavior of the controller dependent on a whole range of its important consequences. Some classic examples of the lack of balance between control and feedback occur when control is delegated and feedback ceases to function. Psychiatric hospitals and orphanages, homes for the mentally handicapped and the elderly, are characterized by weak feedback because those responsible for the well-being of such people often do not know what is really happening to them. In prisons, feedback opportunities are minimal, as evidenced by the most common measures of controlling prisoners. Control loses feedback when it is exercised by organized institutions. Informal reinforcement factors are capable of quickly adapting to changes in their effectiveness. But the reinforcement factors that organizations provide to specialists may be insensitive to a multitude of consequences. For example, those who finance education may lose sight of what is being taught and the methods used. Teachers only receive feedback from students. As a result, discipline in school can become completely authoritarian or completely anarchic, and the material taught may become hopelessly outdated, regardless of changes in the surrounding world, or become trivial due to an orientation towards students' desires. In jurisprudence, a similar problem exists when laws that no longer correspond to the needs of society are still enforceable. Rules never generate behavior that exactly corresponds to the reinforcement factors they represent, and their inadequacy worsens as reinforcement factors change, while the rules remain unchanged. Similarly, the prices set in the economic sphere for goods can lose their connection to the action of the goods as positive reinforcement as it changes. In short, Bureaucratic institutions that are insensitive to the consequences of their actions lack the essential mechanisms of feedback. It often seems that self-management can solve the problem of identifying controllers and those being controlled. The principle of making the controller a member of the group they govern should be applied to those who construct culture. A person who constructs a tool for their own use likely considers the interests of any user of the tool. And a person who constructs social relationships in which they will have to live will likely do the same. They will choose goods or values that are important to them and construct reinforcement factors of that kind to which they themselves can adapt. In a democracy, the place of the controller is among the controlled, although their behavior in these two roles differs. We will see later that there is a certain sense in cultural self-control, similar to human self-control, but this process requires careful analysis. Purposeful cultural construction based on behavior management is sometimes called unethical and amoral. Ethics and morality consider it their special task to bring about the delayed consequences of behavior. After all, there is a morality of natural consequences. How to prevent a person from overeating sweets if they will feel sick later? Or how to motivate them to endure pain or fatigue if that's the only way they can reach a safe place? Public reinforcement factors are much more often linked to questions of morality and ethics. How does a person refrain from stealing things belonging to others to avoid punishment that may be the consequence of theft? Or how do they subject themselves to agony or exhaustion to earn the approval of others? The practical question we have already considered is how to make delayed consequences effective. Without the help of others, a person assimilates very few moral and ethical norms of behavior solely under the influence of natural or social reinforcement factors. The social group provides auxiliary reinforcement factors in the form of descriptions of its customs and norms, which instruct people how to behave, and also ensures compliance with the rules of behavior through additional reinforcement factors. Proverbs, sayings, and other forms of folk wisdom provide people with reasons to obey these rules. States and religions also formulate reinforcement factors that they implement quite openly. And the education system instills rules that enable students to behave in accordance with natural and social reinforcement factors without their direct influence. All of this constitutes the components of the social environment called culture, and its main influence, as we have seen, is to bring human behavior under the control of its delayed consequences. This influence is valuable for survival in the process of cultural evolution, as behavioral patterns evolve, because those whose behavior aligns with them ultimately live better. There is a kind of natural morality in both biological and cultural evolution. Biological evolution has made the human species more sensitive to the influence of the environment and more skilled in its interactions with it. Cultural evolution became possible thanks to biological evolution and placed the human organism under much more comprehensive control from the environment. We say that there is something amoral in a totalitarian state, a den of gambling, non-tariff piecework wages, drug trafficking, or the abuse of personal influence. But not because of any absolute values, but because all these phenomena have harmful consequences. However, these consequences are delayed, and therefore, science, which explains their relationship to behavior, is in the best position to pave the way for a world improved in an ethical or moral sense. Therefore, it is not true at all that an empirical scientist supposedly must assert that there cannot be any scientific approach to universal human and political values and goals, or that morality, justice, and the rule of law have nothing to do with survival. Special values also hold in scientific work. A scientist works under the influence of reinforcement factors, in which immediate personal reinforcement is minimal. There is no such thing as a pure scientist in the sense that he is supposedly not affected by immediate reinforcement, and other consequences of his behavior play an important role. If he plans an experiment in a certain way or terminates the experiment at a certain stage, because then the result will confirm the theory bearing his name or will have industrial application from which he will profit, or from the desire to impress the institutions financing his research, then he will almost certainly encounter problems later on. The results published by one scientist are quickly checked by others, and a scientist who allows himself to be tempted by consequences that go beyond the scope of his research subjects will probably put himself in a difficult position. But to say that scientists are therefore more moral or ethical than other people, or that they have a more refined understanding of ethics, would be a mistake, as these scientists are attributed with what is actually a feature of the environment in which they work. Almost everyone makes ethical and moral judgments, but this does not mean that the human species has an innate need and inclination toward ethical norms. After all, one could also say that it has an innate need and inclination toward unethical behavior, as almost everyone behaves unethically at times. Humans did not evolve as ethical or moral animals. Evolution brought them to a stage where they created an ethical or moral culture. They differ from other animals not by possessing moral or ethical feelings, but by their ability to create a moral or ethical social environment. Targeted construction of culture and the associated management of human behavior are necessary for the continued development of the human species. Neither biological nor cultural evolution guarantees that we are inevitably moving towards a better world. Darwin concluded his book on the origin of species with the famous phrase, "As natural selection works solely by and for the good of each being, all corporeal and mental environments tend to progress towards perfection." And Herbert Spencer even claimed that the ultimate development of the perfect man is logically certain. Tennyson shared the contemporary eschatological optimism, pointing to that unique distant divine event to which the whole creation moves. However, extinct species and vanished cultures testify that miscarriages are entirely possible. The value of survival changes with changing conditions. For example, a greater susceptibility to reinforcement through certain types of food, sexual intercourse, and harm inflicted on others due to aggression was once highly important. When an individual spent most of each day searching for food, it was important for them to be able to quickly find or capture it. However, with the advent of agriculture, animal husbandry, and food storage, this advantage was lost, and the ability to receive positive reinforcement from food now leads to overeating and illness. When hunger and epidemics frequently greatly reduced the population, it was important for people to be able to reproduce at every convenient opportunity. However, with improvements in hygiene, medicine, and agriculture, susceptibility to reinforcement through sex now poses a threat of overpopulation. In the past, when humans had to defend themselves against predators, it was important for any harm inflicted by the predator to reinforce aggressive behavior. However, with the development of organized society, susceptibility to such reinforcement became less important, and now, it can harm beneficial social relationships. One of the functions of culture is to correct these innate inclinations by developing methods of behavior management, particularly self-control, which mitigates the impact of reinforcement. Even in stable conditions, a biological species can acquire maladaptive or even anti-adaptive traits. The process of operant conditioning provides an example of this. The speed of the reaction to reinforcement had to be valuable for survival, and many species achieved situations in which a single reinforcement had a significant influence on behavior. However, the faster an organism learns, the more vulnerable it becomes to random reinforcements. The occurrence of random reinforcement reinforces any behavior to which it is applied, bringing it under the control of immediate stimuli. We call the result superstitious behavior. As far as we know, any species capable of conditioning through multiple reinforcements is prone to superstition, and its consequences are often catastrophic. Culture corrects this defect by developing statistical methods that compensate for the effects of random reinforcement factors and bring behavior under the control of only those consequences that are functionally related to it. Therefore, we need not less, but more behavior management, and this itself is a critically important technological problem. Fortunately, culture cannot function as a source of genuine reinforcement for individuals, and the reinforcements devised by culture to motivate its members to care for its survival often conflict with personal reinforcements. For example, the number of people involved in developing new cars significantly exceeds the number of those working on improving life in urban ghettos. It is not because the car is more important than the way of life, but rather because the economic reinforcement factors that drive people to work on car development are very strong. They arise from personal reinforcement for car manufacturers. And there are no reinforcements of comparable strength to encourage people to design an environmentally friendly and stable culture. Of course, that is why the technology of the automotive industry is much more advanced than the technology of behavior. These facts only underline the seriousness of the threat posed by literature of freedom and honor. A sensitive indicator of the extent to which culture cares about its own future is its attitude toward idleness. Some individuals have enough power and money to make or motivate others to work for them so that they themselves can be idle. They are idle. In this, they resemble those who live in particularly favorable climates, as well as intellectually disabled or mentally ill children, the elderly, and all others who depend on being cared for by other people. These are the members of the rich and dependent classes. All such people obviously have the ability to do as they please, and that is the natural goal of liberals. Idleness is for them the embodiment of freedom. Our species is prepared for short periods of rest. When a person is fully satisfied from abundant food intake, or when dangers have been successfully avoided, they rest or sleep, just like other animal species. If this state persists for a longer time, they may engage in various games, at a time when serious behavior would have light-hearted consequences. But the outcome is entirely different when they have nothing to do for an extended period. A lion in a zoo, satiated and safe, behaves differently from a satiated lion in the wild. Like a person who ends up in prison or a psychiatric hospital, they face the problem of idleness in its worst form. They have nothing to do. Idleness is a state for which the human race is poorly prepared because until recently, only a few had experienced it, those who made only a negligible contribution to the genetic pool of the species. In our time, a large number of people are idle for significant periods, but there have been no opportunities for effective selection, neither appropriate genetic inheritance nor corresponding culture. When strong reinforcements are no longer effective, less significant reinforcements take their place. Sexual reinforcement coexists with wealth and dependency because it is associated with the survival of the species, not the individual. And obtaining sexual reinforcement is not delegated to someone else. Therefore, sexual behavior occupies a prominent place among the idle. Reinforcements that remain effective can be invented or found, for example, treats that continue to provide reinforcement even in the absence of hunger, and drugs like alcohol, hashish, or heroin that provide reinforcement while causing harm or numbness. Any weak reinforcement becomes strong when dispensed according to a specific schedule, and reinforcement according to a variable ratio schedule, which can be found in all forms of gambling, becomes the dictator of idle existence. This same pattern explains the affinity for hunting, fishing, or collecting, where what is actually caught or collected is of little importance. In games and sports, reinforcement factors are invented with particular ingenuity to make trivial events extremely important. Idle people also become spectators, observing the serious behavior of others, as was the case in ancient Roman circuses or modern football matches, theater, or cinema. Or they listen to or read about the serious behavior of other people, for example, listening to gossip or reading fiction. Only a negligible part of this behavior contributes to the survival of the individual or the survival of culture. Idleness or leisure has long been associated with activities in art, literature, and science. To engage in them, one must have plenty of free time, and only a relatively wealthy society can financially support them on a large scale. But leisure itself does not necessarily generate art, literature, or science. Special cultural conditions are required. Those who value the survival of their culture must therefore carefully study the reinforcement factors that remain after the weakening of the reinforcement factors essential in everyday life. It is often said that a wealthy society can afford to be idle, but we cannot be sure of that. For those who work hard, it is very easy to confuse the state of idleness with reinforcement, partly because it often accompanies reinforcement, and happiness, like freedom, has long been associated with the ability to do as one pleases. Nevertheless, the real impact of idleness on human behavior can threaten the survival of culture. The enormous potential of those who have nothing to do should not be overlooked. It can be productive or destructive, protective or all-consuming. And they themselves can either reach the limits of their capabilities or turn into automatons. They can support culture if they receive strong reinforcement from it, or desert it if life becomes boring to them. They may or may not be ready to act effectively when leisure comes to an end. Idleness is one of the greatest problems for those concerned with the survival of culture, because any attempt to control a person's behavior when they have nothing to do is likely to be met with hostility as an unacceptable intrusion into their personal life. Life, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness are fundamental rights. Moreover, they are human rights and were formulated as such at a time when the literature of freedom and honor sought to exalt the individual. But they make only a minor contribution to the survival of culture. The constructor of culture does not disturb the peace or violate anyone's rights. They act not to hinder natural processes, but are themselves part of the natural process. A geneticist who modifies the characteristics of a species through selection or genetic engineering may seem to interfere with biological evolution. But they do so because our species has reached a point in evolution where it is capable of developing the science of genetics and a culture that motivates its members to care about the future of their species. Those whose culture has motivated them to contribute to its survival through purposeful construction must recognize the fact that they are changing the conditions in which people live and, consequently, engaging in the management of human behavior. However, good governance is as concerned with managing human behavior as bad governance is, and the conditions for stimulating work are as important as exploitation. Good teaching is as important as rote learning under the threat of punishment. We gain nothing by using softer expressions. If all we need is influence over people, we are not far from the original meaning of that word. An imaginary ethereal fluid supposedly flowing from the stars and affecting human actions. The struggle against methods of control is, of course, a form of feedback. It can bring enormous benefits if it leads to the selection of better methods of control. But the literature of freedom and honor made a mistake by assuming that the management of behavior should be suppressed rather than corrected. And then mutual control, which allows culture to develop, is disrupted. Refusing to exercise available control because, in a sense, any form of control is deemed evil clearly prevents important forms of feedback from arising. We have already seen some of the consequences of this. Punitive methods, which the literature of freedom and honor would otherwise help eliminate, instead proliferate. And the preference for methods that make control less noticeable or allow it to be disguised forces those who are capable of providing constructive feedback against them to resort to weak measures. This can turn out to be a deadly mutation of culture. Our culture has created the science and technology necessary for its salvation. It has the resources required for effective action. It has largely maintained concern for its own future. But if it continues to prioritize freedom or honor over its own survival as its primary value, it is possible that some other culture will make a greater contribution to building the future. The defender of freedom and honor will then, like Satan in Milton's poem, continue to assert that he has a mind not to be changed by place or time and a self-sufficient personality. But he will nonetheless find himself in hell, with no consolation other than the illusion that at least here we are free. Culture is akin to an experimental setup used to study behavior. It represents a completely random set of reinforcing factors. That's the concept that has only recently been understood. Behavior technology, which is emerging, is ethically neutral, but when it is applied to cultural construction, survival of culture becomes the value in question. Those who believe in the need to work for the benefit of their culture must anticipate some of the problems that will need to be addressed. But many modern features of culture have an obvious correlation with its survival as a value. Cultural projects found in utopian literature are based on certain simplifying principles. They have the advantage of emphasizing survival as a value. Will the utopia be viable? The real world is, of course, much more complex, but the processes are the same, and the techniques function for the same reasons. However, above all, there is the same advantage of formulating goals in behavioral terms. The use of science to construct culture usually provokes protest. It is argued that science is inadequate for this purpose, that its use can have catastrophic consequences, that it will not create a culture that is appealing to representatives of other cultures, and in any case, people will somehow reject being controlled in their behavior. The abuse of behavior management technology is a serious problem, but the best defense against it is to consider not the presumed manipulators, but the reinforcing factors that govern their own behavior. We should study not the benevolence of the controllers, but the reinforcing factors that drive them to benevolently control the behavior of others. Any management involves feedback, and the interaction between management and feedback is crucial for the evolution of culture. This interaction is disrupted by literature of freedom and honor, which wants to use feedback only for suppression, not for correction of the controlling influence. The result of this can be fatal. It may turn out that despite significant advantages, our culture has a fatal flaw. Then some other culture may make a greater contribution to the future. Chapter 9: What is a human? As the science of behavior adopts a strategy similar to physics and biology, the autonomous acting entity traditionally considered the cause of behavior is replaced by the action of the surrounding world, in which biological species evolve and in which behavior of individuals is shaped and maintained. The predicaments of the concept of environmentalism, actions of the environment, demonstrate obstacles to this change. That human behavior is somehow conditioned by their previous life experience, and that the environment is a more promising direction of attack than the human being himself, has long been recognized. According to Crane Brinton's observations, the program of changing the material world, not just re-educating people, played a significant role in the English, French, and Russian revolutions. According to Trevelyan, it was Robert Owen who first clearly understood and taught that the environment shapes character, and that man manipulates the environment, or as Gilbert Seldes wrote, man is a creature of circumstances, And if you change the environment for 30 Hottentot children and 30 offspring of English aristocrats, in all practical aspects the aristocrats will become Hottentots, and the Hottentots will become little conservatives. The evidence in favor of even crude environmentalism is quite obvious. People are extremely diverse in different habitats, perhaps because of the characteristics of their environment. A nomad on horseback in Mongolia and an astronaut in space are different people, but as far as we know, if they were switched at birth, they would simply exchange places. But we need to learn much more before this fact becomes practically useful. What is the environment that shapes Hottentots? And what needs to be changed to obtain an English conservative instead? As an illustration of both the enthusiasm of environmentalism supporters and their usually inglorious defeat, they cite Owen's utopian experiment in New Harmony. The long history of environmental reform, in education, penology, industry, and family life, not to mention the state and religion, has revealed the repetition of the same pattern. The environment is transformed according to the model of those conditions in which good behavior is observed, but the desired behavior does not appear. 200 years of such environmentalism have yielded very little evidence in their favor, for a simple reason. Before changing the environment, we must find out how it influences behavior before we can change it in such a way as to deliberately alter behavior. A simple shift of focus from the individual to the environment is of little consequence. Let's consider a few examples where the environment assumes the functions and role of an autonomous individual. And the very first characteristic that is often said to be inherent in human nature is aggression. People often act to harm others, and apparently, they often receive reinforcement when they see signs of harm inflicted by others. Ethologists particularly emphasize survival factors that contribute to the preservation of this characteristic in the genetic makeup of the species. However, reinforcement factors are also important in an individual's life, as anyone who acts aggressively to harm others likely receives reinforcement in other ways, such as appropriating their property. Reinforcement factors explain behavior completely independently of any mental state or feeling of aggression or any other motivating motive of an autonomous individual. Another example of a so-called character trait is initiative. Some people are industrious in the sense that they work energetically for long periods of time, while others are lazy and passive in the sense that they do not do so. Entrepreneurship and laziness are just one pair among thousands of so-called character traits. But the behavior they denote can be explained differently. Some of them can be attributed to individual genetic characteristics, while others can be attributed to environmental factors that are much stronger than commonly believed. Regardless of the genetic characteristics within the normal range, the organism's behavior will vary from intense activity to complete rest depending on the reinforcement schedules it receives. This explanation shifts the focus from character traits to the history of behavior reinforcement in the environment. A third example is the supposedly cognitive activity, attention. An individual only responds to a small fraction of the stimuli acting on it. The traditional view is that the individual supposedly determines which stimuli should be effective by paying attention to them. It is claimed that an internal gatekeeper allows some stimuli to enter and blocks out all others. A sudden or strong stimulus can break through and capture attention, but in all other cases, it is believed that the individual controls this process. However, an analysis of environmental factors fundamentally changes this perspective. The stimuli that break through and capture attention are capable of doing so precisely because, in the evolutionary history of the species or the individual's personal history, they were associated with important, potentially dangerous situations. Less persistent stimuli only attract attention to the extent that they serve as stimuli in reinforcement factors. We can establish such reinforcement factors that ensure that an organism, even a simple organism like a pigeon, will respond to one object and not another, or to one property of an object, such as its color, and not others, such as its shape. Thus, we replace the concept of an internal gatekeeper with external environmental factors whose actions the organism is subject to, and which have selectively shaped the stimuli it now responds to. According to traditional beliefs, humans perceive the world around them and act upon it in order to know it. Figuratively speaking, they reach out their hand and grasp it. They take hold of it and possess it. They know it in the sense of the biblical expression "a man knows a woman." Some have even claimed that the world would not exist if no one perceived it. An analysis of environmental factors, however, operates in direct opposition to this view. Of course, perception would not exist if there were no world to be perceived, but the existing world would not be perceived if there were no corresponding reinforcement factors. We say that a child perceives its mother's face and recognizes it. The evidence for this is the fact that the child reacts differently to its mother's face compared to other faces or other objects. The child makes this distinction not through some cognitive act of perception but due to previously experienced environmental factors. Some of these factors may be crucial for survival. The physical features of a biological species are particularly stable components of the environment in which the species develops. That's why courtship, sexual intercourse, and parent-offspring relationships occupy such prominent positions among ethologists. A mother's face and her facial expressions establish a strong connection with safety, warmth, food, and other things that are important in the course of both human evolution as a species and an individual's life. We learn to perceive in the sense that we learn to respond to things in a certain way because of the reinforcement factors of which they are components. For example, we may perceive the sun simply because it is an extremely powerful stimulus, but it has been a constant component of the biological species environment throughout its evolution, and more specific behaviors towards it may have been selected by factors of survival. The sun also features in many current reinforcement factors. We go out into the sunlight or seek shade depending on the temperature. We wait for sunrise or sunset to practically do something. We talk about the sun and its effects. And finally, we study the sun using scientific tools and methods. Our perception of the sun depends on what we do in relation to it. Regardless of what we do and, accordingly, perceive, the fact remains that it is the surrounding world that acts on the perceiving individual, not the other way around. Perception and knowledge obtained from linguistic factors are even more obvious results of the action of the surrounding world. We react to an object in many practically different ways because of its color. For example, we choose and eat apples of a certain red variety, not green. It is clear that we can see the difference between red and green, but there is something more when we say that we know that one apple is red and another is green. Hence the tendency to say that cognition is supposedly a cognitive process completely detached from practice, but reinforcement factors allow us to make a more useful distinction. When someone asks about the color of an object they cannot see, and we tell them it is red, we do absolutely nothing with that object. Only the person who asked us the question and heard our answer takes practical actions that depend on the color of that object. Only through the reinforcement factors of linguistic behavior can a speaker react to a specific property that cannot be adequately responded to non-verbally. Reacting to a specific property of an object, while ignoring the object itself, is called abstract. Abstract thinking is a product of a specific surrounding reality, not cognitive abilities. As listeners, we extract from the linguistic behavior of others something akin to knowledge, which can be extremely valuable, allowing us to avoid direct reinforcement factors. We learn from the experience of others by reacting to what they have told us about reinforcement factors. If we were warned not to do something or advised to do something, then there may be no point in talking about knowledge. But when we receive warnings and advice of a more lasting and general nature in the form of aphorisms or rules, we can say that we have gained a special kind of knowledge about the reinforcement factors to which they can be applied. Scientific laws are descriptions of reinforcement factors, and the behavior of someone who knows a scientific law can be effective even without being subject to the action of the factors described by that law. And, of course, they will have very different emotions regarding those factors depending on whether they followed the rules or were directly subjected to them. Scientific knowledge is dry, but the behavior it generates is just as effective as live knowledge derived from personal experience. Isaiah Berlin spoke of knowledge in a special sense, which, it is said, was discovered by Giambattista Vico. It is supposedly that feeling by which I know what it is like to be poor, or to fight for a just cause, or to belong to a nation, or to join a church or party or renounce them, or to feel nostalgia, horror, the omnipresence of God, or to understand gestures, works of art, and jokes, or the character of a person, or whether they are transformed or simply lying to themselves. Things of this kind are likely to be known only through direct action of reinforcement factors, not from the linguistic behavior of others, and undoubtedly, they are associated with special kinds of feelings, but even in this case, knowledge is not given directly. By intuition. A person can know what it is like to fight for convictions only after a long history, during which they have learned to feel and know the situation that is called the struggle for convictions. The role of the surrounding world is particularly unclear when the knower themselves is the object of knowledge. If supposedly there is no external world initiating the process of cognition, then should we not say that the knower itself acts initially? Here, of course, we are dealing with the sphere of consciousness, or self-awareness, the sphere that scientific analysis of behavior often accuses of ignoring. This is a serious accusation, and it should be taken seriously. It is said that what distinguishes humans from other animals is primarily that they are aware of their own existence. They are aware of what they do. They are aware that they have a past and will have a future. They reflect on the nature of themselves. They follow the ancient injunction to know thyself. Any analysis of human behavior that neglects these facts would indeed be inadequate. And some analysts are exactly like that. What is called methodological behaviorism limits itself to what can be objectively observed. Cognitive processes may exist, but by their nature, they are beyond scientific investigation. So-called behavioralists in political science and many logical positivists in philosophy adhere to a similar line. However, self-observation can be studied, and it must be included in any reasonable comprehensive description of human behavior. Instead of ignoring self-awareness, experimental behavior analysis highlights its specific and essential aspects. The question is not whether a person can know themselves, but what exactly they know when they do so. This problem arises partly because personality is an undeniable fact. A small piece of the universe is enclosed in a person's skin. It would be foolish to deny the existence of this inner world, but it would be equally foolish to claim that because it is personality, it has a different nature than the external world. The difference lies not in the material of the inner world, but in its accessibility. Headaches, hartakas, or soliloquies in the mind are felt solely by the person themselves. This intimacy is sometimes painful, but it is not necessary. It is, as it seemed before, the basis for the doctrine that knowledge is a kind of possession. The difficulty lies in the fact that although intimacy can bring the knower closer to what they know, it interferes with the very process through which they can know anything at all. As we saw in Chapter 6, the conditions under which a child learns to describe their feelings are necessarily imperfect. The linguistic community cannot use the procedures it employs to teach the child about objects. Of course, there are natural factors that enable us to respond to internal stimuli, and they regulate behavior with great precision. We couldn't jump, walk, or flick a spring with our hand if we didn't receive stimuli from parts of our own body. But this kind of behavior is only loosely connected to consciousness, and in fact, we perform such acts of behavior most of the time without being aware of the stimuli to which we are responding. We do not attribute self-awareness to other biological species that obviously use similar internal stimuli. As if knowing internal stimuli is something more than reacting to them. The linguistic community specializes in self-descriptive actions. It asks questions like, "What did you do yesterday? What are you doing now? What will you do tomorrow? Why did you do that? Do you really want to do this? How do you feel about it?" Answers to these questions help people effectively manage each other. And precisely because he is asked such questions, a person reacts to himself and his behavior in a special way, which is called consciousness or self-consciousness. Without the help of a linguistic community, all behavior will be unconscious. Consciousness is a product of society. It is not only not a special sphere of activity of an autonomous individual, but also simply unattainable for a solitary individual. And complete accuracy is unattainable for anyone. The intimacy of the inner world, which seemingly brings self-awareness closer, actually makes it impossible for the linguistic community to create precise reinforcement factors. Introspective dictionaries by their very nature are inaccurate, and this is one of the reasons for the wide variety of philosophies and psychologies. Even a carefully trained observer falls into a trap when studying new internal stimuli. Independent data on internal stimulation, for example, through physiological methods, could enable the refinement of factors that generate self-observation and could probably confirm specific interpretations. But such data cannot, as we have already noted in Chapter 1, serve as evidence for theories that attribute human behavior to the action of observable internal factors. Psychotherapy theories that emphasize self-awareness attribute an active role to the autonomous individual, which is actually and much more effectively played by reinforcement factors. Self-awareness can help if the problem partly consists of a lack of awareness, and the understanding of one's own condition by the patient can help if he takes action in the right direction. But awareness or understanding in and of itself is far from always sufficient, and to rely on it is to expect too much. It is not necessary for a person to be aware of his behavior or the factors that govern it in order to behave appropriately, or inappropriately. On the contrary. For example, the question of how a frog with 40 legs manages shows that constant self-observation can be a hindrance. A virtuoso pianist will play poorly if he starts monitoring his behavior, like a student who is just learning to play. Cultures are often evaluated according to the extent to which they encourage self-observation. It is claimed that some cultures breed mindless people, and that Socrates was admired for this very reason, that he encouraged people to know themselves. But self-observation is only one of the prerequisites for action. The extent to which a person needs to be self-aware depends on the importance of self-observation for the effectiveness of behavior. Self-knowledge is valuable only to the extent that it helps cope with the factors that caused it. Perhaps the last stronghold of the autonomous individual is the complex cognitive activity called thinking. Due to its complexity, it has only slowly yielded to explanation in terms of reinforcement factors. When it is said that a person distinguishes red and orange, it is meant that discrimination is a variety of thinking. But it turns out that the person himself does not do anything like that. He simply reacts differently to red and orange stimuli, but this is the result of discrimination, not the act itself. Similarly, when it is said that a person generalizes, for example, based on his own limited experience, to the whole world, we only see that he reacts to the whole world as he has learned to react to his own little world. When it is said that a person formulates a concept or abstraction, we only see that certain types of reinforcement factors have brought the behavioral response under the control of a single property of the stimulus. When it is said that a person remembers or recalls what he saw or heard, we only see that the current situation elicits a reaction developed in another situation. When people say that a person associates one word with another, we only observe that one verbal stimulus elicits a reaction that was previously elicited by another. Instead of imagining that this is supposedly an autonomous individual who distinguishes, generalizes, formulates concepts or abstractions, remembers or recalls, and associates, we can tidy up this confusion simply by noting that these terms have no relevance to forms of behavior. But a person can take specific action when solving a problem. By solving a puzzle, they can move the pieces relative to each other, giving them a chance to find matching parts. When solving an equation, they can rearrange its terms, simplify fractions, and extract roots, increasing their chances of bringing the equation into a form they already know how to solve. A creative sculptor can manipulate clay until something interesting takes shape. Much of this can be done in the mind, and then, perhaps, it will be attributed to a different order system, but it can always be done openly, probably more slowly, but often more effectively. And with rare exceptions, this can only be learned openly. Culture promotes thinking by creating special reinforcement factors. It teaches people to make finer distinctions through increasingly precise differential reinforcement. It teaches techniques used in problem solving. It provides rules that eliminate the need to rely on the factors on which these rules are based, and provides rules for finding new rules. Self-control or self-regulation is a special form of problem solving that, like self-awareness, involves all issues related to the intimacy of the inner world. We discussed some techniques related to control through negative reinforcement in Chapter 4. And it is always the environment that shapes behavior, even when these problems can be encapsulated within the inner world, beneath a person's skin. None of this has yet been sufficiently explored in a productive manner, but the inadequacy of past analysis is not a reason to fall back into mentalistic awe before the miracle-working mind. If our understanding of reinforcement factors is still not sufficient to explain all forms of thinking, we must remember that an appeal to reason explains nothing at all. By transferring control of behavior from the autonomous individual to the objectively observable external world, we do not portray the organism as a puppet. There are countless processes happening beneath the skin, and physiology will ultimately provide us with more knowledge about this. It will explain why behavior is truly determined by preceding events, the function of which it can actually demonstrate. This task is not always understood correctly. Many physiologists consider it their task to search for physiological correlates of so-called cognitive acts. They view physiological research simply as a more scientific version of introspection. However, physiological methods are certainly not capable of detecting or measuring personalities, ideas, views, feelings, motives, thoughts, or goals. If this were the case, we would have to answer a third question in addition to the ones posed in Chapter 1. How can a personality, idea, feeling, or goal influence the instruments of a physiologist? Currently, neither introspection nor physiology provides any reasonably adequate information about what happens inside a person when they perform behavioral acts, and since both of them look inward, They have the same negative effect of distracting attention from the impact of the external world. Much of the confusion surrounding the inner person arises from the metaphor of storing information. Evolutionary and individual history alter the organism, but they are not stored within it. For example, when we observe infants sucking on their mother's breast, we can easily imagine that a strong tendency toward such behavior has survival value. However, something much greater is implied by the term sucking instinct, which is seen as something that the infant supposedly possesses and endows them with the ability to suck. The concept of human nature or genetic heredity is dangerous when applied in this sense. We are closer to human nature as children than as adults, or in a primitive state rather than in a civilized one, in the sense that in the former case, there is less likelihood that genetic inheritance will be masked by the influence of the surrounding world, and there is a temptation to dramatize this inheritance, imagining that supposedly earlier stages have been preserved in a hidden form, as if a person were a naked ape and a Paleolithic male, which is still preserved in the inner essence of man, continues to dig the earth with his hands whenever a threatening gesture is made on the social scene. However, anatomists and physiologists will not find either an ape or a male, or any instincts for that matter. They will find anatomical and physiological features that are the result of evolution. It is also often claimed that a person's personal history is supposedly stored within them. The term habit is understood as custom. It is believed that the habit of smoking is something more than the behavior that indicates that a person possesses it. But in reality, we have no other information except that which relates to reinforcements and reinforcement schemes that compel a person to smoke a lot. But reinforcement factors are not stored. They simply make a person different. The surrounding world is often said to be stored as memories. The idea is that when we remember something, we search for its copy, which can then be viewed as the original that we once saw. However, to the best of our knowledge, a person never has copies of the external world within them, even when the object is right in front of us and we are examining it. Regarding the results of more complex reinforcement factors, it is also said that they are supposedly stored. For example, the repertoire of behavior acquired by a person learning to speak French is called knowledge of the French language. Traits of character, which are derived from both survival and reinforcement factors, are also said to be stored. A curious example is given in modern American usage by Follett. We say, "He faced these adversities bravely, knowing full well that bravery is a human quality, not a gaze." A brave act is a poetic representation of an act performed by a person who exhibits bravery. But we call a person brave because of their actions. They behave courageously when the factors of the surrounding world prompt them to do so. Circumstances change their behavior, but they do not bestow upon them traits of character or virtues. Worldview is also spoken of as something that one possesses. People claim that a person speaks or acts in a certain way because they have a corresponding worldview, such as idealism, dialectical materialism, or Calvinism. Such terms summarize the influence of factors from the surrounding world, the origins of which are now difficult to trace, but these factors certainly existed and cannot be ignored. A person who possesses a liberal worldview is someone who has been altered in a certain way through the influence of liberal literature. This question occupies an interesting place in theology. Does a person sin because they are sinful, or are they sinful because they sin? Neither formulation of the question leads to anything useful. To say that a person is sinful because they sin is simply defining sin as an action. To say that they sin because they are sinful is an attempt to trace their behavior to some hypothetical inner trait of character. However, whether or not a person engages in behavior called sinful depends on circumstances that neither formulation of the question takes into account. Sin, postulated as an internal obsession, can be found in the prehistory of its operant reinforcement. The term God-fearing hints at such a prehistory, but piety, virtue, immanence of God, moral sense do not. As we have already seen, humans are not moral animals in the sense of possessing special traits of character or virtues. They have created a special social environment that compels them to behave morally. These differences have practical consequences. It is said that a recent survey of white Americans showed that more than half blame something inherent in blacks for their low educational and economic status. They further explained this something as lack of motivation, which, they claim, should be distinguished from a combination of genetic and environmental factors. It is important to note that they argued that motivation is linked to free will. This method of denying the role of the environment prevents any investigation of the vicious reinforcement factors that cause lack of motivation. The task of experimental analysis of human behavior is to deprive the autonomous personality of functions that were previously attributed to it and transfer them, one by one, under the control of the environment. Analysis leaves fewer and fewer tasks for the autonomous personality. But what can be said about the person themselves? Is there anything in the personality that is more than just a living body? If nothing remains of what is called self, then how can we talk about self-knowledge or self-control? To whom should the demand "know thyself" be addressed? An important part of the reinforcement factors acting on a young child is that only their own body remains as the part of the environment that remains the same from minute to minute and from day to day. We say that they discover their identity as they learn to distinguish their body from everything else in the world. This happens long before those around them teach them the names of things and the distinction between me and it or you. Personality is a repertoire of behavior appropriate to a specific set of reinforcement factors. A significant portion of the factors acting on a person may play a dominant role, so in different circumstances, a person may say, "I don't recognize myself today," or "It cannot be that I would do what you say about me because it is completely unlike me." The identity attributed to a personality is created by reinforcement factors responsible for its behavior. Two or more repertoires generated by different sets of reinforcement factors form a dual personality. A person has one repertoire of behavior that operates in their relationships with friends and another that operates in their family life. And friends may find that they are a completely different person within the family circle, while the family does not recognize them when seeing them among friends. The problem of identity arises when situations are mixed. For example, when a person interacts simultaneously with both family and friends. Self-awareness and self-control imply a division of personality in this sense. The self-aware I is almost always a product of social factors, but the conscious personality can come from other sources. The self-control I has a social origin, but the controlled personality is more likely a product of genetic susceptibility to reinforcement. The self-control I usually represents the interests of others, while the controlled I represents the interests of the individual. The picture revealed by scientific analysis of behavior is not a body with a personality inside it, but a body that is the personality in the sense that it performs a complex repertoire of behavior. This picture is, of course, unfamiliar. Such a depiction of a person is unfamiliar and may seem, from a traditional point of view, to not be a person at all. For at least 100 years, Joseph Woodcrutch stated, "We have been victims of prejudices in any theory, including economic determinism, mechanistic behaviorism, and relativism, which degrade the dignity of man to the point where he ceases to be human in the sense recognized by the humanists of the previous generation." Motson claimed that the empirical scientist behaviorist denies, albeit indirectly, that there exists a unique entity called man. What is currently under attack, Maslow said, is the essence of man. Lewis bluntly stated, man is being abolished. It is clear that there are certain difficulties in defining the person to whom these expressions refer. Lewis could not have meant the human race. It is not only not being abolished, but it covers the earth. Moreover, individual people do not become less adapted or productive. We are told that the man in the sense of man, or the man in the sense of humanity, or the man in the sense of thou rather than it, or the man as a person, not a thing, is under threat. All of these are somewhat unclear expressions, but they contain a hint. What is supposedly being abolished is the autonomous personality, the inner man, the spirit homunculus, the demon possessor, the man defended by the literature of freedom and honor. The need to abolish it has long been brewing. The autonomous personality is a trick used to explain what we cannot explain in any other way. It was constructed from our illusions, and as our knowledge increases, the material from which it is made disappears. Science does not dehumanize man. It frees him from the inner homunculus, and it is obligated to do so in order to prevent the destruction of humanity as a species. To the man in the sense of the homunculus, we readily say, good riddance. Only by getting rid of it can we turn to the actual causes of human behavior. Only then can we move from the hypothetical to the observable, from miracles to nature, from the inaccessible to the manageable. It is often said that in doing so, we regard the residual human merely as an animal. Animal is a derogatory term, but only because the word human deceitfully implies something majestic. Crutch argued that while the traditional view corresponds to Hamlet's exclamation, "What a piece of work is man!" supposedly Pavlov's view, the behavior researcher, emphasizes, "What a piece of work is a dog." However, in reality, this is a step forward. God is an exemplary archetype of fantastic explanations, a miraculous soul, and all metaphysics. A human being is much more than a dog, but like a dog, they are accessible to scientific analysis. It is true that a significant portion of experimental behavior analysis has been conducted on lower animals. Genetic differences have been minimized through the use of pure lines, their prehistory of environmental influence controlled, possibly from birth. Strict regulation has been maintained during prolonged experiments. Very little of this is permissible when it comes to humans. Furthermore, when working with lower animals, scientists are less likely to distort data with their own bias towards experimental conditions or introduce reinforcement factors that affect themselves rather than the subject being studied. No one objects when physiologists study respiration, reproduction, nutrition, or the endocrine system in animals. They do so because of their significant resemblance to humans. Similarities are also observed in behavior. Of course, there is always a danger that the methods developed for studying lower animals will emphasize only those characteristics they share with humans. But we cannot discover what is specifically human until we study non-human subjects. Traditional theories of autonomous personality have always exaggerated interspecies differences. Moreover, some complex reinforcement factors currently being studied shape the behavior of lower organisms, which, if observed in humans, are traditionally considered to involve higher cognitive processes. Analyzing human behavior in mechanistic terms does not turn humans into machines. Early behavior theories, as we have seen, depicted humans as automatons with attraction and repulsion, akin to the 19th century concept of a machine. However, we have made progress since then. A human is a machine in the sense that they are a complex system with predictable behavior, but their complexity is extraordinary. Their ability to adapt to reinforcement factors may eventually be modeled in machines, but this has not been accomplished yet. and the living system modeled in such a way will remain unique in other respects. Using machines does not turn humans into machines either. Some machines are associated with monotonous and repetitive behavior, and we avoid them whenever possible, but others greatly expand our ability to interact with the surrounding world. Humans can work with very small objects using an electron microscope or with very large objects using radio telescopes, and their actions may appear inhuman to those who rely solely on their sensory organs without the aid of instruments. Humans can exert influence on the environment with the precision of a micromanipulator or the range and power of a space rocket, and their actions may seem inhuman to those who rely solely on the force of their muscles. It has been argued, for example, that the apparatus used in an operant laboratory distorts natural behavior, because it utilizes an external energy source. But humans also use external sources of energy, even when flying kites, sailing sailboats, or shooting arrows. They would have to give up most of their achievements if they relied solely on the force of their muscles. People record behavior in books and other means of storing information, and using these records may appear highly inhuman to those who can rely only on their memory. People describe complex reinforcement factors as rules and rules for applying rules, and input them into computers that think at a speed that appears completely inhuman to the naked electronic mind. Human beings do all this with the help of machines, and they would be less than human if they did not do so. What we currently consider mechanical behavior was actually much more prevalent before the invention of these machines. The laborer in the cotton field, the accountant behind the desk, the student memorizing under the supervision of a teacher, these were the machine-like humans. Machines replace humans when they can do what humans used to do, and the social consequences can be very serious. As technology advances, machines take on more and more human functions, but only up to a certain point. We build machines that reduce certain negative aspects of the surrounding world and provide us with more positive reinforcement. We build them precisely because their actions are like that. It makes no sense to create machines that receive reinforcement from these consequences, as it would mean depriving ourselves of that reinforcement. If the machines made by humans eventually make humans completely unnecessary, it will happen accidentally, not intentionally. Labor, although, as Marx explained, this leads to a decrease in the share of variable capital and, as a result, to a decline in the rate of profit and crises. A note from a behaviorist socialist. Autonomous personality played an important role in allegedly guiding human behavior, and it was often claimed that without this internal acting principle, humans would be left without a purpose in existence. As one writer put it, since scientific psychology must objectively consider human behavior as determined by the laws of necessity, it must present human behavior as devoid of intentions. But the laws of necessity would have such an effect only if they are solely related to preceding conditions. Intentions and goals relate to selective consequences, the effects of which can be formulated as laws of necessity. Does life, in all its forms, have a purpose? And is it evidence of a creator's intentions? The hand of the humanoid monkey evolved with the purpose of better manipulating objects, but its purpose is not to be found in an original design, but in the process of natural selection. Similarly, in the realm of operant conditioning, the goal of skillful hand movement can be found in the consequences that follow it. A pianist does not acquire or perform the act of behavior smoothly playing a scale due to a pre-existing intention to do so. A smoothly played scale provides reinforcement for many reasons, and it is these reasons that select skillful movements. Neither in the evolution of the human hand nor in the acquired use of the hand is there any original intention or purpose. The argument in favor of the existence of purpose, it seems, is strengthened when moving backward into the dark corners of mutations. Jacques Barzun argued that both Darwin and Marx disregarded not only human goals but also the goals of creation responsible for all the variations on which natural selection acts. It may turn out to be true, as some geneticists claim that mutations are not entirely random. However, non-randomness does not necessarily prove the existence of a creative design. Mutations will cease to be random when geneticists are able to intentionally produce them in order to enhance an organism's response to specific selection pressures. It may then appear that geneticists play the role of a creative mind from pre-evolutionary theories, but the purpose behind their actions should be sought in their culture, in the social environment that prompted them to make genetic changes in accordance with survival factors. There is a distinction between biological and individual goals, with the latter being something that can be felt. Nobody can feel the goal of human hand evolution, whereas a person can, in a sense, feel the goal with which they smoothly play a scale on the piano. However, they play the scale smoothly not because they sense the purpose behind those actions, but rather because of the side effects of their behavior. The relationship between the human hand and the factors of survival under which it evolved is certainly not observable on a personal level. However, the relationship between behavior and the reinforcing factors that elicit it is accessible. Scientific analysis of behavior takes away the reins of autonomous personality and transfers control, ascribed to it, to the surrounding environment. It may then appear that humans are extremely vulnerable. They are now governed by the external world and, to a large extent, by other people. Are they simply victims? Certainly, people have been victims, and others have victimized them, but that is too strong a statement. It implies robbery, which is by no means an important consequence of interpersonal control. However, even under benevolent control, isn't the individual at best a spectator who can observe what is happening but is powerless to change anything? Doesn't he find himself stymied in his long struggle for control of his own destiny? In reality, only the autonomous individual is at a dead end. The person can be governed by the surrounding environment, but that environment is largely their own creation. The material environment in which most people live is largely created by humans. The roads people walk on, the walls that protect them, the clothing they wear, many of the products they consume, the tools they use, the transportation they ride, and most of what they hear and see are made by humans. The social environment, of course, is also made by humans. It has created the language people speak, the customs they follow, and the patterns of behavior they repeat in relation to ethical, religious, governmental, economic, educational, and therapeutic institutions that govern them. The evolution of culture is, in fact, a kind of giant exercise in self-control. Depending on how individuals govern themselves by acting on the world they live in, the human species has created an environment in which its members behave most effectively. Mistakes have been made, and there are no guarantees that the human-created environment will continue to provide benefits that outweigh the losses. However, for better or worse, this is what has made humans human. It does not satisfy those who cry out, "Victim," as Lewis protested. The power of man to do as he likes means the power of some men to make other men do what they like. It is inevitable by the very nature of cultural evolution. The controlling self must be different from the controlled self, even if they both reside within the same human skin. And when control is exerted through the construction of the surrounding environment, these selves are, with rare exceptions, distinct. A person who introduces a new cultural practice, whether by chance or intention, is just one of billions of people who will be affected by it. If it doesn't appear as an act of self-control, It's only because we have always misunderstood the essence of individual self-control. When an individual deliberately changes their material or social environment, that is, to alter human behavior, including possibly their own, they play two roles. One as the controller, the constructor of the controlled culture, and the other as the controlled, as a product of culture. There is no contradiction in this. It follows from the nature of cultural evolution, whether planned or unplanned. The human species has likely undergone little genetic change over historical time. Only 1,000 generations separate us from the artists who painted caves like Lascaux. Traits directly related to survival have significantly changed over 1,000 generations, but a child of one of the Lascaux artists, transplanted to the modern world, would likely be nearly indistinguishable from a contemporary child. Perhaps they would learn more slowly than our modern counterparts, or assimilate a smaller repertoire of behaviors without confusion, or perhaps they would forget them faster. Nothing definite can be said. And we can be confident that a child of the 20th century transplanted into the cave civilization of Lascaux would not differ greatly from the children they encountered there. We know what happens when a contemporary child is raised in poverty. The human being has changed significantly as a personality over the same period of time, altering the world in which they live. Approximately 100 generations saw the development of modern religious beliefs, and roughly the same amount of time saw the development of modern states and laws. Perhaps no more than 20 generations were needed for the development of modern industrial technology, and perhaps only 4 or 5 for the development of education and psychotherapy. The development of physical and biological technologies that have increased human sensitivity to the world around them and their ability to change that world took no more than 4 or 5 generations. Man has become the master of his own fate, if that expression means anything at all. The human created by humans is a product of the culture created by humans. It is the result of two completely different processes of evolution: biological evolution, which created humans as a biological species, and cultural evolution undertaken by this species. Both of these evolutionary processes can now be accelerated because they both become objects of deliberate construction. People have already altered their genetic inheritance through selective breeding and changing survival factors, and now they can begin to introduce mutations directly related to survival. For a long time, people have introduced new types of practices that serve as cultural mutations, and they have changed the conditions under which the selection of these practices occurs. Now they can begin to do both with a clear understanding of the consequences. It can be assumed that humans will continue to change, but it is impossible to say in which direction. No one could predict the evolution of the human species at any specific point in its early history, and the direction of targeted genetic engineering will depend on the evolution of culture, which itself is unpredictable for similar reasons. The limits of human perfection, as Eitan Cabay stated in the book Journey to Icaria, are still unknown. Of course, there are no limits. The human species will never reach a final state of perfection until its destruction, some say in fire, others in ice, and still others from radioactivity. An individual occupies a place in culture similar to the place in a biological species, and this place was fervently discussed in early evolutionary theory. Is a species simply a type of individual, and if so, in what sense can it evolve? Darwin himself declared the species to be a purely subjective invention of systematists. The species has no existence apart from the collection of individuals, just as a family, tribe, race, nation, or class has no existence. Culture has no existence apart from the behavior of individuals who adhere to its traditions. It is always the individual who, through their behavior, influences the environment and changes as a result of the consequences of their actions. while maintaining the social reinforcement factors that constitute culture. The individual is a carrier of both the genotype of the species and their own culture. Cultural practices, like genetic traits, are transmitted from one individual to another. A new practice, like a new genetic trait, first appears in an individual and tends to be passed on if it contributes to their survival as an individual. On the other hand, the individual is at best a local point where many developmental directions converge. Their individuality is unquestionable. Each cell in their body is a unique genetic product, as unique as the classic symbol of individuality, fingerprints. Even in the most regulated culture, each personal destiny is unique. No planned culture is capable of destroying this uniqueness, and as we have seen, any effort to do so proves futile. However, the individual remains only a stage in the process that began long before their birth and will continue long after their death. They do not bear ultimate responsibility for the genetic trait of the species or the cultural practice, even if they were the ones who underwent the mutation or introduced the practice that became a characteristic of the species or culture. Even if Lamarck was right in suggesting that humans can change their genetic inheritance through personal effort, we must point out the environmental factors that motivate this effort. And we will do the same when geneticists begin to modify human inheritance. And when an individual engages in purposeful cultural practice construction, we must consider that it is culture that motivates them to do so and provides them with the craftsmanship or science they use in the process. One of the immense problems of individualism, rarely recognized as such, is death, the inevitable fate of the individual, a final blow to their freedom and honor. Death is one of those distant events that only influence behavior through cultural practices. What we see is the death of other people, as in Pascal's famous metaphor. Imagine a multitude of people in chains, and each of them condemned to death, and some of them being killed every day before the eyes of the others, while the survivors see that their own fate is the same as that of their comrades, and, looking at each other with sorrow and despair, they await their turn. Such is the image of human existence. Some religions have made death even more significant by depicting future existence in heaven or hell. However, the individualist has a special reason to fear death, created not by religion, but by the literature of freedom and honor. It is the prospect of personal annihilation. The individualist cannot find solace in contemplating any achievement that will outlive them. They have refused to act for the benefit of others and, therefore, do not receive reinforcement from the fact that others they have helped will outlive them. They have renounced concerns for the survival of their culture and do not receive reinforcement from the fact that the culture will continue long after them. In defense of their freedom and honor, they have denied the contributions made to culture in the past and, consequently, must relinquish all claims to the future. Perhaps science has never demanded more radical changes in the traditional mode of thinking about the subject, nor has there been a more important topic. In the traditional view, humans perceive the world around them, select particulars for perception, distinguish between them, evaluate them as good or bad, modify them to make them better or, if they are reckless, to make them worse, can take responsibility for their actions, and receive fair rewards or punishments for the consequences. But in the scientific view of the world, humans are representatives of a biological species shaped by evolutionary survival factors, displaying behavioral processes that keep them under the control of the environment in which they live, and to a large extent under the control of the social environment that they and millions of others like them have built and sustained through cultural evolution. The direction of causation here is reversed. It is not the individual who affects the world, but the world that affects the individual. With such a change, it is difficult to agree simply on rational grounds, and it is almost impossible to accept its consequences. The reaction of traditional thinking is often described in terms of feelings. One of these feelings, which Freudians have noticed to explain resistance to psychoanalysis, is wounded vanity. Freud himself dealt, as Ernest Jones said, one of the three heavy blows that narcissism or human self-love has suffered at the hands of science. The first, cosmological, was dealt by Copernicus. The second, biological, was dealt by Darwin. And the third, psychological, was dealt by Freud. From this blow, the belief that something at the very core of a person knows everything that happens within them, and that the instrument called willpower controls and manages the rest of the personality, suffered. But what are the signs or symptoms of wounded self-esteem, and how can we explain them? What do people do against such a scientific view of humanity? They call it incorrect, offensive, and dangerous. They challenge it and attack those who propose or defend it. They do this not out of wounded vanity, but because the scientific worldview has shattered their familiar supports. If a person can no longer receive recognition or admiration for what they do, then it seems to them that they are being deprived of personal worth and honor, and their behavior, previously reinforced by gratitude or admiration, wanes. Such decline often leads to aggressive attacks. Another effect of the scientific view of the world is described as a loss of faith or spiritual power, a sense of doubt or helplessness, or as melancholy, depression, or despair. It is said that a person feels that they cannot do anything about their own destiny. But what they feel is the weakening of old reactions that no longer receive reinforcement. People are truly powerless when long-established repertoires of speech behavior prove useless. For example, one historian complained that if people disregard as merely the result of material and psychological conditioning, then there is nothing to write about them at all. Actions must at least in part be the result of conscious mental activity. Another effect resembles nostalgia. Old behavior patterns burst forth, grasping onto similarities between the present and the past and exaggerating them. The past is called the good old times, when inherent human dignity and the importance of spiritual values were recognized. Such fragments of outdated behavior tend to be wistful, meaning they have the character of increasingly futile behavior. These reactions to the scientific conception of humanity are certainly worthy of pity. They paralyze people of goodwill, and anyone concerned about the future of culture must do everything possible to correct them. No theory changes what it interprets. Nothing changes from looking at it, talking about it, or analyzing it in a new way. Newton's analysis of the rainbow perplexed poet Keats, but the rainbow remained as beautiful as ever, and for many, even more beautiful. A person does not change because we look at them, talk about them, and scientifically analyze them. Their achievements in the fields of science, government, religion, art, and literature remain as they always have been, to be admired as one admires a storm at sea, autumn leaves, or a mountain peak, completely independent of their origin and without the intervention of scientific analysis. What truly changes is our chances of changing something that is the subject of theory. Newton's analysis of the colors of the rainbow was a step toward the laser. The traditional conception of humanity is alluring. It endows privileges that provide reinforcement. That is why it is so easy to defend and so difficult to supplant. It was invented to make a person a feedback tool, and she did it very effectively, but in such a way that it halted progress. We have already seen how the literature of freedom and honor, in its concerns about autonomous personality, perpetuated the use of punishment and approved only very weak methods of reward. And here it is easy to demonstrate the connection between the unlimited right of the individual to pursue happiness and the catastrophes posed by unlimited population growth and an insatiable thirst for wealth, which deplete resources and pollute the environment, as well as nuclear war. Physical and biological technologies provide assistance in the fight against epidemics and hunger, as well as many painful, dangerous, and exhausting phenomena of everyday life. Behavioral technologies can initiate the healing of other societal ailments. It is quite possible that in the field of human behavior analysis, we have gone only slightly further than Newton did with his analysis of light, as we are just beginning to utilize applied technology. We have wonderful opportunities, which are all the more remarkable, because traditional approaches have been extremely ineffective. It is difficult to imagine a world in which people live together without conflicts, providing for their existence by producing the food, housing, and clothing they need, enjoying themselves, and contributing to the improvement of others in art, music, literature, and games, consuming only a reasonable share of the world's resources and minimally polluting it, not giving birth to more children than they can successfully raise, continuing to explore the surrounding world and discovering more efficient ways to use it, attaining infallible self-knowledge and, consequently, effectively managing themselves. And yet all this is possible, and even the slightest progressive phenomena are capable of producing those very changes that, traditionally speaking, can be said to heal wounded pride, compensate for feelings of hopelessness or nostalgia, eliminate the opinion that we cannot and should not do anything for ourselves, encourage the sense of freedom and honor by strengthening the sense of self-confidence and personal dignity. In other words, they should provide abundant reinforcement to those whom their culture motivates to work for its prosperity. Experimental analysis sees the determinant of behavior not in the autonomous individual, but in the surrounding environment, which is responsible for the evolution species and for the repertoire of behavior acquired by each individual. Early versions of this approach were inadequate because they could not explain how the environment operates, making it seem that much was left under the purview of the autonomous individual. However, environmental factors have now clearly assumed the functions that were previously attributed to the autonomous individual, raising a number of questions. Does this in itself negate humanity? Certainly not as a biological species or its individual achievements. It only negates autonomous inner personality, and this is a step forward. But does not humanity then become only a victim or a passive observer of what happens to it? Yes, it is indeed governed by its environment, but we must remember that this is an environment largely created by humanity itself. The evolution of culture is a mass act of self-control. It is often said that the scientific worldview arouses a person's wounded vanity, feelings of despair, and nostalgia. But no theory in itself changes what that theory interprets. Humans remain as they have always been. And a new theory can change what can be done using its tools. Scientific understanding of human behavior opens up exciting prospects. We still have not seen what a person is capable of creating from within themselves,